Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold. You will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is a way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Corker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. For the young phenom known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio bizarre. There's a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, September 19th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. A massive show awaits. A massive Friday card. Oh, what a roller coaster ride we're going to have this evening. I can just imagine how much investments we're going to make across all of these sports. There's so many great spots to attack. Man, yesterday we were excellent in Major League Baseball. Excellent. Our guy TJ is joining us again today. Went 5-1 plus 4.26 units. I went 5-2 plus 3.01 units, and we want more. We're not settling. We turn the page. We want more. We want more right now. We're seeing things clearly. I love the way we're capping. I can't wait to attack the card. Wine Time joining us. Jose Bouquet joining us. Will be 4 of us attacking Major League Baseball. And we got to get into this right away because we have just a massive, massive card. Once we're done the 15 games of Major League Baseball, then Wine Time's going to stick around and hammer some college football. UNLV Rebels, Miami Redhawks. I invested in the Miami Redhawks, the 0-2 Redhawks against the 3-0 UNLV Rebels. This is actually the first time this year in college football that I brought a game that wasn't brought by the other cappers. That'll start happening more and more and more, especially as baseball winds down. And then Texas Tech, Utah, North Carolina, UCF, West Virginia, Kansas, Arizona State, Baylor. Then Wine Time will have put in a major shift, and we'll be investing and counting cash and sitting in the Los Angeles sun. Then Billy Brisbane, Justin McKelvey join us for Liberty Mercury Game 3. And then the Goracle arrives. The Goracle has Texas Tech, Utah, Tulane, Ole Miss, Michigan, Nebraska, Purdue, Notre Dame, Florida, Miami. I did double up on unders in Florida, Miami. Wyoming, Colorado closes out the college football. And then Gorky and I attack CFL. And I know what I want to do. I have a plan now. I put the plan together this morning. I want to talk it out with Gorky in the chat and then fire away in CFL. I'm coming off of my first bad week of CFL. I mean, look, this is week 16, so they're going to come, but 3-7 down 5.05 units. Horrible. I was in good shape until that last game, and I just got absolutely annihilated. Still having a very strong season and can't wait to attack. Shout out to all the cappers joining us. We got Justin McKelvey in the house. Stacks play day number 1 and 2 in. We got Gorky. His plays of the day are in. Pig Milk in. I love it. Double Pigment too. Truth Teller coming off a monster day. I loved seeing those giant winners. Truth Teller, I richly deserved. We got the Trill OG play today from LJ from H-Town. What an interesting spot. It's out of our wildest dreams matchup. Playoff implications. Aces on the mound in Wu and Hunter Brown and the over 7.5 for LJ. I can't wait to talk about that. All you guys deserve shouts out. We got to get to work. Oldie, Nate Dogg, Ron Young in the house, ready to attack the board. We got MMA Mad Hatter, Lou Chase Fox. Lou Chase, you absolutely nailed that breakdown of the Rice game. And so did Gorky. Both you guys crushed it. Excellent, excellent work. Occupancy, Swiggy in the house. Talk Sports with JT, Turnbuckle Tommy, Joseph Gomez, Frank Virginia, Lucas Ryan, AJ Stogg, still 9 Legacy, John, Nut Flush, Alan in the house, so many great cappers, Ronnie Lofton, Irish King, the Wager Detective on his birthday. Happy birthday to the Wager Detective in Atlantic City, hanging with that Who Banging Squad. I love that picture that you put out, man. It's just wonderful. I love seeing all those guys, all the low baggers, all of our community that we've built hanging out together, smiling, enjoying life in the sunshine, making money. It's wonderful, wonderful to see. Absolutely wonderful. It is time to get to work. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We need to attack the card, and we need to attack it now. So I'm going to bring on our first guest, and then I'm going to start copying and pasting while we're beginning our discussions. I will be doing the copying and pasting here for about the first 3 or 4 minutes of the show, but it's time to get to work. Coming off of a massive day, closing in on becoming my first ever guest in 9 years to have back 60+% seasons. He's only had 2 seasons. I mean, the guy's just an absolute monster. 5-1 plus 4.26 units. And it's business. Let's get it right now. Let's lock in and keep winning. Please welcome, fresh off a monster day, 34-20, 63%, plus 13.32 units. ROI plus 24.67%. Average line minus 105. Please welcome TJ to the show. TJ, what's good, man? How are you?
Hey, man, doing well. Yesterday was great, but like you said, it's time to get into the day. We got a big slate, a lot of possible bets out there. I've only moved on one game, so we'll be betting live with you guys, and let's see what we can find.
Let's see exactly what we can find. Let's get right to work. I'm just going to do the first couple of copy and pastings here to get us ready to rock.
Shout out to Tommy there, who had a big night yesterday. Turnbuckle Tommy had a big night yesterday. Stacks, good to see you. Gorky, Wager Detective, happy birthday, my man.
Yeah, man. God, there's so many cappers that we work with that just that pulsate energy and enthusiasm into what we're doing, and it really is inspiring. And Wager Detective does that. I'm so thankful that he caps with us and that we cap with him. Our next guest is ready to rock here. We are a three-headed monster until Jose Bouquet joins us. Jose's producing two different shows right now. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, the host of our Friday night live stream. We have a Friday night college football live stream, which is going to be extremely enjoyable. And I think, we don't have the thumbnail here, but we'll have it up later to promote the host of tonight's live stream for a big Rutgers game. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, TJ, my guys. Good to see you guys. Happy Friday. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Shout out to Wager Detective. Happy birthday, my guy. I saw that picture he posted as well with the guys in AC. That's so sick. It's so wholesome to see. So enjoy your time out there with those guys. And I'm excited to cap this MLB card with you guys. Capped it last night. Ended up moving on stuff this morning. Got a couple plays already locked in. And probably going to lock in some more plays. We've got a lot pending going into this weekend, guys. A lot of action. So this is a big weekend for your boy over here. So I'm looking forward to it. Also really looking forward to that live stream tonight. Rutgers, Iowa. It's going to be a blackout night for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun atmosphere, a fun game between two coaches that are just class acts and that have been around the game for a while. It's going to be a good game to watch.
I got a wager on that one.
Let's go.
You do?
I got Rutgers plus 2.5.
Oh, God, let me put that here on my notes so we can discuss it because we are hitting. I think I might have gone right into our spots with Wine Time on Saturday, but we're Tulsa, Oklahoma State. We're going to start with Friday action, and then we're going to go into Iowa, Rutgers. So don't worry. Both of the big games tonight are going to be capped. TJ on Rutgers here. Sorry, TJ on Rutgers plus 2.5. Was that regular VIG?
Yeah.
Can I ask you something right now? I'm having a real issue. Just very quickly, we'll hit this so fast with these plus 2.5s at minus 110. I feel like I'm just like obligated. I immediately look at the price for the 3, and I've been paying it. I've been spending the deuce, and just very, very quickly. And I was debating this last night, and I ended up cutting one of them. Because I was like, am I really going to pay the VIG on this plus 3 on both of these plus 3s? And I cut one and still bet the other. Tell me your thoughts on why you didn't pay for the plus 3, and do you think that's a bad habit?
I think it just depends on the situation and what the VIG is. I mean, I'm not going to pay more than 12 or 13 cents to get that 3. And it also depends on if it's going to be a low scoring game, a high scoring game. I just think it's fluid. There's some good books out there. There's some good research on the value of a point, how it's changed since the 2-point conversion, especially in NFL, with the extra points being longer. College has kind of been the same, but there is a lot of good literature. I can point you in some directions if anybody's interested on what technically the value of a half point is, depending on the total and, what that point is. Obviously, a 4 to 4.5 isn't worth as much as a 2.5 to 3, but it's wreaking havoc on my brain. I know we got to get an MLB. One time, your thoughts on the topic before we get an MLB.
Yeah, personally, I kind of do the same thing. I kind of buy up to that plus 3 as well. Sometimes am I echoing?
Yeah, you are. Let's pull you out. And you weren't before. Let's pull you out and get you here back. Okay, he's going to jump back in. So we'll hear his thoughts. AM saying, personally, I think when line is 2.5, the books are encouraging bets to the minus 2.5. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree. I just having this dilemma here.
Yeah, and this one's going down to 1.5. I see some 2s and some 1.5. So
Yeah, that's got to feel good to see. Wine time, let's hear you.
Yeah, I often buy up for the +3 as well. Sometimes I'll even buy down to the 3. I did that in that Utah game and paid a little bit of juice, I believe, in that one. And this one, I'm on Iowa minus the 2.5. If I was on the Rutgers, I think I would buy up in this situation because I do think this is probably going to come down to about 3 to 6 points when it's all said and done. Who knows, though? It's going to be a good game. Like I said, both these coaches, really well coached, really good coaches. So and I have a lot of respect for both these guys. It's going to be a fun night. But typically, I do buy it for that +3. But in the end, is my ROI what the difference will be? Because you're paying all that extra juice at the same time. I don't know. I usually don't like to buy it, but I will sometimes. But if I have to buy it past -125, I will not do it. If I buy it to -120, I'll pay the -120, but I won't pay the -125 or -130.
Oh God, because it's been a fucking issue that I'm dealing with right now. Great to see all of you guys. Shout out to our guy Dougie Wise. What a call with the free bands on the Dolphins. Same with you, TJ. Great call there. Great to see all of you guys. Man Bear Pig, Jim Dewigger, Super True Story. All these great cappers ready to rock and roll. Let's do exactly that. Action Jackson, Brandon Cummings, Occupancy. Great to see all of you guys. Let's get Ronnie Lofton. Let's get to work. Also, Gorky, I know that you're backstage. Jump on with us for the Rutgers breakdown. That's your play today. I didn't realize that was your play today. Jump on with us for the Rutgers breakdown. But then I got to fire fast with our guy Wine Time. So that's why I split you guys up, was just because he's going to be here for 3 hours with baseball. I made the executive decision to just get him rocked and out, and then bring you on so we can take time, and I won't feel like I got to get Wine Time out of here. But join us for the Rutgers, Gorky, my man. All right, let's get to work. Tariq B in the house. As Rutgers is now +1.5. Well, it's time to forget about the gridiron. Focus on the diamond. We have been succeeding. We must keep doing everything that we've been doing. And I will do my best not to spend 30 minutes on each game, because I would love to spend an hour on each game with these two cappers, and I will do my best to keep it speeding. And man, when we are no longer doing a show, our unit size is going to be much, much higher. And we're going to spend an hour on each game the night before, and then hit them again in the morning and again in the afternoon. And that's when, but that's down the road from now. 6:40 p.m. Eastern, we get started with the Atlanta Braves 70-83, 34-44 on the road to the Detroit Tigers 85-68, 46-32 at home. We're at Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan. I'm going to pull up. I've got I've got too many things open. I'm going to take a breath here. And when we hand it out, I'm going to bring back the weather. And I know it's crucial, but I've got to do some sorting here with everything, all the things I got open. But I like just to set up the line history and the cash flow. And then we will get into all of the pertinent information. First off, we have here Braves, Tigers, Elder, and Morton. We have a total of 9. Again, using BOL for line movement here. This opened up at -115, down to -105, back to -110. Talking about the under. It was juiced to the under. It became juiced to the over. Now it's a pick 'em. So very little movement, but the 9 that has been messing with me. Let's get into the money lines here. Messed up with the 9 with that Dodgers Giants game. There's been several spots the 9's been messing with me, and I got to stop that from happening. This opened up with Detroit -119. They're now -116. It's an extremely fishy number. I've been an Elder believer. That's been very difficult this year, but I know that he's better than his numbers indicate, and I made money off of him. He's coming off a bad start. His first bad start in a while at home versus the Astros last out. 4 1/3, 10 hits, 6 earned runs, 1 homer, 7 Ks, 3 walks, and a 6-2 loss. He's been decent on the road. His splits aren't home road oriented. Let's get into the cash flow here for this first spot on the board. And we have interleague action, 60% of the tickets and 82% of the cash on Atlanta. That's mind-boggling. Look, I know that Detroit is floundering, but that's a lot of money fading Detroit. And maybe it's focusing on the fate of Morton I can't wait to hear what you guys think about it. 75% of tickets on the under and 62% of cash on the over. Look, I'm ready to keep the Angels fade train going. I'm ready to do certain things here, but counting Detroit out against the Braves team that doesn't care, I think it might be a little much. It might be a little much. The splits are an issue for not home road for Elder, but lefties, righties. Righties have been hitting them very, very hard. Let's pull up the expected lineup and see, how many righties are the Tigers going to pull out for this game here. We have Torres, Torkelson, Dingler, and you have Perez as the switchy. This is a really good lineup for Elder. If that is what we're going to get, all these lefties, hard for them to not want, Carpenter and Green and Keith and Meadows in the lineup. For Charlie Morton, 9-10, 5.56 ERA, 1.54 whip. The market's done a nice job of indicating when he's going to pitch well. His last start, 6-4 extra inning loss at the Marlins, 4 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 Ks, 4 walks. At home, well, the home doesn't work here because we have 2 different teams. Sorry about that. Lefties hitting 251, 796. Righties hitting him harder, 284, 830, but it might be sort of around the negligible area, but they're hitting him harder. Braves aren't hitting at all. So, doesn't that even out the fact that the Tigers aren't hitting? Braves are 227, 674 in their last 30 days. Tigers are 216, 640. Braves bullpen is absolute trash. I respect the line, but I wonder if this is going too far. TJ, take it away. Braves, Tigers.
Yeah, I kind of am in the same boat here. I think both pitchers can have a good lineup that they're facing. Like you already touched on who Detroit is going to send up. Morton also has reverse splits, and Atlanta, they got Profar, who's going to probably bat from the left side because the splits aren't insane. But Olsen, Baldwin, Albies, Harris are all lefties, and Morton's been okay versus them. Like you said, they just haven't been hitting righties in general. They're bottom 6 in the last 30 days. It's interesting here to look at Elder's game logs because, Houston, all righties, 10 hits over 4 1/3, 6 runs, 3 walks. Obviously coming off his probably second or third worst outing of the year. He seems to have these blow-up outings, and then he goes out and shuts down the Cubs back-to-back, allows 1 run over 13 innings, and only 1 run to Philly, 2 to the Mets, who have all been hitting. Righties against the Tigers, the last few they've held them in check. Williams, no runs. Mazur, no runs. They got to Junk for 3 over 6, Sandy for 2 over 7. But Schlittler, Blackburn, like all of them have been shutting down this Detroit team. Is like you said, they've been floundering. But have we gone too far? And what really gets me here, because I initially was drawn to Atlanta for sure. But what really gets me here is this first price. And if we think Elder has the advantage, we would think he'd be more expensive first 5. You guys agree on that?
Yeah, it's the same price for me right now. First 5 in full game.
See, I'm seeing 10 cents more for Detroit at like Circa and Heritage and some of the books I use. So Detroit's more expensive first 5 on what I'm seeing, which makes me pause here. I kind of would lean under just because of that. If they think Morton's going to throw, I don't think Elder's going to give up more than 2 or 3 against this team. But it is a 5 first half. So, and you got that Braves bullpen you got to worry about. A lot of question marks here. I haven't done anything.
Wine time. By the way, I don't have my hands on Ballpark Pal. Do you have it?
No, my source didn't give it to me either.
Okay,
so.
I'll have it here in a second. Wine time, take it away. Your thoughts on Braves Tigers?
Yeah, this is a spot I already moved on, guys. I could have gotten a plus 115 last night when I capped this. I ended up getting a plus 110 today. Right now, I'm seeing plus 106, plus 107 at a couple different books right now. I'm even seeing a plus 105 at some places right now for the Atlanta Braves. And yeah, it's interesting that on all my books, it's actually pretty much the same price, first 5 in full game, which did have me scratching my head a little bit here because I thought Bryce Elder definitely has the advantage here. Elder coming off, getting touched up in his last appearance. Before that, he was pitching really well. I know his numbers haven't looked good season long. He was really getting lit up in the beginning of the season when the Braves just weren't really playing good baseball. He's really pitched a lot better the last month or two. last start got roughed up. I expect him to have a better start against a Tigers lineup that I'll still say that doesn't scare me by any means. When I look at both these batting orders right now, I mean, the Braves are pretty healthy. Their batting order looks more deeper than this Detroit Tigers lineup, if you ask me. I think they have the pitching advantage on the mound starting wise. I don't even think old man Morton's going to go, 3-4 innings today. That's all he's been really going. He's probably not even going to throw 80 to 85 pitches. I'm going to guess maybe 70 to 75. We'll see that bullpen a little bit early. I think that, but even before that, I think Morton's going to be vulnerable here against the Braves bats. I think the Braves are playing some good baseball. Give or take, it was a 4-game sweep over the Washington Nationals, who one of the teams that are kind of throwing in the towel at this point. But the Tigers, they already have their ticket to the playoff. I don't really think they're even worried about this game too much. I think the Braves take care of business at a little bit slight plus money. I got the plus 110. You get plus 105, plus 107, depending where you look right now. I moved on the full game, didn't move on the first 5. So that's my first bet of the day.
Yeah, I mean, in your favor here, the Braves. We know Morton when he's on, his curveball is the pitch, and the Braves are number 2 in baseball last 30, number 3 full season against the curve, just almost 40% of what he throws. Wow. So there is that in your favor. It's just that first 5 that confuses me. Huh. But you're right. The walks have been up to 4-3, 4-2, 3-3 last 6 games.
Yeah, he's throwing too many pitches too early in these ball games, and he's 41 right now. I mean, he's been very serviceable. Don't get me wrong. They picked him up to kind of have that veteran in the rotation to kind of teach the younger guys, I feel like, how to get prepared each day and stuff. But yeah, if he's throwing pitches early on in this game, he won't be in this game for too long. And Jimmy, do you have the numbers for the Tigers bullpen last 30 days available right now?
It's horrific. Oh, sorry. Tigers, they're starting to round into form. 4.37 ERA last 30 days. Braves bullpen's been horrific, but the Tigers sticks are so tight and nervous at bat right now. They look like a completely different baseball team. Guardians are breathing down their neck. Donut Silks has 70-1 on the Guardians to win the division.
Wow.
Yeah, it's incredible. So I'm, as much as I am a Detroit City backer, I want Donut Silks to catch that badly. Billy Fritter says Martin's home splits as a Tiger are terrible. I mean, why don't let's just take a second there, because we've backed him at times and it's been somewhat successful. I'm really seriously considering the under 9. Very seriously considering it. I certainly not a bet that I need to rush into right now. I can just sit and wait, but neither offense is pitching well. I mean, would it surprise us if Elder, bounces back? He was looking good before that start, and this is not a difficult lineup he's facing. Let me ask you this, TJ, if I forced you to make a bet on side or total, if you had to make one bet, what would it be?
First 5 under.
Because you're so concerned with the bullpen.
The Pens. Now, obviously, they're both rested, but I'd rather get in and out on this one. I just think the lineups are good for each pitcher. There's some good matchups with their reverse splits. So,
4 starts at home after being acquired by the Tigers, and Billy's right. He's only had one good start. It was a really good one, and the market told us he was going to have it. It was against the Astros. See, I kind of and not flush on really liking the Braves team total over. I kind of want the bullpens. I understand the Braves bullpens being so bad, but yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for letting us know. It's working out great for AM. AM's got that 6.5.
Yeah, I don't know what ballpark Palace says, but we do have winds blowing left to right across the diamond to first. About 9 miles per hour, 72 degrees, feels like 74.
Much warmer than usual as well. 9.1 left to right. Huh. Okay,
which does help a right-hander's breaking ball.
It does. So I'm going to move on this. I'm just not sure if it'll be the under 9 or the under 5. And I think I'm comfortable with the under 9. I like them both, and there's zero chance I'm doubling up, and there's zero chance I'm going to ever half unit these things. So, with all that being said, we can move on here. Wine time on the Braves at plus 115.
Plus 110, Jim.
Oh, sorry. I do think that the under is the sharp look.
Both team totals are for the first 5 are juiced heavily to the under 2.5.
Oh, wow. Sorry, Am. I thought you had that 6.5, man. I forget who it was who has it in his pocket. I guess you're right then. I guess
it doesn't necessarily mean I'm right.
No, but I guess you're right that it's more appealing. That's what I mean. I guess I can see how it's more appealing.
But you don't bet those.
No, I don't. But I could bet the first 3 under. Even that makes me a little nervous because these guys can settle down. Well, at least Charlie Morton can settle down.
Yeah, they can get hit early.
Okay. Okay. Look, I'll figure this out on my own time, but I do like it, and I do want to be involved in it. Let's roll on. We got the Eldorado custodian in the. Oh yeah, you're right. It's Jacob had the 6.5. Good call, Am. Good call. All right. Let's roll. Let's roll on. Next up for a 6:40 p.m. Eastern with the Chicago Cubs 88-65, 42-36 on the road at the Cincinnati Reds 77-76, 41-34 at home at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. We have Shota Imanaga, the lefty on the hill for the Cubs, 9-7, 3.29 ERA, 0.95 WHIP. Last start, 5 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 homers, 9 strikeouts, so 0 walks and a 4-3 win at home versus the Rays. We got Drewski on the Cubs money line here. On the road, Imanaga has been good, good. Better on the road than he's been at home. On the road, he's allowed 25 earned runs over 12 starts, over 68 in the third, just 56 hits allowed. He's allowed 14 home runs at home, just 11 on the road. Opponents hitting 220 against him. Righties hit him harder than lefties. I don't know how big of a deal that is. I guess it is a big deal when you're playing the Reds. I take that back because the expected lineup has one lefty in it, Friedel, and then Dela Cruz will decide if he wants it from the left or the right.
It's a pretty minimal split, though.
It's pretty minimal. 190, 570 for lefties, 217, 683 OPS for righties. But it doesn't. I guess what I mean is it's not going to hurt the Reds here.
Yeah.
Where there's often situations like we saw yesterday where it does hurt the Reds. We have Lodolo, 8-8, 3.30 ERA, 1.04 WHIP on the other side. His last start was ugly, but it was in Sacramento. And, this year he's been better on the road than he's been at home, but that's a tricky place to pitch. 11 home starts. He's allowed 27 earned runs, more hits than innings, 63 hits and 59 in the third, 12 home runs allowed. He's only allowed 8 at home in the pit, He's only allowed 8 on the road, 12 at home, 267 opponent's batting average. And he's got the reverse splits, but, he's still, you're going to see 0 left-handed bats against him. So I don't think there's too much to put into the reverse splits. Righties hitting 211, 629. So he's doing a great job against righties. Cubbies versus lefties, 232 average, but 735 OPS. Consider the Reds are hitting 246, but their OPS is 641. You know that the Cubs are doing a lot more damage towards lefties. And the Cubs bullpen starting to play playoff baseball, 3.24 ERA, while the Reds bullpen is been struggling. And one would guess it. In this time of year when you're falling out of the playoff race, it's generally not a full bullpen issue, but obviously your bullpen is not helping in these crucial spots. We have Kong's Clips MLB play of the day here for us, and it is the Lodolo train that he's been cashing on so often. Lodolo, 6 or more strikeouts at plus 120 for our guy Kong's Clips. Okay, so we have Lodolo 6 or more strikeouts at plus 120 for Kong. Let's take a look at the weather. Great American Ballpark in Cincy, 86 Fahrenheit, feels like 89, 2.2 miles per hour in, but it's warm. It's warm for this time of year, hot and warm. And Kong says, honestly, getting hilarious how much these strikeout props are cashing, laughing all the way to the bank. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. So let's get into the line history and the cash flow for this one. First off, on the money line, Lodolo is minus 103. Opened up at plus 104, got up to plus 113. There was like a legitimate move towards the Cubs, and that went away. That went away. The Cubs have been a really good road team this year. The Reds are scuffling. I respect that move. I don't think it's an appealing thing to gamblers to back the Reds here against the Cubs. So I do respect it. We've had a 12-cent move to the over. I think part of that is weather related. And also, it's a warm day in Great American Ballpark. So let's take a look at the cash flow and hand it over. We'll get Wine Time to hit leadoff here for this one. We have 59% of the tickets on the Reds and just 46% of the cash. But the markets moved towards them over the last while. 72% of tickets on the under and 66% of cash on the under. Take it away for us here. Wine Time Sports, Cubbies, Reds.
Yeah, 2 games we've talked about and 2 plays I'm going to give out. Moved on it this morning as well. I got the Cincinnati Reds plus 110 on the money line. On that same website, I can get a plus 102. I'm looking at a minus 110 on a website I don't really use. I kind of look at it just to laugh and see the horrible number they give me. And then another one here at minus 101. So it's kind of looking like it's everywhere. It's looking like they're going to probably close here. I'm going to guess around a minus 105, maybe minus 110. I hope at least crush that line movement. I think Lodolo is going to go out there and pitch well, but at the same time, I just think Shota is going to be vulnerable today. You mentioned, I think there's probably going to be a lot of runs scored in this ball game. I was kind of looking at a Reds team total as well here in this spot, but ultimately just decided to move on them on the money line because I got a plus 110. I think it's good money. I think they can hit Shota. I think he's going to be vulnerable. It's going to be a hitter-friendly day at the ballpark. I think the Reds bats are going to be able to get to him. Lodolo, on the other hand, I mean, this guy has been solid all year long. But at the same time, I think he might give up a couple here as well. I think this game's probably going to end up going over, but I think the Reds are going to hit Shota early. We're going to see that bullpen early, and their numbers have gotten better. But I think if depending on how long Shota even lasts in this game, I trust that Reds bats here to get a win. I got the plus 110. I still like it if you can get some plus money on it. If you can't get the plus money on it, I'd probably stay away from it. But I like the Reds here. It's also, to me, a little bit of a fishy spot. Reds, I mean, the Reds are the Reds completely out? I don't think they're completely out of it.
They're only 2 games back.
Yeah, the Mets are doing nothing.
Yeah, they're doing nothing. So, and the Diamondbacks too are kind of taking a step back. So the Reds, this is an important game for them here. Give me the Reds at plus money. There's a reason why they're going to slowly probably move to the favorite in this game. Can you read me off the ticket splits in this, Jim, if you have that up?
Yeah, absolutely. We have 59% of the tickets on the Reds and 46% of the cash. At this point, I think just this move back to the Reds is more telling than the ticket count, really. 72% of tickets on the under and 66% of cash on the under. If we take a look at the last few starts from Shota on the road, he allowed 3 earned runs over 6 innings against the Braves, 3 earned runs over 7 innings at the Giants, 3 earned runs over 6 2/3 at the Cardinals, 3 earned runs over 5 innings against the Brewers. He got lit up by the White Sox, but if we talk about his last 4 starts, they've all allowed, every start he's allowed 3 earned runs. So, you have to think if Lodolo can go 2 or less, you're likely to cash that first 5 and stay away from a questionable bullpen. I wonder if that's the move to make here. Let's just see the price difference before we hand it over to our guy, TJ. Reds are minus 105 here, 365, full game.
Wow.
And then first 5, they're plus 100. So Cubs are 5 cents more expensive. Similar situation that we dealt with the Tigers being 5 cents more expensive here. Take it away for us, TJ. Very interesting spot, Cubs Red.
Yeah, a lot of movement here, and not the way I would have really expected at the beginning. I think Wine Time, I think you're sitting on a good price. Looking at first 5 specifically, Circa's moved 28 cents to the Reds, which is quite a bit.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and with it being warmer than usual, and Imanaga giving up 53% fly balls. I mean, we've seen home runs allowed his last, 6 starts: 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1. So obviously he's given up the long ball much more frequently of late. That's a concern. I have a hard time trusting the Reds versus lefties. Those numbers are quite unimpressive. But with this market movement, like you said, I have to respect it. This is why I love to wait to bet now. You can get ahead of it like One Time did, and you're sitting on a good bet, but sometimes it's just surprises. It's so surprising to me, at least. I mean, this morning you could get at 8:45, you could get plus 115 on the Reds. Wow. So, I mean, it's Reds or nothing to me. And I don't have as much confidence in Lodolo since he came back after getting, he was out. He pitched 1 2/3 against the Cubs on August 4th, and then he was out for 3 weeks. Since he's come back, the K numbers have been down. The pitch count's been down. He was routinely in the 90s, even going over 100. And the last few, he's gone 76, 79, 91. So I have a hard time putting my money on him, but all indications are that they're saying he's going to pitch well today.
He has not pitched at home since July 29th.
Yeah, that's a
Wow.
while.
I don't.
And he did well at home for like his last 6 home starts.
Oh yeah, but still, it's been too long for me. I'm going to stay off of this spot.
Me too. I'd be sitting happy with Wine Time's ticket, but
yes, I agree. I agree. Absolutely, he's in a great place, pregame. But how can I sit here and have a realistic expectation of Lodolo? He hasn't pitched at home in 6.5, 7 weeks. He's had some nice appearances. He's also, being hit, right? We cut that. He got hurt in that Cub start. He's only been back for 3 starts, and they've been tough spots at LA, at San Diego, at the Athletics. But, whatever you want to say, tough spots, whatever, it's 15 innings and 9 earned runs. And then if the Reds were hitting lefties harder, if I could trust the Reds to get to Imanaga, which is still probably the more likely of possibilities. Yeah, I'm gonna have to not be able to trust the numbers with Lodolo here at home just because I haven't seen him there in so long. If did he pitch great any of these starts? Yeah, against the Padres.
Yeah,
the one start against the Padres.
2 hits, 2 strikeouts, 5 innings. Turnbuckle Tommy's asking about the first 3. This is a 4.5 first 5. I'm seeing a 4 pop up at 2 places, which with the weather is interesting. Heavy juice on the under 4.5. So first 3 should be like minus 130.
Let me check right now. It's under 2.5 minus 130.
Yeah, I'm getting same line.
I'm hesitant to bet a first 3 under when a guy is home run prone.
Yeah, I don't
personally.
I think if you cash the first 3 under, I think it'd be a sweat. It's not going to be a relaxed spot, in my opinion. We know that Shota can get tagged. We heard all of the amount of home runs he's allowed from TJ over the last few starts. We know he's not being that sharp on of late. And then I can't trust. I don't like trusting a pitcher who hasn't been in a certain situation for 7 weeks. So I'm moving past it. TJ, you're going to move past it?
Yep.
And then we have Wine Time on the Reds at a great price, plus 110. Turnbuckle says that he really likes the first 3 under. I mean, the market is giving us an indication that it's the right spot. I don't feel that comfortable with it. Wedge Detective says too many fly balls and the 10 home runs show he's living dangerously when he misses spot. Shota Imanaga is a sharp pitcher you can trust most days, but matchup and ballpark matter with Imanaga. It's well put. Okay, let's roll on. Next up for us, 6:40 p.m. Eastern, we have the Athletic 72-81, 39-39 on the road at the Pittsburgh Pirates, 65-88, 42-36 at home. We're at PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Let's grab the Swish Analytics here for weather in Pittsburgh. It's warm. So surprisingly warm weather across North America tonight, which is great. 80 Fahrenheit feels like 82, 5.7 miles per hour to right field. Dies down to 3.1 miles per hour. Let's get into the line history here for Severino and Mitch Keller. Mitch Keller on the bump. I guess, with the, Scherzer stepping up and things, I thought Keller was going to be a Blue Jay, but now we have an abundance of starting pitching. It's really good that they didn't bring him into the mix. We have a total of 8.5. We've had 13 cents of movement towards the over. Opened up juice to the under. The over was 8.5 minus 105. Now it's minus 118. So we've had 13 cents of movement there. Let's take a look at the money line here. And it's offensive weather. We know what the Athletics are doing. The Athletics are minus 106. They open up minus 105. So very stagnant money line market. Let's get to the cash flow here. We have no information on the total. And that's for a few of these games. No information on the total, which I can grab for another book, and I probably will, even though I don't trust that other book's numbers. 58% of the tickets and 87% of the cash on Luis Severino. Well, that makes perfect sense to me. The one thing about the Pirates that you forget because they're 23 games under 500 is that they've been good at home. They're 6 games over 500 at home. But the Athletics are just ripping the leather off the ball. Luis Severino, 6-11, 4.82 ERA, 1.32 whip. Coming off 11-5 win at home over the Reds, 5 innings, 5 runs, 2 homers, 2 Ks. He's much preferred being on the road. He's being much, much better on the road. On the road, 13 starts, 75 and a third, only 58 hits allowed, only 26 earned runs on the 13 starts, so averaging 2 earned runs allowed per start. 6 home runs allowed on the road. He's allowed 10 at home. And lefties are hitting him pretty harder than righties here. We have Ballpark Pal in, and Spooner sent it. Thank you, Spooner, my man. So I would like to touch on Ballpark Pal in those first 2 games.
Yeah.
So we're just all on the same page. The Tigers Braves game at 6:40 p.m. In Comerica. Comerica is, what the hell's wrong with me? Oh, minus 4%. It's minus 17% home runs, plus 2% doubles and triples, and plus 3% singles. I'm gonna move on this. I'm leaning towards the under 9 because if the vulnerability is the Braves bullpen, the Tigers just aren't hitting at all.
True.
And so I would like to have a fresh bullpens. I really am starting to trust the Tigers bullpen again, but I'll figure that out. And there's no chance of a double up. We have wine time on the Reds. We talked about the Imanaga Lodolo situation. We have a Great American Ballpark. It's just plus 2%. I thought it'd be a little higher. This is very helpful to have Ballpark. Plus 13% homers, minus 4% doubles and triples, and minus 1% singles. And then here, and I guess that does explain a little more. That's not as offensive as I was thinking it was. And then Pittsburgh PNC Park here. This is the most offensive I remember it all year. Plus 6% overall, minus 6% home runs, but plus 12% doubles and triples, and plus 4% singles. So we also, with the splits, Severino's being hit harder by lefties. And this lineup has some really, Horwitz, Reynolds will decide, whether he hits from left or right. It's not certain what he'll do. And then O'Neill Cruz will hit from the left-hand side. This is a pretty weak lineup, but we know how, or at least I have a vividness of how hot the Athletics have been because we all cashed on them yesterday and the day before. So let's talk about Mitch Keller. 6-14, 4.13 ERA, 1.25 WHIP, 167 and 2/3, 140 Ks, 45 walks, 18 home runs. King Me says too much info, guys. Be overthinking too much. Oakland money line. Yeah, I think it's if that works for you, King Me, that's great. And I guess you're watching the wrong show, so you maybe roll up a blunt and jerk off. But here, the question is that the Athletics playing at the level that they're playing at, you would think that this would be more in their direction. That's all. I mean, they look very good against the Red Sox. We know what Kurtz is doing. And because we've cashed on them in back-to-back days, I want to move on them. Mitch Keller is 6-14, 4.13 ERA, coming off a 6-5 loss at the Nationals. 5 1/3, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks, 1 walk. At home, he's not been good this year. It's been a real problem. 270 opponents batting average. He's only allowed 9 home runs in 16 starts and 90 2/3. But lefties hitting 268, 762 OPS. Righties 235, 658. You have an Athletics team that's just, as I said, last 30 days against righties, 262, 781 OPS. Just raking right now. The Pirates are doing nothing offensively. And then you have the Athletics, who have the best bullpen in Major League Baseball over the last 30 days. The Pirates bullpen's been pitching pretty well. This is an interesting spot. Let's hear from TJ. Athletics, Pirates, PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm certainly drawn to the A's here. Severino on the road has been so much better. Keller at home of late has looked pretty bad. I mean, his whip's almost nearly 1.6 over the last 4 or 5 home starts. That's bad. ERA over 5. He's been okay on the road, but and he's not giving up a lot of home runs. But PNC doesn't usually yield a lot of home runs, so that's not too much of a concern for me. I'm more focused on this Pirates lineup. I think Severino can get through this. This is a spot where I could see him excelling. He's got such a good pitch mix. He has 4 pitches he throws almost 20% of the time. Keeps these guys off balance, and the Pirates on the season are, 30th, 29th, 28th against those top 3 pitches. I'm not too concerned with his splits with the lineup. He's only going to have to face 3 lefties probably. He's coming off that home loss to Cincinnati. The one interesting game that is a little bit of a concern is giving up, 3 runs at the Angels over 5. But they've gotten familiar with each other with him being on the A's. He's probably faced them 3 times this year. But righties versus the Pirates, we can go down the list of the last few. Savali, 0 runs. Horton, 1. Jameson Taillon, 0. And Tyler Wells, Bradish, Mizorowski all allowed 1. There was a couple in Washington there where they got 3 off them. But, the Pirates have lost 11 of their last 12. I believe the A's have won 7 of their last 8, something along those lines, So obviously we're all going to have a bias to the A's just because of what we've seen. And this might be a spot where I don't run from that. I think the price is good. I am going to wait a little later in the show to see how the splits are coming in, because I would think there's going to be some more movement to the A's. If I see a couple big bets coming on the A's, I'm going to join them. Right now, I'm going to wait and see. First 5, Severino's more expensive. That makes sense. Both bullpens, I think, are a wash because, the A's have been great lately, but their xFIP numbers are concerning. So they've been getting away with some guys on base. And the Pirates have, over the last 14 are in the low 2s. So, I don't think there's a huge advantage late in the game. The A's have been scoring their runs early too. And then just kind of hanging on, it seems like. So I'm liking that A's first 5, possibly A's full game. I'm just going to wait, maybe an hour and see what happens before I move.
With 87% of the money on the A's and it's sitting there at minus 106. I mean, the reason why we talk about these things to the level we do is because I don't want to make a simple statement or I don't want simplicity to fill my head. Oh, I have a bias. I've been watching the A's play good baseball. I just cashed on them back-to-back days. 87% of every 8.7 of every $10 is coming in on the A's, and this line's not moving.
Yeah, my numbers on odds are I'm not getting many books that are reporting. I see 95% at DraftKings on the A's. At another sharp offshore 87, like you're saying. That's why I just want to wait. I just want to give it an hour and see where the money comes in.
If the books are going to show no concern here.
Yeah, the books are going to show no concern. I'm not betting them.
Without a doubt.
But I don't see myself getting to the Pirates.
No, I agree. One time. Anything you want to add, my man?
Yeah, you guys know how excited I am for this Athletics team next year, man. This team, I think they're going to be another bet-on team next year. I think they're going to be better next year. There isn't a team in Major League Baseball that has made me more money than the Oakland Athletics this baseball season. Shout out to them. I was on them yesterday at plus money. I'm not going to be on them today as a slight favorite. Like you said, this doesn't seem like an athletic spot for me. I feel like they should be a little bit more of a favorite, maybe at least a minus 115, maybe a minus 120, but that's what they are first five in the full game right now, minus 107. I'm off this game. I want nothing to do with it. I almost moved on the under last night when I originally capped the card. This was one of the games I had circled, and the more I look at it, the more I think both these pitchers might be vulnerable today, and we might see a little bit more runs here. I just don't know who's really going to get them in this spot with these two teams. I think both of them are going to be able to score runs, and this game's probably going to go over the 8.5, but I ended up staying away from it. It's a pass.
Tariq says, how about limiting today's team total over 4.5 at plus 104? Look, at this point, if the books are not going to move off this number and all this money's coming in on them, I think something's up, and I don't want to invest in it. But let's move on to a game that I have invested in. Next up for us, 7:05 p.m. Eastern, New York Yankees, 86-67, 42-36 on the road at the Baltimore Orioles, 72-81, 36-39 at home. I wonder, and I sent messages, I sent a couple messages out, but I'd already bet it. I wonder if the mistake I'm making here is comparing Trevor Rogers to Hunter Green. And I know they're very, very different pitchers, but we had Hunter Green coming in at home. He allowed 10 runs in 9 home starts. Trevor Rogers has allowed 5 earned runs in 6 home starts. I can't, and look at the sample size is enough. Now, we had more sample size for Hunter Green than we're getting, for Trevor Rogers. But I was like, look, I've been watching Trevor Rogers shove over and over and over and over again. And I'm going to stop just watching it. I want to be making money off of it. He's one of my favorite pitchers. Everyone knows that. I've defended him when he had a 5 ERA and a 1.5 whip when he was a Marlin. I defended him. I backed him all the time. And now he's got the best numbers that we've seen. Now, again, he's not going to qualify for postseason awards, but 8-2, 1.43 ERA, 0.89 whip. And so I bet it. I bet the first 3 Orioles at minus 120. I bet the first 5 Orioles at minus 107. 2 different books. The first 3 was at 365. The first 5 was offshore. We have our guy Spooner. He's on the Orioles first 5 at minus 105. So let's take a look at what's going on in the marketplace here. We have Alec Dirk saying minus 105 to minus 125 for Yankees. Do we consider that dog the favorite flip? I certainly don't. This opened up at 2:57 p.m. with the Yankees at minus 118. It's not moved. This has gotten as high as minus 120 or as low as minus 117. This line's just been sitting there doing nothing. I think for me and for at least my investment, that the more important spot will be what is the line done on the first half or the first 5, and this first 5 opened up, and it's done nothing either. But it opened up at a pick'em here, minus 112 last night. Fourth, very slight favorite to the Orioles. Has moved 2 cents. So let's take a look at the total, and then get the total, get the weather going, and then hand it off to. We'll have Wine Time hit lead off here for this one. So from a total perspective here, I want to go back to the full game. My only concern. And I've had success with Warren. He's coming off a bad start, 6-4 loss to the Red Sox, but I've had success with him. My only concern is that Warren shoves. But then this was a 9, so they're saying that there's a lot of volatility. This 9 opened up minus 117 to the under. Now it's minus 112 to the under. So we've had a slight move to the over 9. 9s have been messing with me right now of late. So you could say, well, why is this a 9? And then you point to the Yankees bullpen being horrific. That's the first thing. I mean, it's been one of the worst bullpens. I mean, it's 6.12 ERA last 30 days. It's just trash. And the Orioles bullpen is not trustworthy. It's been mediocre for the last 30 days, but we've spent a whole lot of this season with it being absolute trash. Let's get to the weather here for Charm City, Baltimore. 80 Fahrenheit, feels like 81, 3.4 miles per hour to left, dies down to 2.1 miles per hour. Let's get into Ballpark Pals expectations here of Camden. We have Oriole Park's the most offensive, second other than Coors, but plus 12% overall. It's plus 6% homers, plus 8% doubles and triples, and plus 7% singles. line history wise, we have here. Oh, I did that already. Sorry. Let's go to cash flow wise here for Orioles, Yankees. We have 50. So this is a concern. This and 57. So we only have 43% of the tickets on the Baltimore Orioles and 90% of the cash. Well, if that's the case, shouldn't this be moving towards the Orioles? Shouldn't it be moving? So I'm a little concerned. 59% of tickets on the under and 62% of cash on the under. On the road this year, Will Warren's had trouble, man. He's had real trouble. 16 starts, 45 earned runs, opponents hitting 291 against him. He's been a little better of late, but we know what happens to Will Warren, and that's that lefties get to Will Warren. And looking at this Orioles lineup, Holiday, Henderson, and then those are key bats early. And then you have Beavers, Cowser, and Basallo late. Lefties hitting 270 with an 801 OPS. And I know I can attack that. The Orioles are not hitting righties. I mean, my concern and why I texted to, why I sent it to TJ, I was like, is this too easy? Is this too easy? Wine Time, take it away for us here. I mean, my bets are in. I did say to myself, you know what, if this moves against me and it's clear that, real sharp action's coming in on the Yankees, and then I can buy out of it if I have to. Wine Time, take it away, Yankees, Orioles.
It's a tough game for me because you look at Will Warren coming off just getting absolutely blown up in his last start, and Trevor Rogers, I mean, this guy hasn't missed a beat all season long. It seems like he's been pitching absolutely lights out. I'm actually a little bit confused why Baltimore might not be the favorite in this, despite the Yankees going to be a playoff team and the Orioles not. Orioles and the Braves are kind of like in the same category for me going into this season. They had high expectations. They had good bats in there. Questions around their pitching. Both those teams are starting to get it figured out this last month and a half of the season, at least playing better baseball, playing baseball that we thought they'd play early on in the season. To me, this is a pass for me because I kind of wanted to move on the Yankees. But, Jimmy, can you read me off I might have missed it. Can you read me off the market really quick?
Yeah, it's huge bets coming in on the Orioles. So 43% of the tickets on the Orioles and 90% of the cash.
Wow. The line's not really moving. I kind of wanted to back the Orioles as favorites in this spot, not really as dogs, because I feel like they should be the favorite in this. The reason why Trevor Rogers, this guy hasn't missed a beat all season long. We've been making money off backing him in the Orioles this season. So I like him. That's probably why I can't fade him in this spot, because you're kind of hoping that he's going to have a bad start. With seeing this total at 9 as well, there probably is going to be runs scored in this one. I passed on this, Jim, but I kind of think the Yankees might be the side if I was going to move on this game. Ultimately, I'm going to stay off it, though.
We got what I was looking for. It's now, it was a 15-cent difference. So since I bet this has moved 5 cents, because I put the first three in at 365. It's moved 5 cents on the full game towards the Yankees, and it stayed at the price for first 5. So now there's a 20-cent difference. And also, this total's a 9, which is high, but the first 5 is just a 4.5. It's not the 5 that you usually see, which indicates, which I'm interested in the first 3 under, but this is very offensive weather. TJ, take it away.
Yeah, I echo everything. I mean, Trevor Rogers, I don't know what there is bad to say about this guy. Just been answering the door on answering the call on everybody he faces. I mean, whether they're a good hitting right-handed team, a left-handed team, he's holding both righties and lefties to an under 200 batting average and under a 5.5 OPS is just insanely impressive. I do get the price. I don't think it would ever be Baltimore favored here, solely because, one, it's the Yankees. They're gonna if you price them there, you're just gonna get hammered. But 2, like the Yankees are 6 games over 500 on the road, and Baltimore's 3 games under 500 at home. Baltimore bats haven't been swinging, and the Yankees bats have been crushing lately. So I think the price is right. I am seeing, the Yankees did get up to like minus 126, even a little bit higher at a couple other books, and now it's coming back down with the Baltimore money coming in over the last few hours. So that's encouraging to me, but I am with Jimmy here, and that huge price difference, first 5 has been so indicative of success lately. And when you see something like that, 20 cents, 25-cent price difference on the dog, the dog turned into a favorite first 5, I want to back that. So I am kind of going to the market is a slightly concerning full game, but the fact that this first 5 is sitting where it's at, I've even seen a little bit of movement to Baltimore at a couple books. I'm going with that. So I have Baltimore first 5 minus 110 on my card. First bet.
I like it. What do you think of the first 5 under? It would be a first 3 under, and remember when this was destroying, it was early in the year when it was cooler temperatures, and I've really kind of stayed away from it as the temperatures have warmed. But plus 12% runs, plus 6% homers, plus 8% doubles and triples, and plus 7% singles. What do you think of the first 5? I mean, but the 4.5 instead of the 5. What do you think of the first 5 under or first 3 under, TJ?
And I think that Warren is going to pitch well. It's hard to see Baltimore getting more than a couple off him, and it's certainly hard to see the Yankees getting a few off Rogers. So I do like that first 3 under. I would assume, with a 9, that'd normally be probably juiced to the over, right?
I'm seeing minus 115 to the over right now. But that Tigers game, I mean, that first 5's a 5, and this one's a 4.5, and it's not really even that juiced to the over. So that's interesting. Yeah,
and it's just the lineup. Warren does struggle against lefties, so that's kind of where I'm banking on Baltimore being able to get a couple off him. But I don't predict it being at a huge. I'm looking at like a 2-1 through 5 type of game. So I would certainly lean under for sure.
I'm interested in the first 3 under. Let's just take a look at the price. Brandon Cummings with great information in the chat. Brandon, thank you for throwing it in there. It's very helpful. Rogers hasn't faced Yankees since July 31st, 2021. A long time here since he has seen him. Let's take a look at
first 3. I'm seeing 2.5 juice to the over at minus 130 right now, Jim.
That's a really expensive price for a 9.
I see 115 each way.
Yeah, that's a good price, because again, when we keep going back to it, but I want things to be expensive. And Spooner saying that he's been having to defend Rogers. Look, if you have a vividness bias on Trevor Rogers, well, you've lost a lot of money this year. So I think I'm going to add the first 3 under. Curious to see what this market does. I've doubled up already on the first 3, first 5. So, I'm in. But I'm interested in adding the first 3 under. The weather doesn't really help here. And Spooner says if Rogers deals here, it could be a tryout for a huge Bronx contract. There's no doubt about it. He could get paid in the offseason. All right.
Both team totals are extremely juiced to the under first 5, which should give you more confidence.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. I like it. So TJ on the first 5, minus 110 for the O's. I have the first 3 and first 5. There's our guy, Matty Ice, in the house. And Wine Time, you're staying off of Yankees Orioles.
Yeah, I'm staying off this one, guys.
Let's roll on, fellas. This is a extremely interesting spot. Nationals Mets at Citi Field in Queens, New York. Both of Andrew Alvarez and Brandon Sproat have been excellent. And it's hard to believe how good they've been they've each had, so Brandon's only had 2 starts and Alvarez has had 3 starts, Alvarez the lefty. So I have all their starts written out. We'll break this down together here. It's a really fun cap, and I needed to get a better sense of who these guys were. I spent more time on Sproat. I think I still have him up here in Baseball Reference. I spent a little bit more time on Sproat than I did on Alvarez, but both of these pitchers look very, very good to start out their careers. And my first thought is, how long is that going to last? I would think that this is going to end at some point, as even like the Mizorowskis. I mean, the only pitcher where it has lasted is Skeens. Every other young pitcher has looked excellent and then got torched at some point. So let's talk about the spot here and talk about these pitchers. We're going to start with the weather in Citi Field, Queens, New York. We have 79 Fahrenheit, feels like 77, 5.4 miles per hour in, dies down at 6.2 miles per hour in. Let's get a ballpark pal up here for Citi Field. It's been wild. Every year, one team or two, and here we got the Mets and the Tigers falling apart. It's the most interesting thing because it's such a marathon of baseball season. I think you go through 140 games and play great, and then you fall apart when it means the most. It's absolutely wild. And the Mets are doing that. Citi Field, as one would expect, is the lowest rated ballpark due to conditions. Minus 12% is Citi Field. It's minus 1% homers, minus 20% doubles and triples, and minus 5% singles. Andrew Alvarez has had 3 starts. On September 1st, well, let's talk about him. Why don't we talk about him first? He was a 12th round pick in 2021 out of Cal Poly. He was not a very really highly thought of prospect. And he has been move over here. He's been really good. He's been really good. Rochester this year, he went 3-7, 25 starts, the 1.35 WHIP, 114 strikeouts and 123 innings. Last year, he went from AA to AAA. And AA in Harrisburg, he was very good. 2.89 ERA, 1.15 WHIP. He went up to AAA and had very similar numbers than he has now. But he's a lefty, and it's working. Whatever he's doing is working. So let's go over his 3 starts. And remember, the Mets are pulverized. Well, not pulverizing is a little much, but the Mets are hitting lefties very hard. And the Nats are hitting righties very hard. This is not an easy situation for these 2 pitchers. The Mets are hitting 257, 776 against lefties. And taint play of the day is in. It is the Astros money line. It is a fun game. We've already heard from LJ, the Trill OG play of the day. So we got lots to talk about for that Astros, Mariners. They're tied. Huge game. Alvarez's first start was September 1st. He went 5 innings. He allowed just 1 hit. Walked 2 batters. It was a 2-0 win at home over the Marlins. Then he went to Wrigley Field through 4 2/3, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 2 Ks, 3 walks, 6-3 win at the Cubs. He looked really good. Then on September 13th, 6 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs, 5 Ks, 1 walk, and a 5-1 loss at home versus the Pirates. And this guy's just been excellent. Spooner says Alvarez came out of the same baseball system at Cal Poly as Brian Wu. He says the staff there is elite. His splits are strong. It's a small sample size in the majors. I mean, lefties are hitting him. Righties haven't touched them. And the lefties, we got some reverse splits. But righty, I mean, that's the angle, is what are righties doing to him. Righties are 113 with a 392 OPS so far. And then Brandon Sproat, this guy looks very, very good. 2 starts into his career. And what a farm system this Mets team has. Brandon Sproat was drafted 3 times. Drafted in the 7th round out of high school. And then the Mets drafted him twice. That's how high they were on him. They've drafted him in the 3rd round in 2022 at the University of Florida. He didn't sign. Then drafted in the 2nd round in 2023. And for good reason. This guy's been quite good in Syracuse. 26 starts, or 25 starts. It's one non-start. But 4.24 ERA. And let's see here, sorry. 4.24 ERA and a 1.24 WHIP. Last year, he went from high A to AA to AAA. And sure, he got lit up in AAA, but he was a monster in high A and AA. And he proved he belonged in AAA this year. And he's pitching very, very well. Matty Ice says, I think Sproat has a very good start here. Irish King on the Mets, -1.5. Drewski says, -210 for the Mets is tricky. So Sproat has had 2 starts. His first start was September 7th. He threw 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 7 Ks, 4 walks, and 3-2 loss at the Reds. Then he threw another 6 innings at home versus the Rangers. Very impressive. Didn't allow a run. Didn't walk a batter. Looked very good. It is lefties that have got to him in his short stint as a major leaguer. And, looking at the lineup that he is expected to face tonight, we know that it's going to be 5 lefties to start off. Is that a problem for Sproat? I would like to say, honestly, except the weather conditions are very helpful, but I would like to say, well, I think the buck stops here. But let's see the market, and then not for Sproat. I mean, for both of them, or one. We have an 8.5. There's been a slight move to the under. That's a high total for Citi Field, especially in these conditions. 5 cents of movement to the over. And then on the money line here, we have the Mets -206. They're big favorites. They opened up at minus 200. Now they're minus 206, 6 cents of movement. And then from a cash flow perspective, get this up. We have no information on the total. 81% of tickets on the Mets, but 63% of cash on Alvarez and the Nationals. Again, the opening line here is the problem. I don't care that it's not moving. I think, well, of course you're going to see that line. What model wouldn't find value on the Nationals? Take it away for us. I'm all ears and very interested. Nationals, Mets, take it away.
And one of the first, I agree. I think this total is telling us that someone is vulnerable, if not both. Just not believing totally everything they're seeing. Like, yeah, Sproat, Syracuse, still a 4.24 ERA and a whip over 1.2. I mean, that's good for a AAA pitcher, but this Washington lineup is going to be trouble for him with his splits. And I know it's a small sample size, but Washington has been hitting righties quite well. Obviously, we know what their lineup is consisted of, so that makes sense. Now the Mets against lefties, I know if you look at their last 30 days, they still look like they're top 5 team in baseball over the last 30 against lefties. But looking at their last 14, and I know that cuts it down smaller than you normally do, but it's still 182 at bats. It's one of the top 5 in baseball. They're only batting 205 with a 538 OPS and a tiny 0.064 ISO. So just those last 2 weeks, if we look at it, if you want to glean anything from that, the last starters to face the Mets from the left side, we have only 2 innings from Hart, but Corbin 4 1/3 shutout. They got to Luzardo, but they didn't get to Sanchez or Suarez. So that's just kind of that 14-day stretch there. Mets, obviously the bullpen is going to be a huge advantage for the Mets. So I don't want to touch full game here. So kind of looking at the first 5, some way to get on it. And the price is pretty telling. It's about a 20-cent difference. It's 20 cents cheaper on the Mets first 5, so 20 cents more expensive, 15 cents, somewhere in that range, depending on the book. That kind of tells me what I need to know. And then you look at this is an 8.5, right? The over first 3 is juiced minus 126, where the last game we talked about was a 9, and it was minus 115. So certainly I think they're predicting someone is vulnerable. And of the 2, I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say it's going to be Sproat. I'm going to take the TJ special here at plus money. I'm going to take Washington first 5 plus a half plus 115. And just kind of hope that analysis is correct.
I think it is nice. You're right. The 2.5 is minus 145 to the over at 365.
Wow.
But again, I would like them to see. I guess what they're saying is it's possible that neither of these guys see the 5th inning, but I would want them to see a lineup a second time. I'm not sure, the big bats in these lineups won't have history with these 2 pitchers. It'll be the young kids, who have history. The first 5 over 4.5 is so juiced, so heavily juiced. I mean, one of these pitchers is going to get touched. And what are you getting the first 5 plus a half?
Plus 115.
So here's my question that I need to figure out is that I've got the Mets versus lefties last 30 days, 257, 776 OPS. But so you're saying that the success that they had was over 2 weeks ago?
Yes. Yeah, the last 2 weeks they're 205 with a 538 and 182 at bats.
Yeah, I think you're on something. Nutflush says Washington team total at 3.5 is sitting at plus 105. What do you derive from that, Nutflush? I'd be interested to hear because I know Nutflush focuses on team totals. Well, I like your look. I'm interested in it. I think it would be a double up spot though for me. I think that I would join you on the Nats team total over, join you on the Nats first 5 plus a half, and then I would also add the first 5 over 4.5.
Yeah, it's interesting. The team total for the Nats first 5 is only 1.5, but heavy juice over. It's 2.5 juiced under for the Mets. So they're predicting like a 2-2, at least in the pricing of the first 5 total. But
I like this. I like where we're at. And you're still getting plus money on that first 5 plus a half.
right.
Yeah, no, I like it. Okay, let's roll on. Next up for us, 7:35 p.m. Eastern, we have the Boston Red Sox, 83-70, 37-38 on the road. And Tariq B's on the Nats first 5 plus a half this morning. Yeah,
Uncle Tommy's on it too. So
I like it.
I like that we're starting to get a lot of first 5 plus a halves. It's taken 2 years, but
they're just.
That's not a bet. If you watch any other show, that's not a bet people make. But there's value.
Oh my God! It's just. I mean, the record speaks for itself. If you, when you track your action, you're like, you see what you're succeeding at. I mean, it's been phenomenal. It's a huge addition to the squad, and named after you as well. That will never go away. That will last forever.
That's great.
Boston Red Sox, Tampa Bay Rays, where Georgia and Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, Florida. Red Sox 83-70, 37-38 on the road. Rays 83-70, 37. And oh no, sorry, I put those records on twice. I know that the Rays record is not that. We're Georgia and Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, Florida. Let's take a look at the weather here in Tampa to get us started. We have 86 Fahrenheit, feels like 87, 5.4 miles per hour. And it's funny how the season, I guess it's seasonal. I mean, this is our first year capping Georgia and Steinbrenner Field, but it must be seasonal because the wind was never like this in the summer.
Yeah.
And now it's starting at 7 o'clock blowing in. Usually you had to wait till 9 o'clock, so very interesting. We'll see what ballpark palette, usually because of the warmth, it still has a spot here. Let's get they're beautiful. Thank you, Jose. Because of the warmth, we still have offensive conditions, but this is only minus 1%. I mean, it's just changed drastically. Plus 9% home runs, minus 7% doubles and triples, and minus 2% singles. DC Capper bookie buster play of the day is in. It's the Boston Red Sox. Billy Friedrich says, we spoke a lot about Crochet's innings last season, and this season already surpassed that innings total by a long shot. Dude is hitting a wall, says our guy, Billy Friedrich. Get DC Capper's action up here. AM Red Sox Rays under 7 says bet under extreme totals. If the home team is in the underdog, game total is 7 or less. Bet under the total. Let's get this copied and pasted. We also have Robert Franklin on the Rays money line. So a lot of action coming in here from the Cappers in our chat. Let me just make sure I've got it all copied and pasted, and away we go. Drake B says, Jimmy, catcher injury issues for the Rays. Red Sox first 5 for him. Get that copied and pasted here, and let's roll. So let's go into the line history here. We know it's not the conditions we are accustomed to, but we're now becoming accustomed to the changing weather conditions. We have the Rays at plus 118. They opened up plus 116. So Red Sox have taken 2 cents, minus 128 to minus 130. Then let's get to that total that AM was talking about. We have a 7, and I see a 6.5 at some books. Now the 6.5 is heavily juiced to the over. This opened up at 7.5. It moved last night to a 7. At first, that under 7 was minus 104. Now that under 7 is minus 122. Just a monstrous move towards the under. Wow. Let's take a look at the cash flow then for Crochet Rasmussen. We have 56% of the tickets on Tampa and 89% of the cash on Boston, but no line move. 75% of tickets on the under and 76% of cash on the under. Turnbuckle Tommy says small sample size, but Crochet has great numbers against the Rays bats that he has seen. Must have great numbers against anybody, man. 16-5. What a year. 2.63 ERA, 1.05 whip, and he's closing in, as Billy mentioned, on 200 innings, 191 and a third, 240 strikeouts. Good God. Spooner says almost 90% of the cash on Boston. This line has moved 1 cent at circa. I'm ready to move on Tampa. Drewski on Boston money line. I think that assessment makes sense to me at this point, Spooner. Last start for Crochet, 6 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 homers, 12 Ks, no walk, and a 6-4 win at home versus the Yankees. On the road, he's had 16 starts, 26 earned runs, 222 opponents batting average. Crochet's allowed 15 home runs at Fenway and only 7 on the road. His splits are very good. Righties 232, 654 have a better chance. Obviously, he's got regular splits for a lefty. Drew Rasmussen 10-5, 2.74 ERA, 1 WHIP. Last start, 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 5 Ks, 3 walks, and 5-4 win at the Cubs. At home this year, he's been incredible in tough conditions. 25 earned runs and 17 starts, just phenomenal. His splits are very good. Lefties hit him slightly harder than righties, but they're very good splits. Red Sox versus righties last 30, 265, 755 OPS. Rays versus lefties, 256, 710 OPS. Red Sox bullpen has been pitching extremely well. Last 30 days, 2.86 ERA. But don't put the Rays bullpen out, man. They're pitching very well as well. Wow, this is a fascinating spot here. I want to touch on the price difference here, just of the what we're seeing first 5. If the books are saying that there is a heavy advantage, I mean, I guess there shouldn't be. So let's see. We have the Rays plus 115 full game and plus 125 first 5. So 15-cent advantage for Crochet and the Red Sox. Does that make sense? I don't know if it does. Let's go. TJ, Red Sox, Rays, take it away.
Yeah, I don't think it makes much sense either. I Drew Rasmussen here. I don't see any reason not to have confidence in him. I mean, what he's been doing at home this season, and now it's going to be weather in his favor. I'm just trying to pull up his fly ball rate here because I got to see. That both of these pitchers only allow 34% fly balls, 48% ground balls. So I totally get the move to the under. A 6.5 isn't for me personally, but man, I don't see how either team is going to score many runs. To have Crochet priced more expensive first 5 is interesting. I think there's a lot of name recognition there as well. Like Spooner said, a lot of tickets on Boston, a lot of money on Boston. Line not moving much, just a couple cents here and there. I certainly see the appeal for Tampa Bay, and this fits this low scoring total. Me trusting the dog first 5 pitcher just fits to an absolute T. The first half plus a half. So that's going to be my bet here. I'm kind of keeping it short, but minus 115. I'm sorry, minus 112. Wait, am I reading that right? Bet on. Oh yeah, plus a half, minus 108. I apologize. I was looking at the wrong line. So first 5 plus a half, minus 108. Tampa Bay. And we're just going to hope for a 1-1 or 0-0 type of game.
Yeah, no, that makes sense here. The only problem is the only reason why it doesn't fit the criteria is because Crochet's more expensive. And you've explained that to yourself in a way that you're comfortable with. Is that fair to say you're comfortable with the 15-cent difference that I'm looking at?
Yeah. And it would make sense that it wouldn't be a bet you would normally make because that first 5 doesn't align. You're looking for it to be about the same price, and you'd probably move on it. But
why would they be doing this? I'm just trying to understand here because, I mean, look, even if you take the body of work for a full season, Rasmussen's better. And when Turnbuckle, Tommy says hard to ignore a 312 team batting average and 853 OPS against Rasmussen. It's very easy for me to ignore it personally because it's all Bregman. I mean, he's had 12 at bats against Bregman, 10 at bats against Duran, and then he's had 10 at bats against everybody else combined.
Yeah.
So Bregman gets to him. He's 891 OPS.
Yeah, 3 for 12.
But but now Story's 2 for 2. Wong's 1 for 1. But like I can get past it here.
And did he pitch against them this year? Let's see.
Yeah, Tommy said that gave up 3 hits in a run last time.
Yeah, just 2 innings.
Sean says public will automatically see Boston and automatically bet them versus Rays. Let's hear from Wine Time. This is a great game to cap. Red Sox, Rays, take it away.
Yeah, I got to just hear you guys cap this game completely down, and I think I know what I'm going to move on this. This might actually be a double-up spot for me. I'm going to go ahead and give out the Tampa Bay Rays on the money line full game. I'm not going to move on the first 5. Interesting enough, at both of my books that I use on a consistent basis, a 25-cent different in the first 5, minus 155 in the first 5 for the Red Sox. I'm not going to take that first 5 there, but something I'm looking at is this under 3.5 in the first 5. And I don't really do this a lot. I don't take a lot of first 5s. My ROI hasn't been successful this season doing that. More focusedly, I'm going to focus on this total, though, because I think both these pitchers are going to go out there and pitch some gems. I mean, I like Drew Rasmussen. I really like Garrett Crochet. Both of these are their aces. These guys are having really good years. I could see both these guys going out there and throwing 6-7 solid innings and not seeing a lot of runs. When do we see a total of 7 at Steinbrenner Field juiced this much to the under? We might see 6.5. How many of those have we seen this year? I'd be curious to know that. I don't think there's very many of them. We saw a couple 7.5s last couple games against the Blue Jays, but we're looking at a 7 juice to the under, and we might see 6.5 here shortly. Makes me think this is going to be an under spot. And I like the Rays at plus 120 here. Seeing that the line's not really moving for the Red Sox, even though the majority of the money is coming in on the Red Sox, if I heard that correctly. And I just think the Rays, I mean, they're still not out of the playoffs. I mean, once they lose one more game, they're out of it, I believe. I still have that Rays to make playoffs ticket in hand.
Oh, looks like we lost wine time there for a second.
3 of the last 4 against Toronto all went under 7 at home.
There were very low scoring games. Ron, thank you for all of that. No, Tommy, it did not. This opened at a 7 that didn't even have much vig to it. This has been a huge move to the under here. This opened up, in fact, at 7.5. Opened at 7.5, 2:57 p.m. yesterday, minus 120 to the under. And you could get that until 9 p.m.
JM, Drew has only allowed more than 4 hits once in his last at least 10 starts.
90. I'm kind of leaning towards. I'm leaning towards a couple things. I agree with Spooner looking at 90% of the cash on the Red Sox and this line not moving, and I agree with Not Flesh On saying the public sentiment is to back Crochet and back the Red Sox in this spot.
Yeah.
What is keeping you off of the Rays full game?
It's a good question. I have to analyze the bullpen a little bit more. I kind of just isolated this one, but Tampa, let me look at what I have. 3.58 over the last 14 days, 55 innings pitched, 3.58 ERA. Boston, excellent, 3.14 ERA. Man, the more I look, the more I want the under, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's moving there for a reason.
Yep.
Huh. And I also think that that this is going to be 6.5 in 2 hours, like a flat 6.5, not quite flat, but close to it.
I agree, and none of the arms I would want to see come out of the Red Sox bullpen pitched yesterday. They all had the day off. So Rays, let's look at their bullpen usage. Baker, Kelly, Jackson, Clevenger, all 3 yesterday, but low enough where they can pitch again today. You know what? I am gonna get ahead of that move because it is going to 6.5.
It is, yeah.
I'm gonna take an under 7. The only interesting thing is, why is it only minus 110 at Circa and everywhere else is minus 20? It's 25.
Apologies, guys. That's the worst when you're giving a breakdown and your internet goes out. My internet's been going in and out the last couple of days. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, guys, officially I'm on the Rays full game money line plus 120. I think they take care of business. I'm going to stay away from the total as of right now. I might add it later. But I was looking at that first 5 under 3.5 at minus 110.
Sorry, putting it. Did you make anything official at one time?
Rays money line plus 120. Yeah.
Okay, so TJ got the Rays first 5 plus a half. That was minus 108.
Yes.
And then Wine Time got the
full game at plus 120.
With this volatility so low, is this a spot that I've not bet one time all year? But is this a plus 1 spot?
Very well could be.
I wonder what that we're looking at on
it's
that.
Cheap.
Right now.
It's cheap.
I'm going to jump off. I have to call my guy at Circa real quick to get this in. 7 minus 110. I'll be right back.
No worries. No worries. Go ahead. We're live at the beach. I love it. Nasty Nate. I love it. Respect. Nasty Nate says Red Sox match. Enough flush on. I'm going to do you one better. I'm going to bet the first 3 under 1.5. I'm going to bet the full game under 7. And I'm going to bet the Rays +1. I would like to pull up the number that I'm going to get here and I'm going to bet it all right now. I'm a little concerned here that it must be done. The other so far this year, the 1.5s around this number have only been in Skeens games, and they've all cashed. And they've been lower than this. The Skeens last one got down to +105 to the under 1.5 first 3. So I just like to quickly see what we're talking about.
I think both these pitchers are going to absolutely duel out there. And you mentioned the bullpen numbers too. We trust both these bullpens. So I want to get on the under in some sort of fashion, whether it's the first 5 or the full game. I don't know if I want to do the 1.5 on that first 3, but I can certainly see this being even a 0-0 game at the end of 3. Like, these guys should go out there and absolutely dominate.
My concern here, and this is it stopped happening because I've forced the stop, is that I would be on like the Rays first 5 plus a half, but we've seen them move, and it's 1-0 at the end of 5, and I lose that bet, but I was right, and I just don't want that to happen. Wager Detective going on the over 7. If you are moving on that Wager Detective, wait. You'll get 6.5s.
Yeah, 6.5s are going to start popping up.
Yeah.
Probably before
they are. They have already. But they're
wow.
going to be across the board. So be as patient as possible here. AM on the under. So I'd like to move on this. I would like to get it in.
Let me check and see. I might move in with you as well, Jim. Let's see what number I can get here on this total. Yeah, I'm still looking at a 7 at the -120 right now. I'm going to play it. I'm going to make it official with you guys. I like it. I think we can trust both these bullpens and we can trust both these pitchers here going out there today. So I'm going to be right there with you guys. I'm going to move on it and tweet it out right now.
Okay. And I'm going to bet it here as soon as you take over breaking down Padres White Sox. I'll set us up 7:40 p.m. Eastern with the Padres 83-70, 36-42 on the road at the Chicago White Sox, 57-96, 32-46 at home. We're at Wright Field in Chicago, Illinois. Wager Detective says book a public overreaction. Yeah, no, I get it. The books are reacting heavily, and it's fair for you to say that they're overreacting. When books overreact, I want things to be expensive. You guys know me. I'm not looking for value. I'm looking to win and win long term and win consistently, and that's what we've been doing. No, Tariq B, I don't bet first 5 unders. I only bet first 3 in full games. So yeah, Coin, I'm not going to build the 2. I don't want to have a ton of VIG involved, even though I guess if I was, let me just take one look here. I know we have the White Sox up, and that's my fault, Jose, but let me just look at this once more. The first 3 all here quick. I mean, should I build the 2-2? I mean, I don't want to be in this VIG prison. The first 3, yeah, it's too expensive for me. You know what? If I was getting what you were getting, I'd probably do it. I think I do it, Coin. I think I do it. We have our guy Billy Friedrich says White Sox first 5 plus a half here. I'll get this in this first 5 plus a half for the White Sox. We are going to talk about Billy's pig milk play today, but we got to keep rolling through this MLB card. Here we go. So thank you for sharing that with us, Billy, my man. So Padres, White Sox, right field. We have Dylan Cease, 8-11, 4.59 ERA, 1.32 WHIP, 157 innings, 201 Ks, and 157 innings. He's not had a very good season, but still getting the strikeouts. Last start was Thing of Beauty, 11-3 win at home versus the Rockies, but he was going up against the weak hitting Rockies. And on the road this year, he has struggled. 46 earned runs in 15 starts. Now, he has allowed 11 home runs at home, just 9 on the road, but he's not been very good here on the road. Spooner says, I'm going to try to be on this over 6.5. He says, when I have more than a run of CLV, the ROI is terrible. I get it. No, SF9 749er. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it because you're getting plus money, but the 7-run outcome is so prevalent in baseball.
Yeah, 7 is a great middle.
Yeah, you want to. 7 is a great middle, but you also, I think you need the push in play. Let's get. Sorry, I got Jose back. I don't know if I'm pressing the right. Let's see if I can do it here. If I can go. Oh no. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. You know what? I want to get my action in here. So I've set up this. I'll just set up the weather for you one time and then take over. Okay. The weather here at Rate Field, and I want to get this in. The weather in Rate Field in Chicago, Illinois, 77 Fahrenheit, 5.7 miles per hour in. That's down at 4.2 miles per hour in. I can hear it in my voice when I'm about to make a bet. You know, it's a good feeling. You know, I just can't. You're like, fuck, I love it. We have the Rate Field plus 1%, plus 18% home runs, minus 14% doubles and triples, and minus 1% singles. So here we go. One time takeover and then send it over to TJ. I want to get this in.
Yes, sir. Yeah. San Diego Padres against the Chicago White Sox here. When I capped the card yesterday, guys, I had White Sox plus 1.5 circled. I thought I was going to, at minus 120, I thought I was going to beat the line movement. I thought the line was going to move towards Davis Martin and the Chicago White Sox. Thankfully, I didn't. There's 2 spots that I could have moved on yesterday that I thought was going to beat the line movement, and I didn't. And today I woke up thinking I'm not going to take them. I'm not going to take the White Sox here, even though I do like Davis Martin here, and you're getting a nice plus. You're still getting plus 1.5 out of minus 105 right now. Dylan Cease, on the other hand, I mean, this guy, we know what he can do on the mound. He's got really good stuff. We've talked about it all season long. Just hasn't really been able to put that product out on the field. But I do think that he's a guy that we can back in certain times. This was ultimately a pass for me. Seeing this total at an 8, it is juiced to the over at minus 120 here. I don't know. I like Davis Martin. I think he's a good pitcher. I think he's going to be good next year. I think he's going to be a guy we can back. In this particular game, not too sure because the Padres do need to keep winning ball games. The White Sox, I mean, it's like the White Sox, Nationals, Angels, and Rockies right now who are just have completely thrown in the towel. You look at their lineups they're putting out there every single day, and you can't expect to win ball games at this level, especially against a team that's still fighting right now. The Padres want to be hot going into the playoffs. And this is one of the deepest lineups in baseball, one of the deepest lineups I've ever seen personally. When you look at them 1 through 6, it's absolutely solid. Not a lot of holes in that lineup. But it was a pass for me. I had a lean on that plus 1.5, but it went 15 cents the other way. So I'm ultimately going to pass on this. TJ, what do you have on this game?
I agree. I mean, San Diego, this is a gift of a series right before the playoffs. They get to go to Chicago. Interleague. I hate how they do that at the end of the season. I feel like you should be playing in division right now. Yeah. But San Diego. I mean, San Diego is crushing righties currently. They are, 4th weighted runs created plus OPS over the last 14 and 6th over the last 30. They struggle a little bit with the fastball, but that's Drew Martin's pitch 32.5% of the time. They're just kind of middle of the pack. And this is a game they got to win. And granted, they're kind of sitting in that second position, but they could still technically lose it. If they sweep this series, they got it locked in. It's pretty much what they got to do. The White Sox bats, I think this is a lineup Cease can get to. He just pitched back-to-back against Colorado, but one was on the road, only 1 earned run over 5. He's certainly been up and down, but got to get into playoff mode here. You think he wants to have a real good confident start in this one. And righties against the White Sox, I mean, Tyler Wells, 1 run over 6 innings, Creamer, 2 runs over 5 2/3, Bradish, 1 run over 5, 2-0. So you can keep going down the list, and they're just not getting the righties. Bullpen-wise, obviously, big advantage for the Padres. I know the White Sox bullpen over the last 14 has been okay, bottom half last 30. And like I said, I think this is just, hey, go in there, guys, get the sweep done, get in, get out, and then we can rest a little bit and sit in our second wild card position. So with the market movement, I don't know if that was touched on here, but we have 75% of bets, 73% of money on San Diego, and we have about a 30-cent move. I'm sorry, a 24-cent move from the opener, minus 159, now sitting at minus 183. So markets are respecting, or books are respecting the market here. and it just all makes sense for me for a -1. So I'm going to build that -1 while Jimmy takes it.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. One of the issues is that I've been very high on Davis Martin, and he screwed me, and I got very lucky. I remember I was talking to both of you guys at the time because that was when there was the error. It was against what's his name from the Yankees today. God, what the hell's wrong with me? Will Warren. Yeah, Will Warren was actually pitching well, but there was a blatant error and loaded bases, and then I got a grand slam to what was it, to push the first 3 or
yeah,
I had the first 3 plus a half, so that got me paid for the first 3. But Davis Martin looked bad and got pulled. Yeah. So I'm curious to see what home starts he's had since then, because I don't want that. Obviously, he screwed me. I should have just got paid in that one. I lost the first 5. He just didn't have it. So that was he's had 3 straight road starts. He's been pretty good, but that was his last home start. Yeah, I think this is an absolute. I think that you nailed it, TJ. And we don't even question whether they weren't a bigger favorite. The White Sox have been okay at home,
right?
And they're 14 games under 500 at home. The Padres are 6 games under 500 on the road. So,
yeah, the opener make the line makes sense to me.
Yeah, and then the move makes sense too.
Yeah. I built it. I got a -140. Well, I bet -141 at the exchange, but 144 with books available to everybody now.
Yeah, and you need the full game. You want the bullpen to be in play, and I can understand Billy Friedrich, who's made so much money on White Sox first 5 plus a half. I get it. Last home start with Davis Martin, I did it, but I'm gonna rock. So sorry, what did you get the Padres -1 at, TJ?
Padres -1. Let me look back. Money line -174, run line -109, so it's a 143.
Oh, because it's a road team, so you're just not getting them the same.
Right. It's expensive.
It's expensive, but we've talked about that. I fear I'm gonna have to pay more than you, but I'm gonna only take the -1, especially with the 8.5 down to 8, implying that there's low volatility. All right, Wine Time, you're off of this one.
I'm off this game. I originally had a lean towards the White Sox, and when I saw that move this morning, I mean, I like where TJ's at on that -1 at the -140. I don't think that's a bad bet at all. I mean, I think you're paying juice for a reason. I think they take care of business today. I'm going to stay off it, though.
Oh, happy birthday to the chillest. Rocked OG Lowbagger here in the house. Happy birthday. So we have the Wager Detective and the chillest birthday. Great guys celebrating their birthdays. The chillest and the Wager. Absolutely. You can get a birthday pick. Absolutely.
Oh.
I cashed yesterday's birthday pick. So we're moving in the right direction. I'd lost 2 in a row and it was eating at me. Absolutely. The chillest and Wager Detective. Now, I want to wait. So you guys have to come back to the end of the show because I really want to have all of the information. But yes, and we'll get one from TJ for MLB, and then Wine Time can choose between MLB and college football. We'll get one from everybody for you guys. Absolutely. Happy birthday, chillest, and happy birthday, Wager Detective. Love it. Respect. I want to move on this now. I think this line's going to keep moving, so I'm going to ask for this to go again here. Wine Time, can you set up Blue Jays Royals and hand it over to TJ?
Oh, of course. Let me pull this up right here. We got Maximus Scherzer here on the mound for the Toronto Blue Jays, the Apple TV game against the Kansas City Royals. Still fighting to get that playoff spot, man. Lorenzen on the mound here for the Royals. Kind of been a journeyman these last couple of years. I mean, I remember when he signed with the Angels, it was like that was one of the only teams that would sign with him. He's pitched pretty well. I mean, he had that no-hitter a couple years back or last year. I forgot what it was. Shout out to him. But Blue Jays, I mean, you guys know me. I got futures in my back pocket on them to win their division. Plus 700, we gave that out. I mean, that Friday, a couple weeks before the All-Star break, I want to say, Jim, forgot what it was. We're going to throw the Rays tickets away in the trash, but this by itself is going to take care of that. Shout out to the Toronto Blue Jays. I'm looking forward to see who they're going to be matched up in the playoffs. Royals, on the other hand, like I mentioned, still fighting for that playoff spot here. This is an interesting one. I mean, Scherzer, this is a big-time game for the Royals. Blue Jays, I feel like, are kind of already running away with it. They still need to win these next couple games.
3 games back. Yankees are just 3 back.
3 games back, yeah. But Blue Jays they should take care of business in this one, but I'm a little concerned, I guess you could say. I mean, you look at Scherzer on the mound for the Blue Jays in kind of a must-win game, and they're minus 127 right now. Curious to see what this line opened up at. TJ, you could bring when you talk, if you could let me know that information as well. But I want to look at this first five here really quick to see if there's much of a difference, to see who they're giving a pitching advantage to. Because I'm going to guess Lorenzen's probably okay. So the Blue Jays are minus 120. The first 5 rows are plus 100. Plus a half, they're minus 130 right now. I don't know. Part of me wants to take something on the Royals here, and maybe in the first 5 innings, it is a little expensive at the minus 130, but at the same time, I think the Royals might be the spot here in the first 5. Team totals over 1.5 minus 135. I think they can get 2 runs off Scherzer here. TJ, take it away though, my guy.
Before you do, and I'm just getting my action in, I was astonished at this line.
Yeah,
I was astonished at the move towards Lorenzen. Remember, they pulled Lorenzen from their starting rotation.
Wait, what did this line open up at, Jim?
I'll let TJ hit that because I've got all this up to set. So, but I was astonished at the line. I was astonished at the market move. The whole thing was very interesting, and I can understand your angle because of it. But I'll be listening here. I'm just gonna get this all out.
Yeah, so I'll touch on the line here. Opener minus 134, Toronto. It got up to minus 142 this morning at 7:30, plus 128 on KC. So it's gone from minus 142 to now minus 128. So 14 cents since 7 this morning, with 68% of bets and 90% of cash on Toronto.
Crazy.
So that is a Kansas City or nothing, guys, in my opinion. The over-under is it's been sitting at 9 minus 115 pretty much ever since it opened. So not much movement there. We do have some cash, 69% of the cash on the over, 60% of the tickets. So there's some money on the over. Line is not moving that way. And certainly all the money is on Toronto here with a line move to Kansas City. I don't see my X's and O's don't really support that. Now, it's not like Scherzer's been good. I mean, 3 of his last 4 starts, he's given up 4 runs. Minnesota, Milwaukee, and the Yankees, 2 against Baltimore through 5 innings with 2 walks, so 6 base runners. His whip has been steadily increasing. He is getting up there in age. I will say Kansas City really is one of the worst fastball hitting teams in the league. Scherzer throws 48% fastballs. So they're 29th in baseball over the last 30, and they're 25th full season against fastballs. So that's a bit of a concern if you're a Royals backer. And obviously the Blue Jays bats, over the last couple of weeks, they've cooled off a bit, but they were just playing in Toronto in that ballpark with wind blowing in, in Tampa with wind blowing in, and we saw those runs or those scores getting suppressed. So over the last 30, they're still top 5 in baseball against right-handed pitching. Lorenzen, I mean, his last 5 starts, he's got an ERA over 7 with a whip over 157, and the market's moving to him. Is certainly interesting. He only pitched 1 inning last time out, and he only pitched 3 innings against Philly the time before that. And in 3 innings, they got 10 hits, 2 walks, and 6 runs off him. So I don't see how Toronto doesn't score, but this line the total's not moving over, and it's going to Kansas City. Like fishy. I'm off.
Because you can't back Lorenzen. That's why.
I mean, they're telling you to, but I don't see it in my numbers, and again, like we talked about yesterday, I have to take the market into consideration, but I can't not take my numbers as well. So in those instances, now it screwed me in the Giants game. Like we talked about that, but the numbers just didn't line up, but the market was screaming, and we left winner on the table. And might be doing that again here today. But, my model has Toronto winning this thing pretty easily. So, I had value on Toronto up to minus 130. But I'm not going to bet it with the way it's going.
Okay. I am relieved. Everything out, everything bet, and put it on X. So Nutflush says the comment I made yesterday is definitely true with the mindset behind closed doors. So for those of you who missed that yesterday, that the Royals have let go. They're not trying. So the last start for Lorenzen was horrific, but it was at Philadelphia. He had a cup of coffee with them, and he just got lit up and smoked by them. At home this year, he's been quite a bit better than he's been on the road. His splits, I mean, he's just getting crushed everywhere. I agree. This is also the spreadsheet play of the day from our Ron Crawford, the Toronto Blue Jays, for our guy Ron Crawford. And we've got his best bets in all sports, which is such a we're so fortunate to have from our guy Ronnie Crawford. The Blue Jays spreadsheet play of the day. Yeah, I agree. Now, I bet you if we let go, and we've been telling each other, not to ever do it, but if we just let go and follow the market, I think we'd probably have a positive ROI on those spots.
Yeah.
But it's a slippery slope, and you don't want to be doing that in all sorts of sports.
Yeah, Kansas City's 7 back of the wild card with 9. I mean, they're out. They're technically not eliminated, but they'd have to win every game and need a lot of help above them. So yeah, they're packing it in. So why is this line doing what it's doing? I mean,
it's insane to me.
Jose would be on Kansas City in this game.
Yeah.
I'm pretty close to moving on Kansas City in the first 5, not the full game, just the first 5. It's just a little juicy at -130 with the +0.5. I'm gonna lay off it as of right now, but this might be something I add later on.
So the price difference here, public book 365, Jays -135. Wow. Fuck, man. The Royals. Oh, fuck. The Royals are +115 full game, which makes no sense. And they're +100 first 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's just fucking insane. Absolutely insane. Gorky talking about the Tulsa money line spot. Gorky, why don't you jump on with us for those first 2 games Friday? Because I know you got the Rutgers game. So why don't you jump on and you can discuss your thoughts and whether you want to move on it. Rod's Wax says bet under the total in Kansas City home games after scoring 1 run or less. The unders record during the 2025 season, 12-1. Well, you know what? I have been a Lorenzen fan and backer ever since he signed that $12 million 1-year contract for the Tigers. I respect the Tigers brass, and when they signed him, I was like, this guy's got value. I know he's got value. And yeah, he's been passed around the league. But they're telling us that Scherzer is going to go out there and get touched. And I don't find that hard to believe.
Yeah.
So what I have to think, okay, Lorenzen wants a job next year. He's been pulled from the starting rotation. He's probably got a fresh arm, which doesn't always help, right? Because you can lose location.
I mean, he's moaning and growing out there in the 3rd inning. It seems like it's crazy when you hear him throw those 88-mile-per-hour fastballs. It sounds tired out there. It's crazy.
So I'm moving on the Royals first 5.
All right, I'm with you, Jim. Are you moving on the money line or +0.5?
I mean, I don't think it doesn't. I think it's just I can't take. It's just they're too big of a it's too big of a favorite spot. I'd rather just not have a big situation and deal with those consequences. But let me just see what that price point is, because I'm also interested in what the first 3 is.
I'm officially moving on the Royals first 5 +0.5 -130. I'm gonna make it official right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's minus. You know what? We keep saying it over and over again, and this fits the spot, but it's -145 at Bet365 for Lorenzen first 5 +0.5. But again, just because I missed it, and now I've got all my action, and I don't need to rush on this too. I want to see what happens with this market, and I don't need to send this in right away. But if we get to the total, this is a 9. They're saying there's volatility. If this was I'm really moving towards the TJ special with low volatility.
I'm assuming the Ballpark Pal has this as a negative.
Ballpark Pal, let's pull it up right now. No, +4% overall. It's interesting. It's -20% home runs, +18% doubles and triples, and +6% singles. I have faded Scherzer a few times this year, and he gets doubled to death.
Yeah.
He's not, and that's got to be it. That's got to be it. That it's that there you get contact with Scherzer, but you don't go yard that often. But he's allowed 16 home runs. What am I talking about? 16 home runs and 79 in the third. Only 5 of them have come on the road. Tariq, this is more of. There were so many reasons to be concerned about Webb against the Dodgers. I think here, because Yamamoto was so capable of shoving. Here, the market's telling us fade Maximus Scherzer. It's not saying bet on Lorenzen. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear. That sucks. Our guy BJ says somebody hit a run on one of his cars.
That's the worst.
Handling that. So sorry, man. Fuck BJ, it's awful. I'll reach out. I'm sorry, really sorry to hear. Yeah, take the time, man, and then come back anytime it works for you. And you'll be welcome with open arms here. Sorry to hear that. Rod Zawacki says F the side and take the under. He says bet under the total in Schneider road games after getting shut out. The under's record is manager of Toronto 15-1. And I've been messing up with the. I've been messing up with the nines. You could very much be right. It certainly doesn't say F the side to me. I mean, this is screaming that you have to fade Scherzer in some way. You have. Oh, I guess it's not as much as I thought. Look at that. So we've got 40% of the tickets on the Royals and 75% of cash. Wow.
On the Royals?
Yeah. That's what I've got right here. I've got 40% of the tickets on the Royals and 75% of cash on the Royals.
That's totally different than what I got. Interesting. Well, we did just have a big move to Toronto.
We just had one?
Yeah. Like 9 cents.
That's okay.
Circa moved from minus 125 to minus 137.
Yeah, I got mine went from minus 127 to minus 134 for the Blue Jays. I wonder what the first 5, if that changed at all, because I just placed that. Let's see.
Okay, I see where you see BOL 40%, 75%, but that's off of what everyone else has.
Yeah, Coin saying is odds boards line. Well, that's fine. That's fine. I'm going to just see what happens with the market. I've copied and pasted the pertinent information. I copied and pasted the stuff from Rod Zawacki. I'm not changing my plan at this point. But if it's not in an extraordinary, if it stays around, opening line kind of thing, and now I can get that first 5 plus a half, I will. If this moves 7 or 8 cents, so I can get that, I will. I will. So that was still a fun cap. But the only official play here is from Wine Time, and it was Royals first 5 plus a half at minus 130, which was still quite a bit better than I was being offered. Remember, I was being offered. Well, I mean, just at 365. I could get it offshore cheaper, but okay, let's roll on. Next up for us, 8:05 p.m. Eastern with the Miami Marlins 73-80, 37-38 on the road at the Texas Rangers 79-74, 47-28 at home. Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. We have Jansen Junk going up against Tyler Molly. I imagine that the roof is. Must be. Got to be hot in Texas if it's that hot everywhere else. But let's just quickly check the weather in. And yeah. Oh no, this should be. Oh, it's right at the. They'll probably keep the roof closed, but keep an eye on that. It's very important. Jansen Junk 6-3, 4.48 ERA, 1.19 WHIP. The first 5 just moved BetMGM 5 cents. Thank you, Turnbuckle Tommy. Important information. Last start, 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks, 1 walk in a 6-4 extra inning win at home over the Tigers. On the road, he's pitched in 9 games. He started 6, 48 in the third, 51 hits, 20 earned runs, 28 Ks, 5 walks, 4 home runs, 274 opponents batting average. And Jansen Junk is not a bad pitcher. He's pretty predictable because he gets righties out and lefties hurt him badly. And this is a tricky lineup. It's like the Orioles lineup when you have the first and third batters hitting from the left-hand side. Heim will switch and hit from the left-hand side, and then Osuna. So it's not a great lineup for Jansen Junk. And then we have Tyler Mahle, who we haven't seen in a long time. We haven't seen him 3 months. Right shoulder strain. He was pitching very well before then. And his numbers at home were insane. Like absolutely insane. Now, do we expect him just to carry that over? He had 3 rehab starts. Last one was good. 4 shutout innings, 6 strikeouts. That only took 52 pitches. So he's going to have a limited workload. In 8 home starts this year, he's allowed 4 earned runs. In 44 innings, he's allowed 0 home runs. Can we expect him to continue that? Marlins are not hitting righties with any power. 256.97 OPS. Rangers are hitting righties decent. 262, 744. Marlins bullpen's trash. This is a very interesting spot here. So let's pull up the line history and the cash flow here for Texas, Miami. This total has dropped to 8, which I would think implies that the roof is closed. The 8.5 was a pick'em. Now it's an 8, and it's juiced to the under 8. So it's a very legit move towards the under. On the money line here, we have minus 145 for the Rangers. It's fishy. As the Marlins gone from plus 140 to plus 131. Very, very fishy. Let's see the Chillis liking Miami here. And Coin saying Texas is 10 cents cheaper. First 5. Action Jackson on the Rangers -1. Well, they are implying that things will have changed in 3 months. We have 73% of the tickets on Texas, 62% of the cash on Miami, 57% of tickets on the over. Let me do that again. We have 57% of tickets on the over and 88% cash on the under. It has dropped to 8.5 to 8. And Tariq says Marlins also coming out of Coors. Says he'll take the Rangers. So again, you guys, do trust however you are getting paid. But this line move away from the Rangers and towards the Marlins is fishy. And if you still bet these, you have to put an asterisk that this market was moving against the public play. And then you got to track those games with the asterisk and make sure you're getting a positive ROI. Because my prediction is you're not. You could win this one. And I'm not telling you to get off of a bet. But you have to track these situations when you're going up against the market move and you're on the public side. So I do not want Jansen Junk. I do fear what Tyler Mahle can do, which means that I'm going to be off of this spot at this point, unless I find a way to be on the Marlins, and I'm not going to. Now, Jansen Junk is coming off a nice start, but against the Tigers team that's not hitting. So Wage Tech says people fading Mahle off the bad start. Off the layoff. Yeah. That is what's happening. The more important issue is the books are respecting it. That's all. Let's roll through here. Wine time, Marlins, Rangers.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Tyler back in such a big game for the Rangers. I mean, this is almost a must-win situation for the Rangers. They haven't taken care of business these last couple games. They need this win right here, but you already mentioned it. I mean, this line's not really moving towards the Texas Rangers here. Tyler coming off the IL, he had those 3 starts in the minors, looked good in this last one. I mean, going into the season, they talked about that he had those shoulder pain. He had shoulder problems going into this year. I remember touching on it when we talked about him in the beginning. It just didn't really look the same out there. And his numbers still, I mean, you look at his numbers, they probably could have been better. In the last couple starts he went out there, he looked awful, looked absolutely awful and got shelled in those starts. I don't necessarily know if he's ready to go in this spot. And this is just such a big-time game. I mean, I'm going to assume, I play with this guy in Little League, give or take, and this kid's a gamer no matter what. You know what I mean? He's a hard worker. He was his whole life, and I expect him to go out there and give him his best effort. Am I going to put money on it? Absolutely not, just because when I look at this from a market standpoint, I look at the Miami Marlins, and I think that this could be a spot for the Marlins, and the Marlins have been playing good baseball the last couple months of the season. They're 6-7 games under 500 at this point with this team. It's still crazy to think. I think Marlins are the side here. I couldn't end up getting to the window on them just because I think Tyler's going to go out there and pitch probably well. But at the same time, I saw that he's going to be limited to 75 pitches today, as we could assume. So And the way his pitch count was going this season, I mean, we saw it. He was throwing like 22 pitches in the first inning at times. He's throwing way too many pitches too early in these games. He needs to go out there and get quick outs, not really necessarily worry about the strikeout, I think, early, especially if he's not going to go out there and throw more than 4 innings. Just go out there and try to get outs. He's a gamer. I'm staying off this game. It's going to be a pass for me. TJ, take it away.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. This is a pass for me. I rarely would ever bet somebody coming off of a 60-day IL stint. Even with 3 rehab starts, I got to see him against pros. Now, you could argue Miami's lineup isn't really that great, but they're still middle of the pack. Junk, gosh, this guy started the season and we were like, whoa, what, he had in his first 7 outings 1 run or less allowed. But you look at what he's done over his last, handful. It's 6, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 6, 3, 4, 3. So it's just your below average dude getting thrown out there, take up innings for them, in my opinion. Now, the Texas bats don't give me confidence. I know they got 3 lefties and his splits are bad, but Jock Peterson's your DH batting third. I mean, he's batting like 200 this year. So it's hard to predict, and I got to respect the market. So I'm just off this one.
Yeah.
Easy game for me to pass.
Yeah, very easy. Or bet the Marlins.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that. Rod Zweig says Marlins team total over 3.5. So they're 45-30 plus 10 units on the road covering team totals this year. Says bet on Jansen Junk and road starts on the money line in the second half of the season. Junk's team record 7-1.
The Rangers are 19 games over 500 at home.
This is insane.
Yep.
Insane. Let's roll on. So, TJ, I guess you could guess what I have in capitals beside the time, 8:10 p.m. Eastern for our next game, Guardians, Minnesota Twins. And I haven't followed through with it, but I have must fade Guardians.
Really?
And I want to see what's going on with the market. I don't know if I'll follow through with it, but that's what I have here written. WT in the house says the Jungle Bar Leche girls need a play of the day. Place is slow. The kids need to eat. Our guy WT. I'm going to put that right with the birthday picks here for Wager Detective and the chillest. You got to help out, man. Got to help out. And I do plan on being in Costa Rica next July to rock with you, WT. All right, let's roll here. Let's roll. We have Guardians, Twins, Target Field, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's get into the weather here. We have an angle that is losing badly with the 7-game winning streak switching cities. And it never has. It's always been such a big ROI. It's been bad this year. We have weather in Minnesota. We 69 Fahrenheit, rain, drizzle. Do you think this game goes?
Hard to tell because I don't know what the weather's really like there, but it's saying it's going to go.
Yeah, I thought it was going to go. Let's just take another look at.
I imagine they're going to try anything they can to get it in. They don't want to have to make up a game this late in the season.
No, they certainly don't. So they have thunder showers early, and then it's just light rain, and it stops later in the night. So, yeah, I think it goes. It might be pushed a little bit here.
Yep.
Mr. Tomatoes on Guardians, first 5 and full game. Alec Dirk says huge line movement here. Nate Cerna says Guardians need this one. Twins have nothing to play for. Yeah, I agree for sure. So the Ballpark Pal has target field even, -1% homers, -4% doubles and triples, and +3% singles. Let's take a look at that line history. Here we have a move. When did it happen? It happened. So this line came out at 2:57 p.m. And then so overall it's moved 19 cents, but I'm telling you, the +109 for a team on a winning streak, at least 7 games. Everybody and their mama is going to run to back the Guardians. Why would they have opened it at plus money? I keep seeing these spots where we saw it. Well, the last spot that was exactly like this was in a WNBA game, but they put out a line of -2.5 for the Liberty at home, the defending WNBA champions, and everybody and their mama bet them, and then it moved 2.5 points in their favor. So the Steam Chasers got on, and everybody came in, and everybody got involved, and they got destroyed. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but if you think the books are going to give you a plus money spot on a team that's now 10 games over 500, winning and winning and winning and winning against a team that's 20 games under 500 that has no reason to play, I think it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't work like that. Sports gambling does not work like that. And we've been talking more this year, and it's been working about how let's not focus on line movement as much. Like we can, it's important, but let's also focus on where this line opened. This line opened in an insane price. Insane. Now, Parker Messick, let's talk about him. He's looked very good. 3-0, 2.64 ERA, 1.10 whip. His last start was a thing of beauty. It was at home versus the White Sox. He's been on the road for 16 1/3. He hasn't allowed many earned runs, but he's been hit crazy. He's been hit like crazy.
Yeah.
24 hits and 16 1/3 on the road. Now, he handles damage. He gets double play balls. He gets out of tough spots. 24 hits, it's insane to me. 24 hits in such a short period of time. Second round pick out of Florida State. We've been capping him, and he was very good in AAA this year, 5-6, but 20 starts, 3.47 ERA, 1.22 WHIP. He earned this opportunity last year. He was in high A and then double A, pitched great both. Then was in Columbus, and he's earned this opportunity. So we have the righties, hit him pretty hard. A 321, 760 OPS. There will be two lefties in this lineup. Wallner batting 5th, and Julian batting 9th. Then we have Pablo Lopez, 5-4, 2.64 ERA, 1.10 WHIP. He's been good since he's come back. Now he's got consecutive home starts. He's had 5 home starts this year. He's allowed 8 earned runs. Righties, he's just mowing down. It's lefties that get to him. And there's lefties in this lineup. The whole lineup is going to be lefties. Mm-hmm. So that is not good. Kwan, Schneemann, Ramirez is the switch. Manzardo, Naylor. So you're going to have 5 lefties. You're going to have 1 right-handed bat in Arias in the lineup. That's a problem. That's a problem. So Guardians are not hitting righties at all. 221, 635 OPS. They're just playing playoff type baseball. Clean, good pitching, great bullpen. The Twins are raking lefties right now. Destroying them. 288, 26. So yes, this is not a good lineup because of all the left-handed bats. What the hell have these left-handed bats been doing? Squad ass fucking nothing. And there's no reason to bet this right now, because this line's still moving to the Guardians. And I don't care how it's going to have to move 60 cents for me to show any concern, or 40 cents. I don't care that it's moved 20 cents. It's just the opening line is fucking fool's gold. And I could be wrong here, and I'll deal with those consequences. The price difference for the Twins first 5, 15 cents more expensive than full game. So this is going to be a Twins first 3 and first 5, because the Guardians bullpen is allowing 3.3 runs less over 9 innings than the Twins bullpen. TJ, take it away. Guardians, Twins.
Oh, I agree about the opening line is going to get Cleveland money. And I think people look at Messick's numbers and see these great starts, and I agree, but looking deeper, like you talked about, the hits, the runners on base, he's just getting out of trouble, and he's getting saved by that bullpen coming in and having a very high left on base. He's got an 88% left on base percentage, which is extremely high, stranding runners. Very good fly ball rate, induces a lot of ground balls, so he can get those double plays. But I think he's going to be in trouble against a lineup that's full of righties here. And you touched on Lopez. yeah, Cleveland isn't doing anything against righties, but Lopez is vulnerable to righties, and I see this total, and it just makes me want to bet an over. But with the pricing of the first 5 favoring Minnesota so much, even with the Cleveland being favored now on the game, dog to favorite, Minnesota is still -115 to -120 most books for the first 5. That tells me that Messick is the one that's most vulnerable to me, and I'm just going to isolate him, and I'm just going to take advantage of reading past those great starts in ERA and believe that Minnesota can get some runs. So it's juicy, but I did this in the A's game before. I'm going to take a first 5 over here. It's going to be first 5 over 1.5, and it is -140 is the best price I can find. But I expect Minnesota to get a couple runs here. I also kind of like the first 5 over, the full game over, but I'm just going to stick with Minnesota team total first 5.
I like it. I like it a lot. Wine time, your plan.
Yeah, I'm getting that same number here for the Twins team total. I kind of like that, TJ. It is juicy. It's -140 right now. I do like that, though. My whole thing is I don't really think the Guardians are going to be able to get too many runs in this ball game. When I capped this yesterday, I wanted the under. I ended up taking it this morning. Got the under 8 at -110. It hasn't moved much. It's at like -115, the same book I took it at this morning. Looking at this total, though, in the first 5, I don't know. I just feel like I want to go under, and especially with the Guardians, I just think they're going to come out this game ice cold. I know they've been playing great baseball, but, this line's telling you guys already touched on. The Twins in the first 5 are -115. Whole game, they're -104, I think, right now. It's just, I don't know. It seems like a twin spot. It seems like they're just begging people to come to the window and put more money on the Guardians here. For that reason, I think the Twins are live in this game. So this might be a double or triple up spot. I'm already on the under. Maybe I move on a team total. I might stay off that over for the Twins. I think I might just end up moving on that team total under for the Guardians in the first 5 at +115 right now. I'm going to wait on that. I kind of want to. There's a lot of time. There's 6 more hours until this game's going to go off. So I'm not going to make any additional moves quite yet, but I am kind of looking at the Guardians team total under in the first 5 because I think Pablo Lopez can go out there and pitch really well against this lineup. I think he matches up perfectly against them, and I like his stuff, and this is a good lineup for him. So give me the full game under 8 -110, and I'm still considering that team total under for the Guardians.
Wine time on the under 8 at -110. TJ on the Twins first 5 team total over 1.5. And Rod Zawacki 10-star play of the day is the Guardians. Irish King joining him on the Guardians. Coin, it's drizzly and rainy, but it should stop. And
I just got a call. I got to bounce something at work.
No worries.
So
no
I
worries.
apologize for not getting through the rest, guys.
Don't worry. You were great. Is there anything you want to make official?
Yeah, just the last play I want to make official is Colorado money line +110. And I'm gonna fade the Angels every game for the rest of the year. So I got to put my money where my mouth is.
Oh, I'm going to be joining you on that. Great job. Phenomenal work, TJ. I'm going to pop your X handle in the chat. Thank you for making so much time for us. And I hope we are richly rewarded for the work that we put in, my man. Thank you.
All right, guys. Catch you later. One time on your show.
TJ. Yes, sir.
I'll be in the chat.
Heck yeah.
All right. So it's going to be probably – I'm going to invest heavily in this game. And I'm expecting Twins first 3 and first 5 and the first 5 over 4. All right.
I like it, Jim. I might move right there with you on the Twins, too. Like I said, this could be a triple up spot. This could be a Twins first 5, Guardians team total under first 5. And I'm already on this full game under. I think the Twins are definitely the side. And I think I'm going to get there on the window before this game goes off. I'll tweet it out if I do.
Irish King says Cleveland wants it more. Yes, they do. Cleveland wants it much more. And I guess the plus money on a team that's won, 7 straight games against one of the worst teams in the league, that's 20 games under 500, is a gift. And if it is a gift, and then that's great.
Then so be it. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys have. We
know in the long run that we'll win on that angle. I feel like.
We try. It's all good. Like, we don't have to agree with each other. If I there's certain angles that I've been tracking, and when the opening line is absolutely ludicrous, and then the line moves towards that spot, it has been losing in every single sport. And I don't have enough data yet. So when I can show you guys more, I'll show you more. And good luck. And you're and those of you on the Guardians, you're in great company. And again, I'm not on the Twins full game, So you got the Rods Wackies 10-star play today. A bunch of cappers on the Guardians, and so yeah, trust yourself. Trust yourself. You're tracking your action. If you are succeeding in situations like this, then keep betting them. When a line doesn't make sense, and that means you've got value, I disagree, but we'll see, and that's part of the fun. 8:10 p.m. Eastern. Next up for us, Seattle Mariners 84-69, 36-42 on the road at the Houston Astros 84-69, 46-32 at home. We're at Daikin Park in Houston, Texas. Here we have Brian Wu going up against Hunter Brown, and that means that we have reached a special moment today. Taint play of the day is in. This is from Matty Ice directly. He says Astros money line. Says Brown steps up in these matchups. Loved his start versus Scooball and the Tigers earlier this year, and I expect he brings it today. Let's go Astros. Taint play of the day is the Houston Astros. It is in, and that must mean. Oh no, Dougie Wise free band. I thought that Dougie Wise was saying Team Taint because he was on it, but free bands is Iowa. Taint play of the day is the Houston Astros. Nate Cerna says I shot on Houston money line. Says I originally wanted the over, but we've seen Wu as good as he is vulnerable on the road. This is the game of the night. And in this situation over the last few years, it's impossible not to have a vividness bias and just expect the Astros to take care of business. They just take care of business in these situations year after year after year. We have Wu going up against Hunter Brown. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have on the money line, the Mariners minus 111. Opened up at plus 102, now minus 110. So a 12-cent move to Wu and the Mariners. Let's get to the total. Here, from a total perspective, we have a 7.5. This, opened up at minus 120, and it wasn't moving. It was just sitting there. It started moving after 45 minutes before the show started, and I wasn't looking at it anymore. Moved 5 cents, and it's come back a little bit. Overall, we've had a 4-cent move towards the under. Take a look at the cash flow here. We have 63% of the tickets and 91% of the cash on the Astros, and this line's moved 11 or 12 cents towards the Mariners. 84% of tickets on the under, just 58% of cash on the under. So big bets coming in on the over. Very, very strange, interesting market. Let's leave it at that. Very interesting market. Wu 14.7, 3.02 ERA, 0.94 WHIP, being very good. Very good. As Nathan Cerna is talking about, yeah, he's been vulnerable on the road. He's been spectacular at home. But he's still being really good on the road. It's just that 93 innings, he's only allowed 81 hits, 15 road starts. He's allowed 37 earned runs. Opponents hitting 231 against him. So it's not like he's pitching bad. He's just pitching much better at home. Or what Nathan Stern is saying, slightly more vulnerable for sure. Voodoo Ranger, great to see you. Says if I hear the pig milk video or listening from work, the pig milk video or Taint, I drop it all and tune in. We respect that very much, Voodoo, my man. And Taint is the Houston Astros here, despite the line moving against Taint. That never concerns Matty Ice. We have Hunter Brown 12-7, 2.27 ERA, 1 WHIP. He's been spectacular this year. Last start at the Braves, 6 2/3, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, just 2 strikeouts and 1 walk. At home this year, he's had 13 starts. He only allowed 20 earned runs. Opponents hitting 183 against him. He's been excellent. Mariners versus righties, 246, 780 OPS, hitting hard. Astros hitting, but not with power, 253, 729 OPS. And both these bullpens pitching at a playoff type level. This is a very difficult one. One time, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it's all about right here, Jimmy. I mean, playoff atmosphere, playoff baseball, two teams that we're going to see playing in games in October. These two teams are going for the division in this series, it seems like. I mean, it's exactly why I don't want to bet this game, because this is probably the most exciting and most fun game on the board, and it means so much to both teams. And it's just like, what's your edge in this game when it comes down to both these starting pitchers? I mean, Hunter Brown and Bryant, this is best on best. You know what I mean? Like everywhere it gets right here. This is going to be such a good, fun ball game to sit back and watch for anyone that just loves baseball, because this is what it's all about right here. I have a lean towards the Seattle Mariners and Brian Wu here. I personally think that the Mariners are probably going to take care of business in this series. Not sweep them, but I think they'll take the 2 out of 3 out of them. And I think they might end up winning the AL West, which is crazy for me to say, because I did not expect this a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago. Beginning of the season all year long. I didn't really expect to actually hear myself say that, but I think they do deserve to win this division. The Astros had a lead pretty much this whole entire season, and they blew it when it matters the most, and that's going to hurt them. Give me the Mariners. I'm not going to make it official, actually. Don't give me nothing. That's my lean, because I don't want to have it play in this game. It's too much of this is a playoff game. I don't have an edge in it, so I'm not going to bet it. I have a lean towards the Mariners. Can you read me off the market one more time? I want to see how much difference it is from what action is giving me right now.
I can, and I will, but I also missed this and meant to mention it. You know, we see sharp action on the over. So my first thought immediately, and I tell you guys, I don't trust my gut. My gut's losing gambler. My gut said, "Oh, bet the under, bet the under." And we see sharp action on the over, and we also have our friend and colleague, this man, on the over for the Trill OG play of the day.
From down south, where we ride on flair.
LJ from H-Town on the over 7.5. And getting plus money. Well, I mean, you could now. I think I put it there in the chat. Oh, we did, but he probably got no big situation. Let's bring on our producer, the backbone here of Pub Sports Radio. Always a boost when he joins us. Man working his ass off, producing multiple shows at the same time. Now he's a chance to cap some MLB with us. Please welcome star of the Blade trilogy, Wesley Snips. What's happening, my man?
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. I got to get to making that poster eventually, but yeah, it's nice to see everyone. Just catching up real quick. I have such a text message to you, Jimmy. They're actually on my phone. Plays that I'm going to move on / moving on right now.
Well, can we hear, because we're so deep in this Mariners Astros, and then hear the rest of the action? Because we're right in the crux here. We've had this 12-cent
crevasse.
I don't think we're not in the crevice, but I do like your emphasis on the wrong syllable there. But here we have the market move towards the Mariners. We have a slight move towards the under, but we see big bets and sharp action on the over. Very, very interested in your take here, as you know these teams very well.
Do I?
Yes, you do.
Do I? Because I'm the guy that told you the Mariners were not going to win this division.
I still don't know if they are. I mean, this is the time of year where the Astros step up.
Well, I don't think it's this. That's like Astros years of past is what I'm thinking. I mean, it's just everyone's hurt. Jordan's hurt. No star closer. Hunter Brown's really good. But I think Brian Wu can just match him pitch for pitch, and the Mariners' offense is probably just, slightly a little better right now. I need to double check weighted runs created plus against righties here, but I'm, fairly certain that these, at least in the last month, Seattle third best, 136 weighted runs created plus. Houston, not as bad as I thought at 108, but if we're gonna say both these pitchers are a wash. Give me the bullpen edge to Seattle, and I think that the hitters also favor Seattle and the market, at least where I'm looking at. Obviously, you look at the same thing with 65% of the bets and 92% of the money on Seattle. It's definitely Seattle or nothing.
Rod's Wacky's trend bet against Seattle in road games on the money line after wins by 2 runs or less. Seattle record during the 2025 season, 2-15. Good says is this line move for this game a trick? I mean, if I was to, I mean, where is the edge in this game? If we think Wu and Brown could be a wash, and I don't think they are because we have Brown at home and Wu on the road, but and the G-Trip's hitting it. It's Seattle's bat advantage. I don't think it's a wash just because Brown's at home and Wu's on the road, but here we have 65% of tickets and 92% of the cash on the Astros, and lines moving to the Mariners. So, I have to bet the Mariners here. Like I don't really want to, and I didn't come in thinking that.
I have the Mariners written down as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm close to there too. It's just such a fun, good game. Like, just don't know if I want to be involved in it because it's same time as the Iowa Rutgers game. I'm going live.
Oh God, Iowa Rutgers! Who could fucking possibly want that?
Oh, that'd be the bigger investment. So,
fucking Iowa Rutgers.
Coin on Seattle first 5 money line. The Mariners bullpen now is pitching very well. So it's not even if you go to the last 30 days, Astros bullpen just taint hair better. The issue is going up against taint. I hear you, Slow Jams, and TJ saying he could only be on Seattle. Well, I'm going to have to bet Seattle here, and you guys know I'm a huge Hunter Brown guy. So I actually just felt that in my stomach. I swear to God, I just felt like a little bit of a sickness, but I don't care. I'm going with it. What do you think, Jose, just to put a bow on this before we hear your action on the other games, what do you think of the trilogy play of the day on the over here? The big bets are on it, sharp action's on it. It's a very interesting angle. What do you think of it?
I'm always scared up to bet an over in a pitching matchup like this. So maybe I'm just being safe and just automatically leaning to the under here, but I respect LJ's dump truck size balls here. I'm like 84% of the bets and 58% of the money on the under. I could see why you're on the over just based off that, but it just big dump truck balls on the over for you, LJ. Shout out to you. And by the way, we've seen him cash like this before, but Rod, 10-star play of the day.
Number 2. That means I'd have to go up against both of them, which is not what I want to be doing.
Astros money line. Shout out to you. He's done it before, gone up against everyone in cash with this Astros team, but God bless you, Rod. I hope you go 1-2 today, or 1-1, I should say.
Rod Zawacki. So we have 10-star on the Astros. We have 10-star on the Guardians, but I'm not really against the full game Guardians here.
I would love to get Rod the Bod Zawacki on the show to give out some 10-star plays of the day. I mean, goddamn. If you're putting $1,000 on a baseball,
you guys
game,
will see Rod. So you guys will see Rod Zawacki tonight on the live stream, though.
That's beautiful. That's
nice.
Yep.
Third eye was open. Shout out to Rod the Bod.
All right, let's roll on. And yes, shout out to Rod. I'm going to just call him Rod.
Yeah, no. The Rod the Bod Zawacki. Come on.
We move on. LA Angels, Colorado Rockies is. Oh God, no! I need to. This is where I can screw. I need to have. Okay.
What a disgusting line this is. Oh my God, the disrespect here.
Well, I agree with DJ.
Yeah, I agree with him too. That's why I'm like, oh my God, they really have let go, because if the Rockies are going to be slight underdogs here when the Marlins were like minus 150, 70, 60 in all of their games, the disrespect that they're showing the Angels is hilarious.
And for those of you asking, yes, we have live streams Friday night and Saturday. No UFC, so we have college football live streams Friday night and Saturday night. And
I've heard that Saturday's in the air.
Oh, really?
That's what I've heard. I think they're still trying to figure out Saturday. I'm not 1,000% sure.
Oh,
Friday is for sure happening.
Okay. Thank you for telling me.
Yes.
I only have a 5-cent price difference on the first 5, but I understand why that would be appealing here. So, Angels, Rockies, Coors Field, Denver, Colorado. I agree that we should fade the Angels every game until it stops working. They've given up. Now, when you say Kikuchi hits the bump, if you want to take that day off, I get it. We didn't take it off yesterday, but we had the Brewers.
It's easy.
Yeah. So I get, but other than that, they should be faded every single game. And this line, I'm so curious to see what this line's doing. So let's get into it. We have a total of 12. It's minus 115 to the under. This opened up minus 110 to the under. We've had a 5-cent move to the under 12. Let's get to the money line here for this one. On the money line perspective, we have no movement. Okay, good. So the only thing you could say is the opening line made no sense. But there had been movement. This moved 8 cents from plus 109 to plus 101 and then back to plus 108. I don't care. No concern there. Coin just moved on Colorado team total over 5.5. So Nate's going to moving on Rutgers and paying for the 3.5. Let's take a look at the cash flow then for this one. We have 50% of the tickets, 50-50 ticket count, but 64% of cash on the Rockies, 78% of tickets on the over, and 62% of cash on the over here. Spooner, absolutely. So Spooner saying, if you get a chance, what would you do with the Guardians plus 110 tickets? Says, I hate this market. Do I look to hedge with plus money live line after an inning or two with Minnesota, or cash out same value? I think the way we set this up is that it's Messick that's vulnerable. That it must be. And so
seems like we're leaning more towards a cash out.
Well, what I would do is just wait. You'll get, because you beat the line move so brilliantly that you're in a great position, and just get a plus number on the Twins full game at some point, and instead of losing vig, you'll make a little bit of money. I think you're in a. I think you. I can understand your discomfort, but your sharpness still predicting a line move is going to be in your benefit. So as much as I'm on the other side, you made a great bet. You made the best bet that you could have made pregame because they're now a big favorite. So I would wait until and try to time it right, because the market could peak at some point, but I doubt that it does. And I would just now take the Twins at plus money and, bag a tiny bit of cash. But in all honesty, Spoon, you made a brilliant bet. You predicted the line move and got yourself in a situation where you can't lose.
Yeah, and cappers will tell you that's half the battle.
Oh, yeah. So I think so. I understand your discomfort. Now you can get out of it. You're in a great, great, great position. Not a bad one. Okay, here with Angels, Rockies, the line is extremely appealing. We're in Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. Let's get into the weather here.
By the way, did you mention that Jaden Daniels is out? Did you mention that already?
They talked about it in the chat.
Okay,
in the chat heavily, yeah.
Right.
76 Fahrenheit, 5.3 miles per hour right to left, slightly in, 3.5 miles per hour out by the end, but just barely out. It's not a big deal. But we know this is very offensive weather. It's so interesting that predicting the market move can be as advantageous as having a winning bet, because it puts you in a situation where you can then decide how you want to handle things.
You just hedge it out.
Yeah, and you have plus money on both sides and just move on. Like it's
I feel like you've got to be betting so much money to make that worth it, I guess, right? Like I obviously can't do that with my $25.
You can do that if you have concern with your bet.
Yeah, but I'm saying more like you just bet each side with plus money. You take like $10
with the arbitrage stuff. No, yeah, you need to.
Yeah.
And you need to be focused. That needs to be your job. And then you have to have 25 books, and you have to do the books right, because obviously they'll kick you out if not. So that's tricky. All right, here we have Coors Field plus 24% home runs, plus 25% doubles and triples, and plus 15% singles. Mitch Ferris is the lefty. So Mitch Ferris has had 3 starts, and I've got them all here, but I would like to talk, just set the base of who Mitch Ferris is, the young lefty here. This is a team that's given up, so it makes sense to bring in some of the young guys. This was not a highly thought of prospect. He was picked in the 14th round of the 2023 draft. In this year, he he didn't pitch in AAA, pitched in AA, and he wasn't very good there. He was 4.27
You say
ERA.
the 7th round pick, and they just
13th.
Oh, 13th round pick. They don't even pitch him in AAA. They're just like, get him up. And he was not even that good. Wow.
They've given up. They've
Jesus.
given up.
Those AAA pitchers must be terrible then.
Last year, he went from A to high A. That's it. They gave him one start in AA.
Oh, my God. I thought you were about to keep talking.
No.
I thought you went to A, and I thought you were going to say then AA. That's crazy. Wow.
So he's had, there is Mitch Ferris. So he's the left. He's had 3 starts. September 2nd, 5-1 win at the Royals. He went 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 3 Ks, and 2 walks. Look, we see that so often with these soft tossing lefties that, they're kind of tricky when they come up to the show, despite some, pedestrian numbers. Then he comes back in a 4-3 win at home versus the Athletics. That's impressive. That was impressive. 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 homers, 4 Ks, 1 walk. Then he faces the Mariners, who are starting to hit lefties, and they get to him. 5 earned runs and 4 innings. He also walked 4 batters. Are they getting to them? Because now we have tape of the major league level, major league batters facing him. It's a possibility. He's got the reverse splits, which I don't think we should put too much credence in. Then you have Bradley Blaylock. Why would anybody want to back Bradley Blaylock? He's had 5 starts in 6 games he's pitched at home, 24 and a third, and he's allowed 34 earned runs in 24 and a third. And yet this line comes out with him just a very tiny, slight favorite with the worst team, one of the worst teams in the history of the sport. His splits are, lefties annihilate him and righties destroy him. Angels versus righties, though, they're the worst team in Major League Baseball, 188, 606 OPS. Rockies are not hitting power against lefties, but they're getting on base, and both bullpens are trash. This comes down to one team trying and another team not trying. And I think there's just no question about what we have to do here. And
it's not like the Rockies, like you could say like, oh, the Rockies aren't trying, but they've been dead for so long at this point. Like they stopped trying 2 months ago. I think they're just still going to keep playing the way they've been playing. So
and if you lose this bet, if the Angels win, whatever, we move on. But if you win this bet, you bet it again tomorrow.
Yeah,
and you bet it like TJ's saying every single day you fade the Angels.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, why aren't we doing this to the Royals too? But
you saw the line move in that one. But speaking of which, let us know what you're doing here because we didn't hear your action.
Rockies. I'm just gonna Rockies money line. Yeah, I mean, I'll roll the dice against a 13th round pick. They got fast tracked up because they need pitching. The Rockies, you just said they don't hit power against lefties. Well, let's hope Coors Field can help them out a little bit. Speaking of that, let's just take a quick gander. I can look at best left-handed hitting teams against at home. Now it's only 54 plate appearances, but the Rockies at home have a 111 weighted runs created plus against lefties. So I'll take it. We'll take it. Rockies money line for me. Even money. I believe I'm getting it right now.
Wow, you should get better than that, but that's probably an okay sign.
Oh, I mean, plus 108. Okay.
All right, I'm joining you guys. Let's move on. When do we want? Should we? Because we only have 3 games left. So why don't we just cap the 3 games, and then when we're going over the card, you can have your additions. I think that would be more helpful for at least me and maybe good. Others as well. All right, let's roll on here to our next spot on the board. 3 games left. We have Milwaukee Brewers at St. Louis Cardinals. Brewers 94-59, 43-32 on the road. Cardinals 74-79, 42-36 at home at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Let's get into the weather here in St. Louis to get us started. We have 77 Fahrenheit, 4.2 miles per hour in, dies down to 3.5, and then 2.9 right to left across the diamond. Ballpark Pal has Busch minus 4%, minus 3% homers, minus 9% doubles and triples, and plus 2% singles. Let's get into the line history here for this one. This game made me nervous. I've done a bad job of backing the Brewers. I was thankful to be on them yesterday. I should have got them live when they were down 2-1. I just kind of caught up in football, but we cashed our live bets in football. So in both the Rice under and the live under in NFL. I don't count the Rice under in my live stream record because it's only just NFL. But 9-4 now with you guys. 9-4 betting live with the squad. So we have Mizorowski minus 118, opened up minus 115. There had been no move towards Milwaukee until this morning, a slight 3-cent move, not a big deal. Let's get to the total here in this one. And I'll message TJ too and ask about the birthday pick for the Chillest, as well as the Wager Detective celebrating their birthdays. We have a 7.5 minus 113 to the under. So we've had a 10-cent move to the under. That's interesting. The initial move was towards the over. But now we've had a 10-cent move towards the under, and I think it's a pretty legitimate thing. Take a look at the cash flow. Then I have a funny feeling that Sonny. Well, I hate saying that. I'm not going to say it. Let's let the numbers tell us what. But I had some concern for the Brewers based on who was starting for St. Louis, who's not been very good at home this year. 65% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on the Brewers, and no move towards them. 81% of tickets on the over and 60% cash on the over. In the last 6 weeks, I've lost money on the Brewers because I've faded them more than I've backed them, and not much. But I don't want to fade the Brewers ever. The Sonny Gray, we'll start with Mizorowski, coming off a bad start at home versus Cardinals. I don't know if I think he comes out of the bullpen in the playoffs. I don't know if he starts.
Oh, Mizorowski? Yeah, I agree.
I mean, he's on the road. He's been really good this year. Don't get me wrong, but it seems like it's tapes out on him, and he's starting to get touched up a little. 6 road starts, 16 earned runs, 187 opponent's batting average. His splits are very strong. Sonny Gray coming off allowing 2 earned runs. I mean, they just faced each other, these two guys. So, neither pitched well, which is the zigzag right in play here, which I'd be interested in.
Birthday pick is San Diego -1 for TJ.
Oh, I love it. Thank you for grabbing that. I love that. Okay, I'll write that down in a second here. But at home, Sonny Gray's not been good this year. 112 hits in 107 innings, 48 earned runs, 267 opponent's batting average. And it's righties that hit him the hardest. And this is the Brewers lineup that's, of course, lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty all the way through. It's a phenomenal lineup, but it's not bad. If righties are your kryptonite, it's not bad because there's a lot of tough lefty bats. The Brewers are smashing righties. Cardinals can't hit them. Brewers bullpen's much better. This just has to be a zigzag on the total. 6 earned runs. The first 5, went way over. I feel like this has to be a zigzag. But let's hear what Jose Bouquet has to say about this one. Take it away.
Yeah, if this to me feels like it's Cardinals or nothing. -120 for the Brewers here, shockingly cheap. Everyone's betting the Brewers. The line's really not moved. And like TJ said, just listening to the show today, it's like the fourth, kind of really sussy line today. We'll talk about the other ones, at least that I think are sus here later. But I think this is Cardinals or nothing. And the fact, just the observation that I've made that every time the Brewers, the market's just kind of tells you, and this is a little different because the market's not really telling you anything. It's just kind of accepting all this money, which makes me feel a little more confident in the Cardinals. But when the market says the other side is a spot, the Brewers going to lose today. The Brewers have come through more than any team in baseball, it feels like, this year. So I think Cardinals here. I've got them written down. Haven't bet it yet, but I think the Cardinals could not easily pull this game out, but just the market seems like it's giving an indication to me by the fact that it's opened up cheaply and it's taken all this money and it's not moved much, that the Cardinals are the play. And by the way, shout out to Spoons. The most memorable take from Spoons this year for me was the Mizorowski stinks take.
It wasn't that it was that he only has 2 pitches.
Yeah.
In the end, look at his numbers. I mean, Spooner wasn't wrong.
Exactly. So shout out to him. He's in the chat right now. So shout out to you, Spoons. Who's their third pitcher? The Brewers. It's obviously Freddie, Quinn Priester,
Woodruff. Woodruff is ahead of Priester.
Okay, well,
I think. But I mean,
either way, that'll be their 3, I guess.
Woodruff is a monster.
Yeah, the fact that he's come back from these surgeries that takes out any other pitcher and he's come back to just be really good is shocking. Well, not shocking. It's a testament to him, but it's also a big sign. If the fucking Brewers trust you and they re-sign you, Take note. Take note. So shout out to the Brewers.
Yeah, TJ says I throw Priester as much as possible. I'd put him in over Quintana. I wouldn't be afraid of Quintana.
Quintana's not making the roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think he pitches an inning. I think he has a start in the playoffs.
He's in there in the. I think he'll make the ALCS roster, not the ALDS or the NLDS roster, I should say. But yeah,
we are Londo, my man. We are celebrating Wager Detective and the Chillest birthday. So we are putting a friends and family together. Okay, so let's go back to this. I think that this is Zag, and I think we're going to get a really nice pitching performance from both of these. I agree with Spooner that this is a great opportunity for Mizorowski. Both these pitchers have. I think this is a double up on the under. I think it's a first 3 under and a full game under. It's not the Cardinals bats. They got to Mizorowski shockingly. I think he can be better here. And then Sonny Gray, 8 strikeouts and 1 walk. I mean, he pitched well against Brewers, and now he's home where, I think this zags.
I agree with the zigzag theory. My only pushback would be the fact that, like Spoon says, 2 pitches for the Miz. And, the
Cardinals bats,
if he's got 2 pitches, it's easy to sit on 1. So, and they've seen it already. So I agree with you. I lean under, but I'm on the Cardinals, or I'm going to be on the Cardinals money line here because of that fact. So, I mean, I think Sonny Gray pitches well here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you that. And if Sonny Gray pitches well here, I think the under hits. In my opinion, because I don't think Mizorowski's going 5 earned. Like I could see like a 6 inning, 2-3 earned run performance. Sonny Gray pitches well, and then it's reliever roulette from there.
So what did you get on the Cardinals?
I am getting right now. Let me tell you, because I still have to bet it.
Also, don't forget for the total bettors that we have 81% of tickets on the under and just 60% of cash on the under. So there are some big bets coming in on. 81% of tickets on the over and 60% of cash on the over, which means there are some big bets coming in on the under. And why wouldn't they bet the over? I bet you, because our guy LJ has been betting overs on all games where the starters have an ERA over 4. I bet you he doesn't want to do it here. He'll be forced to because of the trend that's working for him. But I bet you he's.
I understand why he wouldn't. These are good pitchers, But yeah, plus 107 for me.
Plus 107, and then Coin saying it's the first 300 is only a pick 'em. That makes me nervous. How good are these bullpens pitching right now? They're pitching fine.
Oh, brother,
what's up? Oh, look at that.
Yeah. So
look forward to see what that camera shows, man.
Oh boy.
Okay, but back to this spot. What should the price of the first 3 be? It should be.
Oh my gosh. We had to stop it. We learned last time we can't have them on ice. We have to stop everything and bring them on.
Yes, we have to stop everything and bring them on, and we'll do exactly that. But let me just see the price of the first 3 here.
God damn! I hope this guy's wearing some sunscreen.
The first 3. Oh, I've got minus 150 to the under. I'm comfortable that it's that expensive. I'm sure I would bet that now, Coin, if I could.
First 3 under.
Yeah, minus 120. I would bet that right now if that was available to me. Let's bring on our special guest. We have 2 games left here in MLB: Phillies, Diamondbacks, and Giants, Dodgers. Let's bring back. Let's bring our. Look at him right now, shining in all his glory.
Oh, he's
hanging out with the Who Banging Squad in Atlantic City. Please welcome our guy, the legend, Mr. Peter Loshak. Peter, how are you, my man?
Oh, I'm doing good. It's just you can't see the because it's so bright. You can't see the view I got here of the boardwalk and the beach. It's just like a big bright light. I don't understand.
I thought you were outside, Pete, for a hot second. I thought you were out there on that beach.
No. I'm in my room, but some people know how to fix cameras so that you can like see what's behind them on a sunny day. But for me, I guess it's just all like brightness. You know what I mean? Like you can't really see anything, can you?
Oh, well, as you move around a little bit, it's adjusting, so we can see a little bit, but you look good,
Yeah.
Pete.
I thought it would look cool. Yeah, I'm bringing out all the stops. I got my lucky Dolce and Gabbana glasses. I got my old man, old school, beautiful shirt. They don't make a lot of things like they used to, and shirts is definitely one of them. You know what I mean?
Sure.
In general, clothes, jeans, all that shit. They try to go back to it, and they do. But this, I didn't buy this. I just have had it for years. Beautiful old man shirt. I don't even know when. It was very, very old, and lucky I got I got my Dolce and Gabbana glasses. I got my old man shirt. I got some other stuff that I'm hoping will bring some luck. So of course I got a hoop banging shirt. That's been lucky. It's been a great trip so far.
Yeah, tell me what about the trip? Like, you've told me about all your wardrobe, but what have you done? How was the?
I think people want you guys to continue with the picks. Oh, it was great. We're hanging out at the sports book. The first night of betting went great, which I was talking with Big Ragu about that. I was like, we've been through this a million times. The first, you have a 7-1 day. If soon, very shortly after, probably tomorrow, you go, 3-7 or whatever. So we'll see what tonight brings. But I came on here because I am, looking to finalize my bets. See what you guys have for MLB, CFL. See if you guys have anything for CFL. I know Gorky likes some stuff. I didn't mean to intrude on the show. I know people are looking for picks, but that is why I'm here. Just not in the order that you might have planned.
Well, no, I'm glad that you're here, Pete. It's a beautiful time to see you here. I will say this just to tell you our last two plays we've made in the last 2 days, plays or games we've talked about. Colorado money line, Cardinals money line for me on both of those. The last two.
Oh, right. Okay, that game I haven't looked into.
You've been looking at the early games.
That's the next one that I got. I mean, I'm thinking the obvious one is like Baltimore first 5, right? Are you guys not on that?
I'm on Baltimore first 3 and first 5.
Right. And there's been some interesting market moves that are full game, not first 5. Weirdly, the Pittsburgh game, you wouldn't think Severino would attract action, but the first 5 is much more expensive for the A's, and so I'm thinking about tailing that.
That makes me nervous.
Yeah, very nervous.
But I mean, Severino's numbers on the road are very strong, and Keller's been getting crushed. And Athletics are a vividness bias bet in my estimation. But keep rolling.
But Pittsburgh sucking. That's not. I don't think that's vividness bias. I think they really suck. Right.
6 games over 500 at home.
No, I mean recently Pittsburgh.
Yeah, recently they suck, and recently the Athletics are great.
Yeah, so I don't know. And then Washington is that big of a dog? That didn't make sense to me at all. Definitely
we're all over them. TJ and
Washington?
I on the Nats first 5 plus a half, and I'm also going to be moving on the first 5 over 4.5.
Really? Because I was thinking under. Why do you like the over? Because Alvarez's due for regression?
Yes, and first off was Sproat, who looks great.
Yeah,
he's been getting tagged by left-handed bats.
Right.
So you're going to get 5 straight left-handed bats. With Alvarez here, I was hesitant to back him, and I have to go over how we got there. I'd have to go back over it again. All the different games are messing, but it wasn't the plan.
Yeah.
It was more of a fade of the Mets of Sproat, but the big thing here is the line.
It's when so
you
high.
Get an 8.5 and this 4.5 heavily juiced to the over, and
right. Oh, you're talking about right. That made even less sense to me. Right.
And the 2.5 was like minus 160 or something to the over. It was insane.
That made even less sense to me. All right, because I'm trying to figure out the picks, because the picks I gave them yesterday all cashed. A few of them were lucky. The market moved against me, so I'm hoping to do it again. Morton is going to be hit again, right? He looks like he's cooked right now, right?
No, I'm on the other side in that one. I'm either going to be on the first 3 under the under 9.
Okay. No, I haven't made any bets. I'm just thinking everything through right now. Then, Crochet, not sure what to make about that. A big, much more expensive for Boston first 5 than full game. There was weirdly a morning move towards KC in the Toronto game, right? Which I guess does make sense.
Crazy. And Wine Time moved on the Royals, and I'm very interested in backing them first 5. I just want to see what happens to the market. That move against Scherzer, I mean, Scherzer's getting touched.
Yeah, but Lorenzen more so.
Oh no, I mean the market is predicting that Scherzer's getting touched today.
Oh, okay, right. Well, yeah, right. They're predicting something, and I didn't understand it at all. I was gonna maybe just take Toronto team total over, or Kate, or Lorenzen over earned runs or something. But that move was very weird. The White Sox line seems a little. Right? I know they suck, but right.
Yes, I mean. Oh, by the way, in that Rays Red Sox one, we've hammered it. We're
What do you want?
I'm on the first 3 under 1, and I bet these ones. I wanted to send them in and not wait for because other spots I'm letting the lines kind of marinate. But first 3 under 1.5 at plus 115.
Okay.
4 game under 7 at minus 120.
Yeah.
And then this is the first time I've bet this all year. A plus 1. I'm on the Rays plus 1.
Makes sense.
And TJ is still moving on the first 5 plus a half on the Rays. And I couldn't do that just because of the price difference for the Red Sox. So I just let that go. Although that was certainly where I was leaning.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And then what else I was looking at? Yeah, the Cleveland Minnesota game is very weird. I want to take Cleveland again, maybe, but market predicting Messick to not do so great, which I understand, and Lopez to do well. I was liking the under in that one, and I guess.
Well, let's stop there quickly. Touch on that one. That opening line with the Guardians on a 7-game win streak against a team that's 20 games under 500, the plus line. I don't care that the market's moved to the Guardians. That opening line is fool's gold, in my opinion. I'm gonna, and I haven't bet this yet because I want the market to marinate. But I'm gonna be on Twins first 3. I'm gonna be on Twins first 5, and I'm gonna be on the first 5 over.
Messick has been giving up a lot of hits, but not that many runs. I mean, he's get a lot of grounders, so you tend to expect that. But there's probably some regression from Messick, and Lopez, of course, is what he is. Also, some drizzle in that one. Yeah, so I was thinking. I was thinking as well. I was thinking Minnesota first 5, and then maybe if I'm feeling nasty, live bet Cleveland if that one cashes after that. But
now,
yeah,
to be mentioned too, this is not a comfortable feeling for me, but both of Rod Zaraki's 10-star plays of the day. Well, I'm not really going against the Guardians because I'm only going to be on first 3 and first 5.
Yeah.
But he's also 10-star play today, the Astros, and I'm going to be moving on the Mariners.
On the Astros.
His Rod Zaraki's 10-star plays the Astros. Yeah.
I mean, Wu is off a 13 strikeout, start, and Seattle, has some bats in there, and Brown is Brown. So yeah, I can understand. I don't really have anything on that one except for the under. The total looks a little bit high to me. And then wait, let me just see what else I was thinking about. The White Sox line. I mean, Cease had 2 good starts against Colorado, but and the White Sox have been sucking recently.
Birthday pick. We have 2 birthdays: Wager Detective and the Chillest. Birthday pick from TJ is already in. Padres -1, and I went ahead and bet it already
on the full game. Wow, really?
-1, yeah.
Okay. Because you think that Cease is going to be fine again, and the White Sox just are ass right now.
Yeah, and the market moving very heavily towards the Padres. Concerned.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for helping me out. Then I was thinking that Oklahoma State first half was a good bet, but it looks like the market's gone the other way against me on that one, so that's not nice to see, right?
One more thing, though, we're fading the Angels every day until they win.
Good. I was just about to look at the Colorado game. All right,
we're on the Rockies. All of us. Jose, TJ, myself.
Yeah. Then I was going to give Oklahoma State to all the guys here, but look, Rice, the market moved against me. I gave it to him anyway. That one cashed, although it took a touchdown run with the minute to go up the middle, but it still cashed. But yeah, Oklahoma State first half, I took them at 6.5. Now it's 6. I don't know about that. And then CFL, I know Gorky likes some CFL stuff. Jimmy the Bag. You like it? You got anything from CFL?
Yes, but I haven't moved on it yet, and I want to talk it out. So I'm very interested in the Alouettes double result. Bobano's on it. I want to talk that out. Okay. And then the spreadsheet play today in the CFL from our Ron Crawford's the BC Lions.
Okay.
So Bobano gave us 4 bets in this game. Mm-hmm. Calgary -5, Calgary team total over, Lions team total over, and the over.
Go too fast. Calgary -5, Calgary team total over. What else?
BC Lions team total over and the over 54. And I'm going up against the over.
You like the under?
I just need to talk it out. I just don't think that Calgary in the end is going to be an over type game. And Vernon Adams, I'm going to back here in a real way, whether that be a double result and Calgary. But I think that obviously Rourke, was chosen over Vernon Adams, but I truly believe that it's not just the quarterbacks that want to succeed here, but the Calgary Stampeders defense. Vernon Adams is such a leader of men, and they love him, and they loved him in BC. And I think that Calgary Stampeders defense steps up and plays a great game. And I think it's tough. One of the things that was an important angle is that the Lions keep cashing their team total over and over and over. Bobano keeps getting paid off of it. I'm going in a different direction. Now, the only way to do that is bet the first half under and the full game under, or the Lions team total under. But can you bet Lions team total under when they've cashed it like 8 straight times? So it's tricky.
And you don't like Calgary -5?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be on Calgary double result.
Okay. Okay.
And then I'll probably add the 5.
And the Owls double result.
Yes, but I want to talk all this out with Gorky.
Okay.
I think the Red Blacks are a must bet. And that might be a Red Blacks double result too, to double down on it. Bobano gave out the Red Blacks money line. Drew Brown is back, and I think he'll play well. And then I really want to back the Ticats here, and I've got to figure out how to do that against the Elks team that just covers and covers and covers. But the Ticats coming off the bye.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Jim. Thank you very much.
But I am going to solidify those angles once I talk them out with Gorky.
All right. Okay. Right on. All right. I'm gonna get back to work a little bit here, and then we're gonna be at the Trop Sportsbook tonight. So I don't have to deliver, but I can't show up with no real opinions that I didn't research and prepare for. So, you know what I mean? I can't. I want to deliver. You know what I mean? So.
Well, Pete, I'll make sure to send you the link to tonight's Friday Night Football live stream. If you want to jump on for a few minutes on your phone with the boys, that'd be great.
Okay.
Hey, have fun, Pete. I can't wait to hear all about it on Tuesday.
Oh, it's everyone. Like I'm like, especially this guy. But there's like 8 different people. I'm like, especially that guy is awesome, man. Fucking DJ Big Boss, Dom Ricci, fucking Big Ragu. They're just so great to be around. Ick Schnizzle is hilarious. Ick Schnizzle, that dude is funny as hell. Ick Schnizzle is funny as fucking hell, man.
My favorite part's like Pete's talking about Ick Schnizzle like he hasn't met him before, like 3 times at Palooza. I love that.
He was making me laugh. He was. I think that Razor Sharp got a video of the best thing he did all weekend. And when he was talking about the grape soda, it was on the live stream, but you couldn't hear the audio. He was like, I'm just sitting there talking about, Big Ragu about like the Utah game, and all of a sudden behind me I hear, there's no soda that's as unique as this grape soda right here. I turned around. I was like, oh, we got to get this. And he was talking about this grape soda in the funniest way. It was on the stream, but you couldn't hear the audio, so that sucks.
We have a question, Pete,
yeah.
from AM. What is Loshak's opinion on Iowa Rutgers?
Oh, I don't really have one. I'm going to look into it, and I don't really have one. I know a lot of people have strong opinions about that game. I don't really have one. I had a strong opinion, I guess I still do, about Oklahoma State first half, but markets moved against me, and, I don't know, man.
Well, have the greatest time with the greatest guys, man. We're all jealous of you guys hanging out. So shout out to Who Bangin' Nation, and do it up in all the right ways, Pete.
Okay, right on. Have a good show, guys. Talk to you later.
Much love, buddy. There he is, Pistol Pete Loshak. If you are in AC or close, get there. They're going to be at the Trop tonight. Let's roll on, Mr. Bouquet. 9:40 p.m. Eastern with the Philadelphia Phillies, 91-62, 40-38 on the road at the Arizona Diamondbacks, 77-76, 40-35 at home. We're at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. I want to be involved in this one. We have Taiwan Walker versus Ryan Nelson. I firmly believe that Taiwan Walker is not as good as his numbers indicate. 5-8, 4.17 ERA, 1.39 WHIP, 116 2/3, 79 Ks, 37 walks, 20 home runs. I also probably don't even need to look at this, but I imagine I don't. But I just make sure we have the roof status here. I know it's going to say closed, but yeah, okay, it's closed all weekend though, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so no surprise there. Justin McKelvey on Diamondbacks team total over 4.5 at -110 here. Great call, Will. You're a monster, man. Don't think we're not noticing that Fever money line was a thing of beauty. Last start, 5 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, 2 homers, 3 Ks, 1 walk, and 8-6 win at home versus the Royals. On the road, 16 games played for Taiwan Walker, 63 innings, 71 hits, 27 runs, 38 Ks, 282 opponents batting average. He struggled on the road. Lefties and righties both hit him. And then you have Ryan Nelson, who's pitching at an extremely impressive level, and he's been phenomenal at home. It's 10 starts. He's pitched in 16 games. He's only allowed 21 earned runs at home. He's only allowed 55 hits and 75 in the third. Points hitting 200 against him. And lefties don't hit him. And there's some very dangerous bats in this lefties lineup. But it is Walker Buehler following Taiwan Walker. So it's Taiwan Walker and then Walker Buehler going up against Ryan Nelson. If Walker Buehler was starting, I would think differently than Taiwan Walker. Because I don't know what I'm going to get with Walker Buehler, and I still think he's a very backable pitcher at times when he's trying to prove himself. We've seen that in the playoffs. Now, the Phillies are destroying right-handed pitching. 285, 859 OPS. Diamondbacks are righties, 243, 692, and both bullpens have been pretty weak. Let's get into the line history here. Ron Loft on Diamondbacks first 5 -0.5. Coin saying Nelson's been lights out first 5 at home. Kong, we are live tonight. Wine Time is hosting the Rutgers Iowa game live right here on Pub Sports Radio. Let's get into the line history here. We have a 9. This opened up at 9.5, and it moved to 9 2 hours ago, 1:09 p.m. And when we get to the money line here, we have the Diamondbacks -120 opened up exactly there. So there's been no movement. And now we just need to see all the cash on the Phillies. And we don't have that. 58% of tickets on the Phillies, 57% cash on the Diamondbacks, 56% of tickets on the under, and 66% cash on the under. So then we think, okay, well, it should be much more expensive to back the Diamondbacks first 5 than it is full game.
If it was -120 full game, I'd expect to be -140 or -135, actually.
Yeah, it's 15 cents. Okay. Yeah, so you have to take first 5 -0.5 or pay for but you don't need to pay when there's volatility, so you take the first 5 -0.5. The coin saying 10 cents, I'm getting 15 cents difference. This is all signs point to yes. I wish I could take first 3 and first 5. I don't think I'll be able to do that just because of the cost. I'm going to look it up, but Jose, take it away.
Yeah, maybe if all else fails, I can be a line maker. Who knows? Taiwan Walker versus Ryan Nelson, a game I wasn't too interested in. The fact that the Diamondbacks were favored here was like, okay, if I had to gun to head $500 bet on one game here, it'd probably be on the game. I should say it'd be on the Diamondbacks. I don't trust Walker, but overall, I'd still say this is probably like -110 each way personally for me. And the fact that we're getting -120, -130 at some places here makes me feel like that the Diamondbacks definitely do the damn thing tonight. So I leaned in their direction. And by the way, they said in the chat a 20-cent move to the Blue Jays, apparently. Wow. I haven't seen it yet, but shout out to you guys.
I'm looking forward to study it. I'm looking forward to see what's going on with it. It's nice not to have action on some of these spots where you wanted things to marinate. Diamondbacks first 5 -0.5. I can't take the first 3 -0.5. It's just too volatile. But the first 5 -0.5 I can and I will. And I'll also judge the price of the. No, I'm not going to. I'm going to take the first 5 -0.5. Okay. Jose, anything official for you?
Nope. Let's get to the game that everyone actually probably wants to talk about and we'll be watching tonight.
Yes. Clayton Kershaw starting for the Dodgers, announcing his retirement from Major League Baseball. Pitching very well. 10-2, 3.53 ERA, 1.22 WHIP. That's how you're supposed to leave. You leave when the going is good, and he's been great this year.
Out of curiosity, who do you think had the better career as the better pitcher? Kershaw, Scherzer, Verlander?
Kershaw.
I also think it's Kershaw as well. Some people will say that his postseason yips will knock him out of that, which I understand.
Well, let's
but,
see him this year.
you
Let's
know,
give him one more chance. I don't think that story's fully written. If he was to be spectacular or if he was to be really good this year in the playoffs, wouldn't that be
absolutely
poetic justice?
I hope he get. I am fairly confident he gets a start or gets starts. But I would just say I hope he does get starts.
Stacks play today, number 2, right here. It is bets over 1.5 bases. Stacks is in. He'll be joining us here for WNBA. A shout out to our guy Justin McKelvey. Mookie bets over 1.5 bases.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
We saw a spectacularly pitched game yesterday, and I want to go against that from happening, but I will only do it if I think everything correlates here. Let's talk about the weather here in Los Angeles, our final game here on the MLB card. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. 74 Fahrenheit, feels like 73, 4.6 miles per hour to right field, dies down at 2.4 miles per hour. Let's get into the Ballpark Pals expectation here. Dodger Stadium plus 2%, plus 16% home runs, minus 8% doubles and triples, minus 2% singles. I want to fade these guys so badly.
You just want to shit on the fairy tale, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, the sisters, man. The fucking sisters.
Minus 155. The Dodgers open up. Now they're minus 168. 13-cent move towards the LA Dodgers. I cannot wait for tonight, man. I'm going to have so much action. And you know who I'm hanging out with tonight, Jose? Mr. Tim Reichert. He's in town here in Toronto. Going to be going out to sports bar and gonna bring my computer and fucking watch the glory.
Well, the best part about Tim is that he can just sit there.
Yeah, he loves it.
Just sit there.
He enjoys it. The over 8.5 opened up at minus 102. It's now minus 120. Exactly. Let's take a look at the cash flow. Tell me there's money on the under. Oh God. I'm not going to pick who gets touched. I'm not going to pick. First 5 over, full game over. 65% of tickets on the under, 94% of cash on the under. 78 and 76 on Kershaw. I don't care. I don't care. This is Marcelo Hernandez. I don't know who that is, Trish. I'm kind of out of the loop, but I'll copy and paste it and check it out. Thank you for letting us know. Here we go. I've got a bunch of my friends that tour down through Florida all the time. If you're going out to see shows, I could definitely hook up some tickets into the comics I think are the best. Unfortunately, a comic that was living down there, Daryl Lennox, the great Daryl Lennox, died a year and a half ago. He was living down there. He was at Coconuts. Like he was like the house comic down there at the time. And
Coconuts?
Yeah. Rest in peace to the great Daryl Lennox. This is I need to do this. This is for me. First 5 over, full game over, fade the fairy tale for both these assholes. I like them both, though. I especially like Kershaw. Take it away, Jose.
I'm just going to do a straight tale of the first 5 over because I agree with you in a sense. First of all, atmosphere is going to be a cauldron. I think this will be the most well attended Dodgers game of the year, and that's saying something for the fucking Dodgers. So shout out to him, but I agree with you. I think the emotions will get to Kershaw a little bit here. For like first 2 innings, especially. I think, might be a little jittery, might be throwing the ball harder than he ever has been in this season. So I like that. I don't think Robbie Ray is very good in the fact that I think the Dodgers will pitch or will play for Mr. Kershaw too. So yeah, I'm going to just straight join you on the first 5 over here.
And the sports investor says there is no move on the Jays. We need to stop though for a second. Kong Clip says those of you that do the prayer thing or the positive vibes thing, I could use some. I got some bad news from the doctor yesterday. Thanks in advance. Oh, Kong, we love you so much, man. I hate to hear that you got anything like that because we we're so much better with you rocking with us. And so can everybody take a second right now, and however you do it, everybody does it differently. However you do it, can you please send some positive healing energy, as much light as you can, to our friend Kong's Clips, who we love dearly. And you're a fighter, man. You're an absolute fighter, and we'll get through this. You will get through this, and we love you. So we get as much positive energy to our guy Kong's Clips as we possibly can right now to our friend. What a guy he is, man. All right. God, I got to shave this fucking thing. It's so annoying. First 5 over, full game over for me. I haven't bet it yet. I wanted the market to indicate, and they have. What did you have officially here, Jose?
First 5 over, 4.5 minus 125. Shockingly high.
Shockingly high. We don't want cheap things. We want everything to be expensive. I love it. All right. I love it. And I love everybody sending their love to our friend.
Agreed.
All right. So we haven't heard. So we need 2 things. We need to hear your action. We're going to go through it because we also need to hear your birthday pick. And then Wine Time. Is Wine Time back in? I think he's right. Sorry, I can't. Yes, Wine Time back in business. Get Wine Time up here. There we go. Wine Time back in business. Wine Time, my man. What did you have anything for Giants, Dodgers, or Phillies, Diamondbacks? Oh, you're muted, my man.
Yeah, apologies for that. Nothing in the Dodgers-Giants game. I do have something in that Diamondbacks game. I just want to give the exact line that I gave it out at. Diamondbacks money line minus 120. I think you can still get similar numbers. If not, it might have gone up a little bit. But I'm on the Diamondbacks in that one. Yeah, that concludes my action. I got a lot of bets today.
What did you get on the Diamondbacks? Sorry, one time.
Minus 120.
Diamondbacks minus 120. And Spooner said Koufax final home start was a win. Fully expect Kershaw to go out the same. And I'd like. Look, I love this sport so much. Like I want to romanticize the sport. And this line is moving towards the Dodgers.
Say the line, Jimmy. Say the line.
No, but I'm just saying the line is moving towards the Dodgers. They're going to play their hearts out for them. How did the Dodgers not win tonight? They're going to play their hearts out. They're going to go so hard. Like I'm just saying that there's going to be runs and action and like that. Maybe I'm better off just taking the Dodgers team total over. But even if they fall behind, they fight back for them.
Well, Jimmy, I can tell you why they're not going to win tonight.
Why is that?
Because there's no fairy tales in Shawshank. That's fucking why. The sisters might come out after the 3rd inning. They might catch Kershaw slipping. I don't know. But the sisters are always lurking. So be careful. Be careful, everyone.
All right. Well, they're going to play their hearts out for the guy. I mean, I don't mean to. Usually, the no fairy tales for me is that there's going to be runs. That's not like it's not like Kershaw's going to throw 7 and shutout innings, and I think they're going to play their hearts out. So maybe it should just be a Dodgers team total over. The sisters going to come out and just club that baby seal in the back of the head and have its way with it. But I mean, why do we see these markets moving the line towards the Dodgers? Yeah, I mean, I saw a minus 155 opener. I'm sure that was BOL's opening it super early, and then that retirement news comes out, and then everyone just says Dodgers. What is the money line market in this game again? Well, we've been using, where we used to play poker. That opened up minus 155. It's now minus 168. But Bet Chris, bookmaker, they've moved this already to minus 180. Yeah, I mean they should. 75% of the bets and money all over the Dodgers. I mean, they should. They don't have to. I got it. It's easy for me to say. I would. It's much. Okay, I'm interested in the Dodgers minus 1. God, what a class act Kershaw is. man. Okay. So we've added the diamond. Okay, so we need birthday picks, and I'm not going to give mine yet because I want to talk football first. But let's review all action in Major League Baseball here. And I'll give out the highlighted plays of all of our, the specialty plays of the day. But what we need here is to hear first Jose's action in MLB.
Yeah, so obviously a lot of this action that I give out is going to sound very similar to Jimmy's, and that's probably because why we cap very similarly.
I love it. Let's hear it.
I mean, obviously, Rays money line for me, plus 118. I'll keep saying it. Roman Anthony is a top 10 player in baseball. Without Roman Anthony, these guys sink. They're all bad, except for Trevor Story, which is unbelievable, the fact that he's been playing as well as he has. And shout out to my boy Yoshida, who also has been hitting the ball really well. So Tampa Bay Rays money line plus 118.
Okay.
Plus 118. The fact that it's so cheap was like, okay, well, this should be minus 150. So let's pass on that. But plus 118 money line. Minnesota even money line. Shout out to my boy Pablo Lopez, my close personal friend. Seattle money line, we talked about it, minus 110.
Wait, what did you get the Twins at?
Even money.
Okay, sorry, keep going.
Seattle money line, and these are all full game unless otherwise said, but Seattle full game minus 110 as well. We talked about the Rockies plus 108 and the Cardinals plus 107. I am on the Orioles first 5 money line minus 115 as well, because fuck the Yankees. The bullpen continues to blow or to give up a shitload of runs too. So again, maybe a team total over would be good, but I'm going to trust Trevor Rogers. The Giants, Dodgers.
So that was Orioles first 5 money line.
Yes,
it was
minus 115.
Okay, keep going.
The Giants, Dodgers first 5 over we just spoke about. And lastly, this is the only one I have not bet yet because it's a team total over. And because of the alleged move that someone said in the chat, but now looking at it, and it's interesting, like BOL moved Max Scherzer and company up to minus 138 at one point last night, and it's come down minus 126. Now it's up to minus 135. I think the fact that it's so low again makes it feel like this is a who the fuck are they playing? I already forgot. This is a Royal spot. Now, the thing that's kind of sketched me out and kept me off is Nutflush saying that they've let go of the rope. So I have not bet that one. That's the only one I have not bet. I will probably end up betting it, but I'm just going to let the market to continue to marinate and all that stuff. But I like that bet. The market just feels like it's saying Scherzer gets touched up here. And there's no fairy tales in Shawshank, as we keep saying. So Scherzer, I don't know. We'll see. But that's it. That's all my plays. And the birthday play.
Yes.
I hate to steal this one from you, Jimmy, but it's going to be the Minnesota Twins full game money line for me. Sussy line.
I'm not even betting it.
You're not betting the Twins?
No, I am, but not full game. I'm betting the first 3, first 5, double up.
Okay, well, I will be on the Twins full game. That line's sus. Like you said, in a great, we add tools to our tool belt throughout the years of capping. This year's tool was paying attention more to the opening line, and the opening line doesn't make sense. Who the fuck cares about the movement? Because the opening line is there to get the money where they want it. So Minnesota Twins money line for me, full game. And again, backing my close personal friend, Pablo Lopez.
Oh, I love it. I love it. That's a good looking card. I think you are having a nice ROI this evening. We have for TJ, Baltimore first 5 minus 110. Washington first 5 plus a half plus 115. Tampa Bay first 5 plus a half minus 108. Boston Tampa under 7 minus 110. Padres minus 1 minus 143. Minnesota first 5 team total over 1.5 minus 140. And Colorado money line plus 110. Wine Time Sports. Can you please review your action and finish with your birthday bet?
Yeah, my card ended up rounding up to be a really good card as I'm looking at it. 6 plays on the board. The ones that came on here pre-show: Reds money line plus 110, Braves money line plus 110, Diamondbacks money line minus 120, Guardians Twins under 8 minus 110. Then we went and added the Rays money line plus 120, and we also added the Royals plus a half minus 130 first 5 innings. Birthday play is going to be in college football though.
Okay, dope. So these are the bets that I placed. I'll start there. I'm on Orioles first 3 minus 120 and first 5 minus 107. And then I placed 4 more during the show. Boston Tampa Bay under 7 at minus 120. Boston Tampa Bay first 3 under 1.5 at plus 115. Rays plus 1. That's my first plus 1 of the year at minus 116. And the Padres minus 1 at minus 150. Really, I'm changing the way I'm betting. And I've been changing the way I've been betting in the second half. And I'm pretty excited about the change and trying to evolve and trying to get better and getting more comfortable with the juice and wanting things to be expensive. And so that you're seeing it here, that my betting is, I would never be on a minus 150. I would never be on a plus 1. I would always take a plus money spot instead of a minus. Like I would take the first 5 money line instead of the first 5 plus a half, but that's all changing. And my record is showing, that it's been benefiting me. Let's go over what I'm going to be adding here. And I'm not going to give the birthday pick yet. I want a little bit of time. I'm going to be on the under 9 or the first 3 under in Atlanta, Detroit. I want to that, but if I get some really concerned with the market, I'll get off of it. But that is the plan at this point. Then I have 2 games rare that I'm off of them. I'm going to be on the first 3 under. I'm going to. Oh wait, no, I might add the first 3 under in Yankees Orioles. I'm close to it, but I've already made a couple bets there. And TJ is on the first 5 over, so I need to make sure that I have that conviction here. Then the Nats first 5 plus a half, and the first 5 over 4.5 moves I expect to make. I told you I've already locked in that Boston Tampa spot, and I locked in that Padres spot. Then the Royals first 5. You guys talked about this line move back to the Jays. I want to sit with it and decide if that's okay. Marlins, Rangers, I'm off. And then I've told you guys the Twins first 3, the Twins first 5, and the first 5 over 4. Good God, I'm so pumped up for tonight, man. Oh, yeah. I am going to be on the Mariners with Jose Bouquet. It'll be the first time I think I've faded Hunter Brown. Maybe ever. I'm going to be on the Rockies here with TJ and Jose. I'm not fading Hunter Brown either in my head. I'm betting on the Mariners. So, and then the first 3 in full game unders in Brewers, Cardinals. Then Diamondbacks first 5 minus a half. And then the first 5 over and full game over in San Francisco, LA. And I think I am going to add Dodgers minus 1 as well. So I think I am. I think that
the Kershaw props and all the Kershaw everything.
0 Kershaw props. And you're right. Maybe I'm better off just taking the Dodgers team total over. So I'll make that decision.
Jimmy's believing in fairy tales and Shawshank today.
No, I'm believing in the Dodgers fighting for him. Look, I'm on the over, so I don't think he's going to pitch out. Look, how are they not coming to the ballpark saying we win?
Yeah, especially after he cried. He cried looking at him at the press conference. Like that was the only part where he was like, "Fuck," he's tearing up. So I agree, they better.
Thank you, Nutflush. Thank you.
I agree wholeheartedly with you.
Thank you, Mally Mal, all you guys. Thank you. I mean, this is I am getting better because of this community and you guys and us working together. I know that. I know that. And we all know the goal, and that's bigger unit size, higher unit size, and I want to be. I would like to be at $500 a unit. Now that's 500 Canadian. So that's what, like 400 American. I think it's important to
it's a funny qualifier,
but it's important to be, completely transparent with this shit. So, I'd like to be there. I'd like to be there by the end of hockey season. So I'm working hard to get there. It's, okay. So that is MLB. And then I'm going to go over all of the specialty plays here, but we got to, Kong's in my thoughts right now. Wine Time's been here for 3 hours and 40 minutes. So we got to get this college football rocking and get them ready to rock. We also have Gorky joining us for the first 2 games here that we're going to break down, but we got to be tight and roll. So Jose, I will see you shortly. Don't forget, we're racing. We have a race today for our silver and gold members for merch. And really, really want to thank our gold members too. And I promise you guys that the Discord, we have a meeting next week with all of our cappers. The Discord will be popping off. I promise you it will. And I know that there's a few guys like AM who've been keeping it rolling here. But I promise you we're going to get it popping off here. I just want to thank our gold members here quickly, though. Justin McKelvey, MMA Mad Hatter, Gorky, Crystal Craig, Chris Bogan. Thank you, guys. And there's more coming up for our gold and silver members. And thank you. Jose, you'll join us near the end, man?
Yes. Become a gold member today, because who knows? My lips are going to be out this weekend, and maybe the gold members get something special then. Who knows?
All right. Okay. Let's bring on our next guest. He's going to be capping the 2 Friday night games with us. Then we're going to wrap Wine Time with best bets. We're going to wrap that Wine Time. Then we're going to be joined by Justin McKelvey and Billy Brisbane, and then closing the show with the Goracle. So without further ado, please welcome, after a spectacular breakdown on the Rice game, cashed both winners on the Rice game. Line went against him. He cashed them both and got great views, and we're excited. We're excited. Please welcome the capper known as the Goracle, Gorky Naus. Gorky, how are you?
No, Jose saying that stuff at the end there, that disgusting shit. That's the reason for gold members to cancel their fucking memberships. Don't be putting out propaganda like that.
Propaganda? Is that what we call it now? Okay. Let's get to work. Gorky, it is great to have you here, and let's attack right now. 2 games on Friday. Game 2 includes a pig milk play today, and that is my moment of zen. But right now we have the Tulsa Golden Hurricane at the Oklahoma State Cowboys. We're in Boone Pickens Stadium in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Let's start with how bad Tulsa has looked in back-to-back games. Now, was it as bad as losing 69-3 at Oregon? No, but look who they played. They played Oregon. You know what we've seen from Tulsa. They lose 21-14 at New Mexico State. In that one, they were 3.5-point favorites. Hayes had 134 yards of passing. The offense could do squat ass nothing. Now they did outgain, New Mexico State, but they turned the ball over 3 times and they couldn't convert third downs. And New Mexico State Aggies could convert third downs. The game went way under because Tulsa offense looked terrible. And then they lose 42-23 at home in front of their own fans to the midshipmen of Navy. In that one, again, Hayes only threw for 189 yards. Richardson, 61 yards on the ground, just not enough. Outgained by 132 yards. Again, turning the ball over. Again, not converting third downs. That is the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. But good God, Oklahoma State Cowboys coming off a 69-3 loss, and Pistol Pete wanting to back them first half makes perfect sense to me. And we'll discuss it more and talk about the line movement that is concerning him. They were 28.5-point dogs, and they were down 38 at halftime. It was just a disgusting display. 9 first downs, 4 of 16 on third down, 211 yards. You know that they won the time of possession battle and were outgained by 420 yards. That's just fucking horrific. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow, and then hand it over to Wine Time Sports. We do have a play of the day from Gorky on game 2. He's been talking about how he wants to attack this spot. So let's get into the line history, start with Wine Time, and then hand it over to the Goracle. We have Oklahoma State minus 9.5. Talk about a market move away from them. I mean, I don't know how, even if you want to back a team that just lost 69-3, how do you do that when they open up as 14-point favorites and they're now 9.5-point favorites? I mean, that's really difficult. And maybe we just, I don't know, maybe we just stay off. I mean, that's the market's making such a blatant move, a blatant show of concern. This total opened up at 55.5, and it's now 54.5. The spot that Peter Loshak was talking about was the first half Oklahoma State. But even that's moving. That opened up at -7, and now it's -6. Not as violent of a move. but a move all the same. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 53% of tickets and 56% of cash in Oklahoma State. I mean, you have to believe your X's and O's and your conviction enormously now to move now on Oklahoma State. 78% of tickets on the under and 63% of cash on the under. Wine Time Sports. These wild Cowboys. Are you interested in them?
Yeah, this is an interesting one, Jim. I didn't really start capping this one until last night, and we were getting 11.5s pretty much everywhere. Didn't end up taking it. Woke up this morning and saw 10.5s. Now we're down to 9.5s. What I did do when it was a 10.5, I tweeted it out. I took this in a 6-point teaser. I don't usually do a lot of teasers, but I wanted to double down on Iowa in some kind of way today. And I just went ahead and did a 6-point teaser, Tulsa plus 16.5 and Iowa. I will talk about that after. But listen, guys, Tulsa, if you look at their roster, what did Trey Lamb do in the offseason? He grabbed a lot of power forward division talent. It's kind of crazy. Both their starting wide receivers over there, one of them's from A&M, one of them's from Mizzou. They've got an edge rusher by the name of Byron Turner who's got 3.5 sacks already. This guy's from Florida State. They've got a lot of power forward talent on this team. And yeah, they haven't looked good on the field. But this is, I mean, I wouldn't say this is an in-state rivalry, but it kind of is because it is in-state. I wouldn't really necessarily call it a rivalry, but I mean, Tulsa's ultimately always been like the lower end to Oklahoma State. And Oklahoma State doesn't look good by any means. It's crazy. I was very close to moving on Oklahoma State against Oregon. I was just thinking after I heard the remarks from Lanning, I was like, all right, the old timer's got to come up with something here. He couldn't come up with nothing. They couldn't move the ball downfield. They couldn't stop anything that Oregon was giving them, give or take the competition. And it's not like Tulsa has faced anyone either. You know what I mean? So at the same time, but I just think from a talent perspective, Tulsa can actually hang with these guys. And you talk about their offensive line, a lot of guys from Power 4 conferences too. Cam East from Ole Miss. A lot of these guys have been playing, been in college for quite some time, not necessarily played at the Power 4 level, but the fact that these guys were there, they were in camp, they did play a little bit, but obviously they're at Tulsa for a reason. Tulsa must have gotten some good NIL money because I'm looking at their roster. I'm like, how did they afford this roster? It's kind of crazy because a lot of these guys were 4-star guys coming out of high school. And Tulsa doesn't really get those. I like Tulsa here in this spot on the teaser. I think if you could have gotten an 11.5, that's great. 9.5 at this point, you can't move on it. It's already moved way too much. Even the 10.5, that's why I teased it. I don't ever tease games ever. It's very rare that I do this. But I wanted to get involved in this game somehow with the Iowa game that we're going to be talking about in a bit. So I teased it, and it was plus 100. So give me Tulsa plus 16.5 in the first leg of the teaser. Gorky, what do you think about this?
Bro, I'm taking Tulsa money line plus 250. It is what it is. There's probably higher numbers out there, but God bless you all if you can get them. Go ahead. I just don't trust Mike Gundy. I think he's done. Like, he doesn't even give a shit anymore. I don't think. He graduated his son. You know, he's got nothing really left to prove, though he hasn't really proven much outside of being there for a really long time and not really achieving diddly squat. But I just think that this number is way out there. These two teams are going to be close. The only way you can move on it is Tulsa money line because of the big number.
I like it, Gorky. And it's crazy. My guy, Troy Torrance, shout out to Troy Torrance in the chat. He said Oklahoma State can't compete with the NIL money. They can't. And the fact that is when I look at Tulsa's roster, I was telling this to Jimmy yesterday. Oh, I didn't tell him this, but I was thinking it. I was like, this roster is more expensive than Oklahoma State's roster. They have obviously more NIL money than Oklahoma State, which is kind of crazy. You look at their roster, they got a lot of guys that are probably more talented than a lot of these guys on Oklahoma State. They don't have a lot to work with over there. I get it. But Gundy, I think it's probably time to go because at the same time, boosters aren't going to come in if they don't support the coach, if they don't support what he's going to do with that money. And I don't think they really trust him. Sorry, Gorky, take it away.
No, sir. It's okay. It's good to have dialogue. But I just want to say before my mind switches off to something else, Tulsa is only the smaller school in brand recognition, in name recognition. You're
True.
like Oklahoma State, Oklahoma. Tulsa doesn't even come to mind. But actually, they probably take football more seriously because all these other all these other bastards, they have basketball, they have all these other they have all these other sports in which they're actually probably better at.
I get it. I get it. We have a question before we move on to the next game. It is for you. One time it is from TJ. He says he sort of likes Tulsa first half plus 6.5, and he wants your thoughts.
Yeah, I like it. You could have gotten a 7 or a 7.5, I think, earlier this morning, which I don't like to see it this low. Let me look right now. +6 minus 105. I mean, Gorky, I'm not going to lie, Gorky, that money line ticket might be a good ticket tonight because at the same time, it would be a great excuse for Oklahoma State to fire Gundy if they did get a loss here and go a different direction. This school's got to have money somewhere. They've got to have some boosters somewhere. They're just not behind Mike Gundy because of his old school ways, which I get. But yeah, TJ, I mean, I'm not going to take it personally at a +6. If you could have gotten a +7, I would have said that's great. But +6, it's a little difficult. I still do think they can cover that, but I don't know. That's a tough one. I'm full game, on the teaser, but Tulsa first half, I would say, yeah. I mean, if you're thinking it, that's what I would take in this. I wouldn't take Oklahoma State -6. This could be a tie game, or Tulsa could be up at halftime. Who knows?
Do you guys even trust for a moment that Oklahoma State covers this 9.5?
I don't. I really don't even. I think it's going to come down to the wire, honestly. I'm not going to. I didn't sprinkle anything on Tulsa because, like I said, I teased it. I didn't even take them on the +9.5, so I didn't take them on a sprinkle on a money line. But I might consider it, Gorky. I'm not going to lie because maybe a lot of people are having Oklahoma State in a money line parlay and stuff, and that could break it up pretty early in the weekend.
Yeah, pizza money.
Yeah, I might throw a little pizza money on that, Gorky. Shout out to you. That's a good play right there. I mean, I can get a +305 right now.
Well, I think you're the one that actually said it was a good bet, so I went with it.
Yeah.
All right.
Gorky on Tulsa money line. Wine time starting a teaser with Tulsa +16.5 at +100. Perfect timing. Justin will be at WNBA shortly. We are going to cap the second game on Friday night, and this is a big one here. First off, it is our Friday night live stream hosted by Wine Time Sports. We're really excited about having a Friday night live stream tonight. So get your booze and get ready to have some fun. Secondly, not only is it our live stream, but guess what, folks? Guess what it also is? Our moment of Zen. Doesn't get old.
The funniest thing too, Jimmy, is when TJ's like, "Is that at Southtown?"
It looks a little like Southtown.
It does. When I look at it, I'm like, dude, that actually does look like where the bar is and all that stuff. It does look like that's that area. It's funny.
It does, man. Those chicks are batshit crazy, and I love it. We have the pig milk play of the day. It is Rutgers team total under 20.5 at +115. This is an alt team total, as most books have this at 21.5. I don't see any way Rutgers scores more than 20. The pig milk has spoken. And when pig milk speaks, we react in turn. Shout out.
Wait, did the pig milk say that he doesn't see more than 20, or did Jimmy the Bag say that?
No, that was Pig Milk Play Today saying that. Pig Milk Play Today. Rutgers team total under 20.5. TJ says if that was at Southtown, I would not only be at pub every year, I would move there. Oh, man, I didn't realize how much that looks like Southtown.
It does. It's kind of crazy, honestly.
All right, let's get to work, fellas. This is the big one here. This is also the game that holds Gorky's play of the day. So we'll go to Gorky first, but let's set the story up here.
Wine, go first.
Okay, well, I go first. Sure. Let's set the story up here. Both squads opening up their Big Ten accounts. The Hawkeyes at the Scarlet Knights. You know, Iowa State was a great football game. 16-13 loss at Iowa State. You know, no reason to be upset with yourself. That was the only, non-cupcake that we've seen. Iowa took their anger out on UMass last week, 47-7. It was 30-7 at halftime. They were 35.5-point favorites, and they covered. Got that touchdown late to cover. That is the Hawkeyes. Rutgers took out Miami of Ohio, and I studied that for a while because you will see here shortly that I'm on the Miami of Ohio Red Hawks, and I wanted to, and I studied with. I was like, okay, but they only beat Ohio 34-31. I was trying to really work within these two games and study these two games. Then they took out Norfolk 60-10. But the beatdown on Miami of Ohio was impressive. I think Miami of Ohio is a decent football team, and I'm on them against UNLV. So let's get into the line history here for Iowa Rutgers. We have Rutgers right now, as we speak, +2 at -104. This opened up at +2 at -110. This is spent most of the time at 2.5, but we're back at a +2 for Rutgers. From a total side of things here, we have a 46.5. This opened up at 46. It went down to 44.5 pretty quickly. Spent quite a bit of time at 44.5, then got all the way up to 47. Today, it dropped down to 45.5. Dropped down to 45.5. And, let me get here quickly. We have the Dougie Wise free bands play of the day is on Iowa, -123. And we also have TJ moving on Rutgers +2.5. Ronnie Lofton says live stream going to be great with Ron Lofton and Rod Zawacki joining, two low bag legends from way back. Take it away for us here. Let me give you the cash flow here one time before we do. We have 56% of the tickets and 65% of the cash on Iowa, 63% of the tickets and 70% of cash on the under. Take it away, my friend.
Yeah, shout out to Ron Lofton. Yeah, Ron Crawford and Rod Z will be joining to us tonight. I got a couple OGs coming on with us tonight, guys, so excited for that. Listen, guys, I'm pretty heavily invested in this game because not only are we going live for it, just really like this game. I mean, just from a college football standpoint, Rutgers, Iowa, this is two big-time coaches that have been doing this for quite some time. Coach Kirk, all-time leader in wins now for Big Ten history. Shout out to him. Mark Gronowski definitely looked a little bit more comfortable throwing the ball last week, give or take the competition. Mm-hmm. I like the running backs in the backfield. I like Xavier Williams. I like Terrell Washington. I like even Joaquin Patterson, their third-string guy. He's actually pretty good, too. I like Sam Phillips at their wide receiver position. Jacob Gillies explosive with the ball in his hand as well. Seth Anderson. A lot of these guys are homegrown town Iowa kids that – the cool thing about Iowa, they really recruit within their state, and they try to get the best talent they can in such a small state. Look at what they do. Look at Coach Kirk. In the last 10 years, Iowa has averaged giving up less than 20 points a game in the last 10 years. That's just crazy. What is Iowa football? It's discipline. They're focused always. They don't make mistakes mentally. They're out there always prepared. A lot of these West Coast schools and higher-end schools, I feel like don't really emphasize tackling in the offseason, in the summertime, in spring camp, in summer ball, in fall ball, because you want to avoid injury as much as you can, especially with your big time players. But schools like this, schools like Rutgers and Iowa, these guys emphasize tackling, which I think everyone should in football, because it's the number one thing I think you need to do as a defender. You need to know how to tackle and wrap up, because a lot of these guys are quick in open space and they can just brush off you like that. Iowa doesn't make a lot of mistakes defensively. They've got a really big defensive front too. Very experienced guys. All four of these guys on the defensive line are 5th, 6th year guys, all homegrown kids other than Jonah Pace, who was a transfer. But all these other kids have been here their whole careers, and they're under one of the best defensive coordinators, in my opinion, all of college football. And you got a guy like Coach Kirk over there that just does everything right. From a coaching standpoint, I don't know. This guy's an example of what college football is all about, and he's been doing it at a high level for quite some time now at Iowa. You look at the Rutgers on the other side, Schiano. This guy, he's doing well with Rutgers. You can't get really much better than 6 or 7 wins with the Rutgers program in the Big Ten, and that's what they kind of been at these last couple of years. Starting off 3-0, weak schedule. Something to also note, Ethan, Kaika Melanis, the quarterback, he's the highest rated passer in all of college football right now. His numbers are absolutely through the roof, give or take the competition, but he's got a really good running back to hand it off to, an Antoine Raymond. This kid's a true sophomore, 4-star commit from outside the New York area that came in, that believed in Shiano. And this kid played a lot as a freshman last year, and now we're seeing him pretty much take over. You also got a guy like CJ Campbell, Jashawn Benjamin, even Sam Brown. That guy's a 5th-year guy, and he's the 4th guy in the backfield right now. These teams on the lineup of scrimmage are going to match up pretty well, although I do think Iowa's defensive line is going to have an edge on the Rutgers offensive line, despite a lot of the talent being on that team are returners as well. I just think this is one of the best defensive runs we're going to see in all of college football. They're going to play conservative. Iowa's going to play Iowa football. Rutgers is going to play Rutgers football, and that's run first and punt if you're in a 4th and whatever. You don't ever go for it on 4th down when you're these two offenses. Which probably should make me go towards an under, but at the same time, it's moving towards the opposite way. I'm going to take the better team, and in my opinion, the better coach and Coach Kirk. I'm on Iowa -2.5, -110. Tweeted this out on Sunday. I thought I was going to crush this line movement. I saw some 1.5s at some point this morning after I got off screen for a little bit. I was like, wait, what? It's back up to a 2. I think it's going to close at a 2 or maybe a 2.5. I hope the 2.5, but I think Iowa goes out there and wins this game. And I think they're not going to blow these guys out by any means. I think this is probably going to be like a 4 to 6 point digit win for them. But I'm also going to, for a little insurance, I added Iowa in that parlay not in that parlay, that teaser, 6-point teaser, Iowa +3.5. So Tulsa +16.5, Iowa +3.5, +100, even money. Love that play. And I'm going to move on something as well, guys. I just want to see the best number I can get currently. I'm going to move on the Rutgers team total under first half. I want to see what I can get. It's currently sitting at under 10, -110 in the first half. Let me just double check. Yeah, Rutgers team total under 10, -110 in the first half. I think they're going to have a problem to start off the game. I think both teams are going to start out really slow. We're going to see them open up the playbook in the second half. I look forward to getting on this full game over if both team offenses go out on the field and don't score. I mean, when you look at these two programs, do they ever score on their first possession in a game like this? Absolutely not. And if they do, we know we're going to be in for an over. And at that point, I'm not going to move on a live total. But I think these two teams, maybe that they are run first, but maybe we see a lot of explosive plays by these running backs. So that's going to be interesting as well, because the total being moving up, I feel like this total should be a lot lower when you think about these two programs. So that's 3 plays for me, guys, in this game. Iowa -2.5, -110. Iowa +3.5 in that 6-point teaser. And Rutgers team total under 10, -110 first half.
First half team total under 10. What was the juice?
-110.
-110. Then Iowa -2.5. And what was the juice there?
Sorry, the Iowa -2.5 is -110, and the team total was -110 as well. Everything's -110 besides the parlay, the teaser that was +100.
And that is Tulsa +16.5, and Iowa +4.5.
3.5.
Iowa +3.5, +100. Beautiful. Great breakdown. Wine Time making moves, tripling up. Let's hear how the Goracle is handling our giant live stream this very evening, hosted by none other than Wine Time Sports. Iowa Rutgers live stream. Take it away, Gorky.
Join Wine's live stream tonight, guys. And for me here, I played just now first quarter three-way money line Rutgers at +110. I believe they have to get off to a quick start to make Mark Granowski have to come back and beat them, which is outside of Iowa's normal comfort zone. They like to normally run the ball, control the pace of game. I don't think that happens here. I think Greg Schiano is a head coach that has this Rutgers team prepared. And even though Casey Concepcion transferred to Texas A&M from Rutgers, I do believe this Rutgers team is going to end up being probably the best in school history. They may even make the playoffs. Sprinkle a little bit on that.
I love it, Gorky. First quarter, Rutgers.
Yes, and I have
Oh.
the money line at plus 105 as well.
Double up spot. First quarter plus 110, full game plus 105 for the Goracle.
It's actually moving towards Rutgers as well. It's like at minus 105 now each way. I do believe.
I like it. And then I see get JT up there. We need JT on screen here more. Great job, fellas. We have TJ on Rutgers plus 2.5. Gorky on Rutgers money line first quarter and full game. Wine time though on Rutgers first half team total under 10, and Iowa minus 2.5. And then he's got the teaser, and we also have Billy Friedrich pig milk play of. I'm trying so hard not to play it.
One more time, Jim.
I'm trying so hard not, but I just like God, it's like a shot of whiskey for me, man.
One more thing, just quickly before I get off, Jim.
Sure.
Greg Schiano, to me, is the type of coach that had he not left Ohio State as early as he did, he would now be the head coach of Ohio State instead of Rutgers, and Ryan Day would be at a school like Rutgers.
Yeah,
that's fair, Gorky. Honestly,
because he was there. He was a key member of Urban's staff for years.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting point. You guys have locked in this game. Join us for our live stream this evening. Gorky, I will see you here very shortly. We're going to run through best bets very quickly one time, but that was great stuff. You were a great addition. Here we go. And we head to Saturday action here. This should be UNLV Rebels, Miami Redhawks. Jose, if you can, for us, because this is my addition to the program. And this is my first one of the year where I was like, okay, well, I really need to talk about this game. I really think it's a wonderful gambling opportunity, and I want to take advantage of it. UNLV at Miami of Ohio. This is the home opener for the Redhawks tonight, and I love who they played to start the season at Wisconsin and at Rutgers. So yes, they got beaten and beaten pretty badly. They lose 17-0 at Wisconsin. They lose 45-17 at Rutgers. But how else do you want to sharpen your chopsticks? You do it by playing against better competition early in the year, and you can take advantage of it, in MAC play. And I know this is not MAC play, but here, how good is UNLV? How good are they? They barely got past Idaho State to open the season. They didn't cover. They won 38-31 as 30.5-point favorites. Who cares? Then their only road game this year was at Sam Houston State. It's a cupcake type spot, man. Sam Houston State's terrible this year. They were 8.5-point favorites. They covered. Of course they covered because they were just embarrassed against Idaho State. It was a very easy bet there in that one. And then they beat UCLA. And that's the tricky part to me. Like we heard one time say that they could lose every game this year, but how bad really is UCLA? What would happen if UCLA was going to Miami? And I'd like Wine Time to touch on that because he knows this UCLA team. Remember, UCLA in that 30-23 loss against UNLV put up 428 yards of offense. UNLV only put up 351. There was the penalties, mistakes. UCLA was 3 of 13 on third down. UCLA carried time of possession. When have you ever seen a 3-0 team going up against this 0-2 team that was shut out in game one? Let me move over. Was shut out in game one and destroyed in game 2 and have a line moving, pretty heavily towards them. And we're going to go over the line history and the cash flow and hand this over to Wine Time. But I moved on this in a double up. I doubled up here because, again, we talked about this off the top. This is one of the games that I was struggling to figure out whether I should take the 2.5 or the 3. And what I decided to do was pay for the 3 and also bet the money line. And again, we'll see if this helps. This opened up with the Red Hawks at +4. That lasted for 21 minutes, moved to 3.5. Then it moves to 2.5. Now it's a 2. This just moved to 2 15 minutes ago. I got the 3 at a decent price. Well, it wasn't decent. In fact, it was more. I couldn't believe how expensive it was. It was the other 3 that I was able to get at a cheaper price. I got this here. Sorry, let me just say I got this +3 at -135, and it was more expensive offshore at Sharper Books. So I did, but then I balanced it with the +110 on the money line. So here I am. This is the first game that I brought. I'm going to put in my worksheet. I'm going to put asterisks on the games that I bring here because I'd like just to kind of see if I didn't do this last year and I meant to. And so I'm going to put asterisks on the ones that I bring to the table. And this is the first game that I brought all year long. Let's take a look at the line history. This is, again, a double up spot here for me. Cash-wise, come on, show me the cash. Taking a second. Here we go. Cash-wise for this one, we have 56% of the tickets and 75% of the cash on UNLV. 3 of every $4 is coming on to UNLV. Of course, they're the 3-0 team. Going to the Miami of Ohio Redhawks, who got shut out in game 1, and they're 0-2. I think this is wheelhouse type shit. I think this is wheelhouse for me type shit. Playing off the sentiment of the public. Line still moving in my direction. We'll see. We'll deal with the consequences that come. Take it away, Wine Time. Rebels, Redhawks in Oxford, Ohio.
Yeah, I wish I would have moved on this yesterday with you when I could have gotten a 3 at probably a -125 or maybe even a -130. Can't find that anymore. We're seeing 2s everywhere. I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm with you, Jim, in this one. I'm going to do something a little different, though. I'm going to go to the first half. I'm going to go to the first half plus a half at -110 right now. Listen, you got a quarterback in DeQuan Finn. I mean, we all remember him from Baylor last year. You guys know who's playing over at Baylor right now, Sawyer Robertson, who is, has, I think, the highest rate of big-time throws in all of college football right now. DeQuan Finn beat him out for the job last year. DeQuan Finn went down, I think, in game 1 or right before last year. And Sawyer Robertson, I mean, the rest is history. He's a 7th-year guy. This guy's a 5th-year guy. This guy was really explosive at Toledo. If you guys remember him a couple years back, he really kind of put that program on the map. It's got a nice little NIL deal over in Baylor, and now taking a little bit of a step down over here in the Miami, Ohio Redhawks. And with that being said, I think it was kind of the schedule. I mean, they got Wisconsin the first week. I mean, they've been playing some pretty good opponents, and Wisconsin even only put 17 on it. I get Billy Edwards went down early in that game, but still they were in Madison, Wisconsin, a hostile environment, and they still only put 17 up on them. Wisconsin's defense is good. We already talked about that. We're on Maryland team total this weekend. They couldn't get anything going. It was also his first start, and it was a very hostile environment. They couldn't really get anything going, but the fact that they even held them to 17 points, okay, yeah, they get blown out in their last game. Listen, you go out and got Deion Calsey from Notre Dame, wide receiver. You got a guy like Cam Perry at the slot receiver who's pretty explosive with the ball in his hand. He was a transfer from, I believe, a Power 4 school a while back. Their defense, pretty much, a lot of these guys have been here for the last couple of years, and this defense is really developing. I think their defense will play better in this game. You look at UNLV. I mean, we know how bad UCLA has played in the first 3 weeks, and UCLA almost came back and won this ball game in the fourth quarter. That's how bad I think this UNLV team is. Yeah, you got a guy like Anthony Calandria, the transfer from Virginia, and you bring in a guy like Dan Mullins, who has NFL experience, has been at big-time programs, takes a big step down and takes the UNLV job, which I don't think is a bad job at all. I mean, you're right there in Vegas, and you're playing at Allegiant as your home stadium, which is a stadium for NFL teams. So, and they've got guys transfers everywhere. But I think that Miami, Ohio probably has a more talented team, and I think they're going to have a little bit more motivation here. This is, I believe, Jimmy, the first home game for Miami, Ohio. Give me them in the first half. They come out with some urgency. I just want to make sure the number I'm getting I can give out. I haven't played it yet. Let me just refresh this. I believe it's a plus a half at either minus 110 or minus 115. I'm pulling it up right here. Here we go. Miami, Ohio is plus a half. Oh, minus 120. I think that might have even moved a little bit since I looked at this 30 minutes ago. Give me Miami, Ohio, plus a half, minus 120. I think they're going to be up in the first half, and give me that half point in my back pocket. I think they could probably win this game outright too. I mean, the market is telling us that, Jim. I like this spot. I didn't even look at this game before you told me, and I was like, after I capped it, I was like, this is actually a really fun game. So I'll be looking forward to this.
As soon as we get through the regular season of baseball, I will come each week with 5 or 6 of these.
Perfect.
I'm just a little overwhelmed right now. That's the first one of the year. My first one of the year bringing to the show here. Miami of Ohio Redhawks. Double up for me. +3 minus 135. Money line plus 110. Wine time on the Redhawks. First half plus a half at minus 120. We roll on. We're going to be a little quicker through these games here. Next up for us, the number 17 ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders opening up their Big 12 account at the Utah Utes. We broke this game down on Thursday. Bobano moved on Utah money line and also moved. We did Kyle. We did talk about that already off the top. If you want to just go back a little bit. If you go back now, then you can ask any questions because we had wine time using Tulsa in a teaser with Iowa and then Gorky moving on Tulsa money line. That was the breakdown. But thank you for being here, Kyle. So here we go. We have Bobano go on Utah money line minus 145 and the over 57 at minus 114. So I'm not going to two undefeated teams opening up their conference accounts. What I do want to just go over for all these games that we've already talked about is the line history. I think that is pertinent. We have here a move back. This was a 3 yesterday. This was a 3. Sorry. Yes, yesterday. This was a 3. This was a 3 at a pick'em at 11:09 this yesterday morning. At 11:19, this was juiced towards Texas Tech at the 3. That is no longer. We have moved to 3.5. You know it's a big move from 3 to 3.5. Or you know it's always a big move, and this is so important for you guys to keep an eye on. Usually when a line moves from 3 to 3.5 or moves the numbers, let's say you have a -3 at minus 115, and then it moves to 3.5. It'll generally move to 3.5 at minus 102 or minus 105. You know it's a big move when it moves to a 3.5 and it's juiced to where it's moving. And that's what happened here. This moved minus 3.5, minus 112. That's a big move to the Utes. Now, you have to take it with a grain of salt because this did open at 4. So we still have had a half-point move to the Red Raiders. Let's get to the total here for this one. Bobano gave us that 57. Let's see what it is right now. It is now 57.5 at most books. I see a 58 at a very sharp book. This dropped down to 56. This was a 56 yesterday at 1:15 p.m. So we've gone up to 57.5. This opened up at 55.5. So we now have 2 points of movement towards the over. Now let's get to the cash flow here for Red Raiders, Utah. And just give me a second to find this. It's set up perfectly here. Here we go. 53% of the tickets and 65% of the cash is on the Utes. 66% of the tickets and 66% of the cash on the over. Wine Time Sports. Red Raiders, Utes, in a stadium that you have been in person watching them play your Bruins. Take it away.
Yeah, shout out to Rice Eccles Stadium, man. Never forget going there. The fans there, great people. Everything about that stadium. I mean, you guys, if you haven't been, you have to check it out. I've never been to a more hostile environment probably that I've ever been to. It was crazy being there, being around the fans, how much they love Utah football. And guys, where are we at? We're in Salt Lake City, Utah. When I capped this game, to me, this game ultimately came down to where this game was being played. If this was in Lubbock, Texas, Texas Tech deserves to be a -3, -3.5. If this is played in Salt Lake City, they deserve to be a -3, -3.5. You said they opened up at a 4. I got the -3 at -120 when I tweeted this out on Sunday. It's up to -3.5 at -110 right now. I definitely like that. I mean, listen, guys, it's going to be a very hostile environment. Texas Tech, Joey McGuire has done a great he's done a great job with this program the last couple of years, bringing guys in. It helps too when you have donors that have billions of dollars that sell their company when they're 32 years old that go to Tech. The oil refinery business for billions of dollars, and they're pouring their money into this program because people that go to Texas Tech have pride. It seems like, at least it seems like this fan base is strong. It's a place where I want to go eventually one day. I think more so I want to go there for a college basketball game one of these days. Hopefully in the next couple of years I can get there. Listen, you got a guy, I'm going to talk about Texas Tech real quick. Byron Morton. You can't say enough good things about this guy. This guy sits in the pocket and slings it. If you give him time, he can make any single throw on the field. I have no doubt that this guy will be drafted, not early by any means, but he'll definitely sign an NFL contract at some point. They lost their big time running back before the season, and I remember it was a big thing, but I remember going back and looking at a guy like Cam Dickey, a true sophomore, Jacoby Williams, a true sophomore. These two guys as true freshmen last year for Texas Tech really played well behind Taj Gibson, I want to say. Their big time running back that was there for years. And these guys played well behind him whenever they got touches, and they're playing well so far. Give or take the competition. I mean, listen, guys, Utah is averaging over 50 points a game right now. It's, I think, second or third in the nation. Utah averaging on defense, giving up less than 10 points per game. I believe it's 8.6 points per game so far this season. Give or take the competition. They did go into an empty Rose Bowl and take care of business there. And listen, Devin Dampier, I'll never forget talking about New Mexico last year with Jimmy on one of the last shows. I forgot who they played. I might have been Nevada or UNLV, and I remember just thinking, I said, like, this guy's going to be playing out of Power 4 conference in no time. This guy's got every tool in the shed. He's just got to make his throws. When you have probably the best two tackles in all of college football in Spencer Fanu and Caleb Lemieux, I think that tells you everything. These guys are projected to both go in the first or second round in this year's draft. He's got a lot of protection there up front. He's got a receiver to throw to in Tobias Mayweather. He's got a guy like Ryan Davis who came over with him from New Mexico State. These guys are like best friends. They're with each other all the time. You got a guy like Wayshawn Parker coming over from Washington State last year, and a guy like Nakari Rogers as well, who came over from New Mexico. So you got the Jason Beck offense who came over from New Mexico. He brought a lot of his talent over there. And when you got a coach like Kyle Whittingham, when you're playing at home, he knows how much this stadium and how much this fan base wants this game, because this is potentially maybe a Big 12 championship game. Who knows? We'll see down the line if Texas Tech can take care of business. I think Utah takes care of business. I'll shorten this up because I know we have a lot of games. Utah -3, -120. I think they take care of business.
That's a great breakdown. A lot of interesting stuff from the chat as well. And Kyle Fields says he's done well as a Tech recruiter. Kyle Fields says if you want Tech basketball tickets or football, he's in Lubbock, home, of course, of where Dabby Cab played baseball for the Red Raiders.
I think Dabby Cab's the only alumni that's not a Texas Tech fan.
Yeah. Of course, you know, his pops with A&M. So we have a rich family history of Texas sports from our friend Dabby Cab, who, of course, co-hosts with Wine Time on the Tailgate here on Saturdays. Let's roll. Troy, I'd love to hear it. I'm pretty excited about that football game. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we hit a game that Wine Time wanted to talk about badly. We added it. This was a last-minute addition to our show, and I'm excited that it is. 3:30 p.m. Eastern, we have the North Carolina Tar Heels, 2-1, heading to the Bounce House, UCF Knights, FBC Mortgage Stadium in Orlando, Florida. Let's pull up the line history and the cash flow and set this up for Wine Time, who has moved on this one. Let's get this all set up here. Here we go. First off, we have the Tar Heels, who have disappointed many, unless you were fading them. That TCU loss was egregious. And then they go to Charlotte and win 20-3. They did cover. That opened up at 13.5 and closed at 16.5. So they did cover. And then last week, it was a cupcake type spot, and they dominated the Richmond Spiders. I mean, who cares? They beat them 41-6, and they were 24.5 point favorites. So they have covered back-to-back games. I shouldn't be so harsh. I just know a lot of people lost their – I didn't. I didn't move on that TCU North Carolina. I wanted to know what the hell was going to happen. I was just curious more than anything else. Here, UCF has opened their season. We know that Jacksonville State is an improving squad. That was a 17-10 win for UCF, but they were 20.5-point favorites. It was a pretty weak performance by UCF. And then we see them, beat a cupcake in the North Carolina A&T Aggies 68-7. They were up 40-0 at halftime. They were 37-point favorites, so they took care of business and did what they had to do. 560 yards of offense. I mean, it was a pretty easy. So 560 yards of offense. They only had the ball for 24 minutes. Let's get into the line history here for this one. This one pops off at 3:30. We'll take a look at the line history, and then we'll hand this over to Wine Time. We have a total of 47, so this has been dropping. This opened up at 49.5. There was a buyback at one point. It went to 48.5, back up to 49, but then it's just been one-way traffic towards the under to 48 to 47.5, and now we have a 47. The 47 came today, this morning. Point spread-wise here, North Carolina is, I wonder if they're still sitting at the 7.5. This didn't open up there. It was a pretty legit move towards North Carolina. This opened up at 5.5, moved to 6, 6.5, 7. That all happened in the first 4 hours this line was available. Then there was some buyback. This went to 6.5 for a little while. It got back to 7 on Wednesday, and then it moved to 7.5 last night. And now it looks like 8s are on the way, according to BOL, which is crazy because I don't see other 7.5s. But they're on their way to an 8. In fact, this is wild. In fact, an offshore that we respect has just moved this to 6.5. It's not a legit 6.5 because UCF is favored, but books seem to be confused as to where to put this. So, and then when we get to the cash flow for this 3:30 spot, we have 58% of the tickets on North Carolina and 87% of the cash. Clearly, gamblers think this is an improving squad under Belichick, and that the horrible loss to TCU is going to give them, advantageous numbers. We'll see if Wine Time agrees with that. 67% of tickets on the under, 92% of cash. Wine Time, take it away.
Interesting one, guys. I mean, Tavon Jackson looks like he's going to be the starting quarterback for the UCF Knights here. He came over from Indiana. And where else? I think it was just Indiana. Yeah, last couple of years he was there. Cam Thatcher came over from FAU. He's hurt. I don't think he's going to go in this one. I don't really think it matters here, guys. Both of these teams have brand new coaching staffs with brand new rosters. I don't think either of these teams are that good when it's going to come down to the end of the season. I think if UCF is going to, might be like probably their biggest win right here if they can get a win here at home, guys. I'll never forget hearing about the bounce house from my guy Big Ragu over there. Shout out to Big Ragu. This place is only 44,000. This place gets rocking and rolling. This is a hostile environment, probably the most hostile 40,000 fans you'll ever see in college football. This place is going to be rocking with their new coach being 2-0 going into this game. Another thing to keep in note, the offensive line coach was in stable condition. He's fine now, but a lot of emotion these last weeks for the UCF Knights. And even old Scotty Frost came out and said that his team isn't going to be ready to play. I think it was kind of just motivation, and I think his team is going to go out there and play for that offensive line coach because it seemed like a lot of the players had a good relationship with this guy. And I think Scott Frost is maybe just downplaying it a little bit, saying they're not ready when they're actually going to probably blow the doors off Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick ain't going to know what hit him when he comes to the bounce house today, guys. I can promise you that, or tomorrow. I was on this. I gave this out for Medicate Monday. I'm on the -6, -120. I love it. I can get a -7, -110 right now. I would still take that. I think they win by double digits. I think this is a blowout game. Not saying UCF is that much better. I just think the bounce house is that much an advantage here with two teams that aren't very good. And UCF kind of needing this for their program to get them going in the right direction with Scott Frost. Not a coach I like by any means or want to back, but I'm doing it here. I think we're on the right team here.
And sorry, my fault with just too many numbers in my head. I flipped it. I was saying that North Carolina was the favorite moving to 7.5. Of course, UCF, the favorite moving to 7.5. Sorry about that. And that means that you got the -6, UCF -6 at -120, which again is varying around the books. You can still get a 6.5
Oh,
and
wow.
minus 118 at a very sharp offshore, one of the sharpest. And yet you have to get a 7.5 over at BOL. So very interesting market move. Sorry, I screwed that up there. Billy Frieder says UNC didn't look good to me versus Richmond last game, and Richmond is awful. UCF -6, -120. Wine time beating the market move. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. That is West Virginia Mountaineers, Kansas Jayhawks. Kansas Jayhawks have cost me money this year. Sadly, I don't know why I backed them at Missouri, but now they're coming off the bye week, and you have to think that they're going to come together here. You have to think that Daniels is going to step up. We saw West Virginia lose at the Bobcats 17-10. Then they come back and they beat Pittsburgh, but they need overtime to do it at home, 31-24. Now that was impressive. They were 6.5 point dogs, and they battled back. They battled back in that one and then won in overtime. Let's take a look at the line history here and see the plan of attack for our Wine Time Sports. We have Kansas -13 right now, -13 at -115. They opened up at -12.5, got up to 13.5. Then it dropped to 11.5. This was an 11.5 for a while, but it had been 13.5 for about 4 days before we saw this move to West Virginia. It happened last night, and then it came back half point. So overall, though, there's been a half point move to Kansas. Let's get to the total here for this one, and then we'll grab the cash flow. From a total perspective, we have this sitting right now at 54.5. This opened up at 55. Got up to 56, and then dropped to 54.5. That drop to 54.5 was this morning. So it's a half point move towards the under. And then when we get to the cash flow here, come on, show me. Here we go. 69% of tickets, 70% of cash on Kansas, 66% of tickets on the over, and 93% of cash on the under. This move just a half point. Very strange. Wager detective on Kansas -13 here. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Mountaineers, Jayhawks.
Yeah, this is an interesting one here, Jim. You mentioned it. Kansas has cost me money too with their team total in the first game, not getting it done by a half point because they couldn't score in the second half because they didn't want to. Being up 21-6 going into the second quarter against Mizzou, and then blowing the cover outright because of that 65-yard touchdown late in the fourth quarter. Absolutely wild. It happens. They had a bye week to think about it. You guys know me. I'm a big Jalen Daniels fan from my area out here. From Lawndale, not from my area, but local kid. I believe it's talent, and I think that they're going to put up a lot of points here today in Lawrence. You heard Jalen Daniels' interview. He put the loss on himself, as he should have. Should have played a lot better. They're playing in Lawrence right here. They've got that new stadium. It's been rocking and rolling out there. We know how crazy those Kansas fans get out there. I think this is a game where West Virginia is coming off a big win against Pittsburgh. And, at home, West Virginia at home, that's just a thing. Their home crowd is it's one of the best. I love the home crowd out there. Same time, they're going to be into a hostile environment themselves. I think Kansas is going to be able to pour it up on them. I got the team total over 34, -110. It's a high one, guys. I think it's high for a reason. Let me just double check. -110, I believe, is the number I got. Over 34, -110. It went down a little bit. It was a 34.5, but the total in the whole game went down a point. So their team total went down a half a point. I still like it. I think they're going to put points on the board here. If Pittsburgh could score 27 against them, I can't imagine how many points Kansas is going to put up on them. Give me Kansas over 34, team total -110, and I might be getting to the window with Kansas first half and full game here. Be on the lookout for that.
What's keeping you off the side right now?
Not a lot. I'm very close to moving on it. It's more so that I don't know. I probably should be on it because I think in the first half they're going to come out firing, especially at home. And I think what we're getting right now in the first half, let me just pull it. Is it a 7.5 what we're getting in this first half right now? Let me see. First half, Kansas. Yeah, we're getting a 7.5 7. Kansas -7, -115. I'm going to make it official because I think this is probably going to get to a 7.5. I'm surprised it's not a 7.5. Give me Kansas first half -7, -115. I'm going to play it right now and tweet it out. I'm going to stay away from the full game because the defense does worry me a little bit in Kansas, although I do think that they can get this cover full game. I think they absolutely can. I think they're just going to pour it on. The defense does have a bit of concerns for me, but at the same time, West Virginia's offense isn't anything crazy. I mean, you got Jaheim White in the backfield. I mean, their quarterback, Nico, doesn't impress me by any means, and they don't really have a lot of weapons out there on the outside, so I might get there, but I'm getting a 7 right now. I thought it was 7.5, so I'm going to get a 7. Give me -7, first half -115. I just got to play it right now.
You are in business. Kansas, first half -7 at -115. Let's rock to our final college football game with wine time before we get into the game 3, Liberty Mercury with Billy Brisbane and Justin McKelvey. After we hit that game, we have Gorky for college football and CFL before we race camels for merch. That's what we're going to do there. Let's set this one up. Arizona State, Sun Devils, Baylor Bears. Arizona State has been, questionable. They just beat Texas State Bobcats at home by margin. They were 18.5-point favorites. They opened up at 14.5. The line moved in their favor, and they won by 19. They were up 20-3 at the half. They were in control of the game. They put up 433 yards of offense, didn't turn the ball over, and they were in complete control, kind of took their foot off the gas pedal late. And then there was, a late touchdown, 5 minutes left by, Texas State to make the score a little more honorable. Then we have Baylor. After the loss to Auburn, I know, wine time you were on Baylor and a bunch of friends on Baylor. Then I moved on them at SMU. And they were down 14 late. They showed a ton of heart, ton of character, got the job done in double overtime. Then they had a cupcake. Samford, make sure that's clear. They're 52.5-point favorites. They're up 35-7 at the half, and they just kind of let go. Pretty easy spot against FCS Samford. So wager detective on Arizona State +2.5 going up against Baylor on the -2. Then AM says bet on hope is a trend and an angle he's been working on. 7 or more returning starters on offense, defense, 14 upperclassmen starting, quarterback at least 50-plus attempts last season, won at least 4 games last season. Says bet the underdog on the spread, and that underdog here is Arizona State. The Sun Devils, let's take a look at the line history for this one. Again, popping off at 7:30 p.m. We have a total high, as you would imagine, 60.5. This one opened up at 59.5, and initially it went down before it started climbing, but we have a 1-point move towards the over. From a point spread perspective here for line movement, we have this sitting with, see if that 2.5 is still sitting there, and it is. Now, the 2.5 is juiced to Baylor. They're -2.5 and -114. They opened up -2, -110, and the first move was away from them. The first move was towards Arizona State. Then it started coming back to Baylor. Baylor now -2.5, -114, a half-point move, and VIG. Then when we get to the cash flow for this Baylor spot, we have, come on, show me. There we go. 65% of the tickets and 81% of cash on Baylor. If 4 of every $5 is going to be on one side, that's under a field goal. You want it to close at the field goal, and maybe it does. You want it to close at 3, though, for sure, if you are sitting here with Baylor money. Also, 91% of tickets on the over, 94% of cash on the over, and they're just sitting there.
Yeah.
God, that makes the under extremely appealing just from a market standpoint, not X's and O's necessarily. Take it away, wine time. Sun Devils, Bears, Waco, Texas.
Yeah, you guys know I'm a big Kenny Dillingham fan. Backed him a lot last year. Just believe him as a coach ever since. I mean, he's been around so many good offensive minds in his young career. The fact that he took this team to a college football playoff in year 2 is pretty extraordinary, to say the least. He's got his hands sighted here in this one, going to Waco, Texas at Baylor. This is going to be a pretty hostile environment out there. It's going to be a good game, guys. Listen, I'm on Arizona State. I think that this game and the Texas Tech and Utah, these 4 teams are really going to be there when it's all said and done. And I think the winner of both of these games will most likely have a ticket to the conference final from the outside looking in. From everything I'm looking at, I think that these are the 4 top teams here. Listen, I'm on Arizona State. I got them +3, -115. I think that you're going to give them a field goal on the road here. They've struggled this year, and I think everyone's kind of seeing that the hype's kind of dying around Arizona State, like how not similar to last year when Cam Scatterbo, had that breakout season going into the college football playoff, and all of a sudden everyone's like, damn, who's Cam Scatterbo? You know what I mean? They don't have a Cam Scatterbo. They do got a really good receiver in Jordan Tyson over there. That's one of the best receivers in all of college football. You've got a guy named Sam Levitt who this season – he's been playing okay. I mean, I think he had really high expectations going into the season. A lot of people had him as a potential first or second round drafted already, and I think he's a redshirt sophomore. I still think he has a long ways to go, and I think this is a big game for him to prove himself. This is a big game for their not just national title hopes, but Big 12 hopes. They need this win here. I think both teams need this, even though they have wins outside of their conference. Give me Arizona State +3 -115.
Arizona State +3 -115 for our guy Wine Time Sports. He's on Arizona State +3 -115. He's on Kansas team total over 34.5 in Kansas first half -7 -115. He's on UCF -6 at -120. He's on the Utes -3 at -120. He's on the Red Hawks first half +0.5 -120. Then he has Rutgers first half team total under 10 tonight at -110, Iowa -2.5, and a teaser of Tulsa +16.5, and Iowa +3.5. And you can see him sweating this all out with the squad this evening right here on Pub Sports Radio. Join them for our big live stream, our first Friday Night Football live stream of the year. We used to do it all the time, and I hope it comes back. Great stuff. Wine Time, my man. Monster MLB card as well. You said that your birthday pick to our guys, the Chillest and Wager Detective, came in football. So what is it?
All right, guys, let's do it. Rutgers team total under 10 first half. That is Wine Time's birthday play for this evening. It'll be fun. We got the first half coming up. Be sure to check it out, guys. I'll be going live 7:30 Eastern time for everyone on the East Coast. So about 30 minutes before game, we'll go over our bets, bring in a couple people, talk about the game, and sweat that first half out, guys. Shout out to Wager Detective. The Chillest and Wager Detective join us tonight. If you guys want to hop on screen and say hello, would appreciate that. If you guys want to come hang out, you can do that. Stop by. Let's sweat this game out together, guys. It's going to be a fun one. I'm excited.
Before you leave One Time, can you please review your MLB action one more time?
Yes, sir. Let's go right to it, guys. We will give out the Reds money line +110, Braves money line +110, Diamondbacks money line -120, Guardians Twins under 8 -110, Tampa Bay Rays money line +120, and the Royals first 5 +0.5 at -130.
Incredible work. It's been a marathon, and I hope that this sets you up for financial glory as we've seen you deliver all year long. Remember, he's not off to the start that he wants. I am behind on records for anything that's not MLB right now. Everything will be back on Monday. It's just been a very busy, stressful week, so I'm behind on a few records, but not having the start that he wanted, our friend One Time, 60% on totals and against the spread last year in the regular season. And I know he's going to deliver for us here. Wine Time, thank you for rocking with us. I put Wine Time's X handle in the chat. Please hit that link and support our friend Wine Time and join him tonight. It's going to be a big one. Wine Time, my man, thank you for all your hard work. Any last words for the Capper Sporting Show?
Yeah, always a great time capping the car with you, Jim. I'm excited for the live stream tonight. We'll have some drinks poured up.
Sorry, I meant to do the under in Arizona State Baylor. All the money and everybody on the over, and it's not moving. Am I trying to get too cute here with these two teams?
It could be. So this opened up at, it hasn't really moved. I think it might have gone down to a 59.5 at one point. I would probably lean on the under, but at the same time, these are two high-powered offenses that haven't really been able to stop too much. I mean, Arizona State struggled defensively against Mississippi State, and Baylor, we saw what they can do. David Aranda has this program in the right direction. These are two really good coaches. I would lean towards the under, but I wouldn't take it just because of the fact that both these teams could easily score 30 plus, and this could just be a shootout. We see explosive play after explosive play I expected Baylor's defense to be a little bit better this season, so I'm going to be looking to see that. At the same time, Baylor has had the toughest schedule in all of college football. I mean, look who they've played: Auburn, SMU. I mean, SMU is in the college football playoff. Auburn's undefeated and is looking pretty good in the SEC so far this year. They've had a tough schedule. ASU, I mean, they lost to the best team that they played. I just think that Dillingham, he doesn't seem as easygoing as he was last year. And I think because he kind of knows that he doesn't have the same team as last year. And so he's going to have to do a better job coaching wise. It's going to be up to if they can stop Sawyer Robinson. I mean, that guy's he's been really good, especially in the clutch and throwing the ball downfield. He's making every throw on the field right now. I didn't think Robertson was this good, but he's definitely showing it. So I would lean towards the under from a market standpoint. From an X's and O's, though, it wouldn't align for me.
See, and Billy Freer saying that first half under is intriguing. Is that where you would, because you don't want the late hijinks with these two high-powered offenses?
What is that first half right now?
I'm gonna pull it up right now. The first half. Oh, here we go. Sorry, first half under, and take a look at the line movement too. I mean, my man Muhammad saying that this opened up 56.5. I don't have any record of it. I have it coming out on Sunday at 2:22 p.m. at 59.5. But let me know if there were some books that did come out earlier. The first half is a 30. I'm looking at a 30. Opened up at 29.5. It's gone up a half point, sitting at 30.
Whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, I'll stay away from it on it. I don't think I can take an under in this spot just because of the vulnerability of these defenses and probably limiting explosive plays. I mean, I don't know. That's tough. I would honestly probably lean towards the over, Jim. I mean, the only thing that would have me on the under would be from a market standpoint. But maybe these two teams don't really try to make explosive plays. Maybe they try to feel it out the first couple drives of the game or the first half of the game, and there's not a lot of points scored, and more so it happens in the second half. They get a more feel for each other. Then they start opening up the playbook, get less conservative. But at the same time, we know Dillingham's not a conservative coach by any means. David Aranda, he can be at times, but I think both these coaches know how big time this game is. I mean, not a lot of people are talking about this game, I feel like, but these are two of the better teams in the Big 12.
Great work today, my man. Have a wonderful live show this evening, and send our love to the fam. Thank you for all that you do for us. Hit that link and support our guy, Wine Time Onyx. Wine Time, any last words for the Capper Supporting Show?
Oh, man, always a blessing doing the show with you. Had a good time, man. Now we just got to cash these tickets. Excited for the live stream tonight, guys. We'll be going live in about less than 3 hours, guys. So right here on Pub Sports Radio, Iowa Rutgers, we'll be live. Love you guys. Good luck on everyone's action.
There he is, our guy, Wine Time Sports. We roll on to the WNBA. Man, it was not a good night. Atlanta double result. Looked very good for a while until it stopped looking good. And it was costly. Very costly. And I want it back. And I want it back right here. And we have just the game for it and just the Cappers to lead the way here. So first, please welcome our guy, star of the Locker Room Talk podcast, representing South Jersey. Will be in Atlantic City with the squad come Sunday morning football. Please welcome our guy, Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing good, man. Probably the first time I feel like I said that all week. But we're rolling and we're doing good, feeling good. Bets have been looking better. Not great, not good, but better. So we're on the street. I feel like I'm studying for a fucking SATs or something like that for as much as I looked into the market for this upcoming weekend. So I'm excited, ready to go. Got some notes for this game. And we got some clips from the shoot-around from a couple hours ago that we'll be discussing as well.
I like it. Let's bring on our next guest, rocking WNBA with us, star of the 2-3 zone over at Tony's Picks, alongside Ron Crawford and Rod Zawacki. Please welcome the star of the Stacks Play of the Day, Mr. Justin McKelvey.
Stacks.
Justin, how are you, my man? Thank you for joining us.
Not bad. My dream lost. That kind of hurt my feelings. But I won my bet, so at the end of the day, what's more important?
You're winning your bet.
winning your bet.
I was sick though.
Yeah.
That was sickening. The way we were on stream, and in the matter of 10 to 15 minutes, the Bills double result loss, the Atlanta Dream were down by 3, and I said, nah, this game, I do not have a good feeling about this last minute. And then they ended up losing, and it was like, I thought the Aces were going to lose too for a second. Oh, my God. Seattle pulled away with 5 seconds left, and I was thinking in my head, damn, am I really cooked right now? I got the 1 through 10 win margin, Aces in every fucking parlay possible. And shouts to TJ. TJ said, fuck WNBA, but he watched the end of that last game when they shut off the lights for the game-winning shot. That was crazy. I've never seen that ever in any sports history.
Well, I'm excited about this game. Justin and I nailed Phoenix in game 2, and they didn't just win, they dominated. And that makes me want to back the New York Liberty here. The Liberty won in overtime. We talk about the opening lines being deceiving, and when they are deceiving, that we don't care if the market moves in their favor. And I feel that way heavily with Twins Guardians today. Now we'll see where it ends up when I put the rest of my action in here, about half an hour or so. But it was an 86-80 game, and it was 25-25 after the first quarter. And then the Mercury just took off, and in the next 2 quarters, the second and third quarter, they outscored the Liberty at home in Brooklyn, 44-22. The Liberty shot 30.2 from the field and 23.1 from 3. And the question you ask yourself is, does this team have team have championship character? And I think that they do. Obviously, they won last year. No one expects them to do it this year. 2.5 this line opened up at, and it moved to 2. We'll take a look at the cash flow, but I thought that was a pretty big move. Now we've moved to 3, but that was expected. I thought that I wasn't going to be concerned if this moved to 3.5 or 4. Cashflow Rican says Phoenix dominated them regular season. I think Mercury get it done again. Wager Detective on Mercury money line. Ron Crawford is on the under as his play of the day. The under is the play of the day. Look, I want to fade what everybody watched. I feel now I'll listen to the experts. I haven't moved on this, but I just love this shit so much. I knew that everybody thought New York was going to smash in game 2. We took advantage of it. Now everybody's going to think Phoenix is going to smash again in game 3, and I want to take advantage of it. This total is a 155.5. It opened up at 156. Ron Crawford moving on the under. I find that extremely appealing as well.
Hold on, what did you just say? My fault. Ron Crawford said what?
Ron Crawford is on the under.
Oh, okay.
And I find that very appealing. It's gone from 156 to 155.5. Let's take a look at the cash flow then and see if that is the final nailed and I don't want to say coffin, but final nailed against on the board. How about that? We have 52% of the tickets on Phoenix and 54% of the cash. I was hoping that it would be like 70 and 70. We have 80% of the tickets on the under and 90% cash on the under, and it's not moving towards the under, which is a little uncomfortable. So let's get to work. Liberty, Phoenix, Mercury, Billy, Brisbane, get us started.
Yeah, we're going to start with the shoot-around quotes. I thought that were pretty interesting. We'll start it off with the Liberty side. When they were interviewing Sabrina Ionescu, she said, "We did a disservice to our home fans, and we take ownership for that. That's not what they should have paid to come watch, and that's something that I take full responsibility for." And then she continues on about how bad her shooting slump has been throughout this series. Brianna Stewart said her knee is feeling great. She got the reps in that she needed in game 2, and she is excited to have another opportunity. And then when they were talking about the Mercury's shoot-around press conference thing, it was a lot of Clea Copper talking, as they were saying that she's the thermostat of the team. She lets them not get too high or too low. And the reporter was asking them what was the celebration after game 2. And she said, we just played Uno on the plane, and I'm the Uno champion of the plane. And then the most interesting quote, the rookie, who I guess doesn't know how to shut her fucking mouth, because I don't think that you're supposed to say this in a press conference. She said, the game plan for tonight is to push the pace in game 3 and try to create easy layups. Sammy Whitcomb was interviewed right after that, and she said she expects the Liberty to come out physical, and this is going to be a dogfight of a game 3. Desperation could be what get us through the line tonight. So I thought the quotes were very interesting. But where I got to go back to is Sabrina Ionescu. Sabrina Ionescu might have played the worst basketball game I've ever seen her play in my whole entire life in game 2. She literally shot 1 for 8 from the three-point line. She missed 4 consecutive free throws to start off the game. She's had a terrible series so far, and we're going to take Sabrina Ionescu over on her points, rebounds, and assists, 27.5, minus 104. There's really no trends to support this. There's really no stats to support this, but I think Ionescu balls out.
Over 27.5 PRA. What was the juice there?
Minus 104.
That was the last WNBA player prop by. Oh, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was that goddamn Camila Cardosa fucking screwing me. Sorry. But I believe in Ionescu's character. The only concern I have is the slump just feels so real.
It's a month slump. She's gone under 8 out of her last 10 games on her PRA line.
But she certainly has the character to change this. Will Johnson says Mercury money line. Goodbye, New York. Let's hear from Justin McKelvey. Liberty, Mercury, game 3.
I got a whole lot to say about this game. And I'll start off with stacks played in number 1. And it's Natasha Cloud, 15 plus points, plus 240. I really considered not betting no sports. I considered not watching pub sports until it was time for me to come on. That way I don't get talked into betting something else because I ain't want to take away from the spot that I feel like I got. And I didn't change my mind until 10:30 Eastern a.m. Like, I really wasn't going to watch pub sports. I was just going to, like, keep it on the sideline, just wait until you text and say you're ready. That way I don't be talked into a baseball bet and take away from this. But if you go back to 2019, anytime she's gone under her points total or had under double digits, she's averaged 8 or 9 points. But I love this spot at plus 240. Like, this is probably my second biggest stacks play today as far as plus money odds. And I'm not giving out no other plays in this game. But I will tell you other plays that I bet, but I'm not making nothing official because I got one play, one winner that I'm fully confident in. Like, how much I put on is not important, but just know it's very important in my life. But I feel like not everybody, not professionals, but I think the average person is going to bet these games on the zigzag theory, like this is the NBA or something like that. It's the WNBA. The zigzag theory is not it. As far as Sabrina, I don't think it's a slump. I just think, I ain't going to say she sucked because she don't, but she's been horrible. And Bree, of course she's going to say she's feeling good. But guess what? Alyssa Thomas is going to find out like how good she really feeling because she's going to go right at her. And so she better be feeling good. I bet I paid up for it. I bet the Mercury money line. I didn't hedge. I have a Mercury future that Ron Crawford gave me in the middle of the season. I want to say it was like right after the All-Star break. And everyone was telling me to hedge and take the Liberty money line. I am not. Not only am I not, I'm doubling down on the Mercury money line. But what I did was, so it wouldn't hurt that much. I parlayed the Mercury money line with Clemson tomorrow minus 16.5. I know nobody like Clemson. I know. Watch this shit tomorrow. I like Clemson just as much as I like Natasha tonight. So I feel like if the Mercury win, I'll be sitting there watching Clemson, smiling while everybody laughing at me. Every time I get laughed at, it seems like my bank account grows. So I was laughed at about my Clemson. I was laughed at about the Mercury the other day, and I ain't been laughed at about in the closet because anyone know Natasha playoff cloud, like it's really a thing. Like, and plus 240, and I think other books you can get a bigger number. I just jumped on it last night because
310.
Huh?
FanDuel at plus 310.
I'll take 240. That's what I betted at. That's what I posted at, and that's what I'll take. Because I jumped the gun because I wanted it so bad. I didn't want it to go down. Like, you ever just have a bet that you just can't wait to place? And I couldn't wait to get the points. And as soon as I seen 240 at Bet Rivers, I made a conscious decision that I'm betting it online, and I went because the casino is like literally like a 9-minute walk away from my house. So I went to the window with it, and I bet it online. The purpose of going to the window, that way I could go ahead and grab a couple cash. But it's a must-win game. Like, you just had like 8 points last game. And I don't care what Bree say, what Stu said. She talking about she feel good. I will find out. But playoff cloud, you just had 8. Just give me 15 points. Give me 15 points, and I don't care what nothing else happened. And I'm not making no other bets official. I'm telling you what I bet, but the only bet I'm making official is Stats Play Day #1 is Natasha Cloud. 15 plus points plus 240. But like I said, well, like Brad said, you get a better number. But Mercury win this game. I feel like it's not the zigzag theory. I feel like Liberty, if they was fully healthy, which they're not, it'd be a different story. I also feel like we haven't seen the real Alyssa Thomas yet. We've seen average, the low average Alyssa Thomas. At home, win or go home, I think this is where she shows up. I'm just not betting her because I'm not trying to take away from my cloud money. That's the only reason why I'm not betting AT. But
I wanted to note a player prop that market moved that I thought was very interesting was a lot of money's coming in on DeWanna Bonner unders. Her point prop opened up at 12.5, down to 10.5, juiced towards the under at -122. Her rebound prop opened up at 5.5, juiced towards the over. That is now down to 4.5. DeWanna Bonner's getting like steamed towards the under on like every prop possible for her tonight. I don't know why, but DeWanna Bonner unders are like a very sharp market move.
Well, this is interesting.
Like, I don't even know if he's like, I try not to do it too often, but when I get off here, this is the bet that I'm texting my friends about. And I don't like to do that because they come down on me when it loses. But as soon as I get off here, it's like a big group text. Like, this is how much I like Cloud. Like, I don't know who tells who best props, but if nothing else, at plus 240, at least throw like $10 on it, like, just in case I'm right. But you might want to put a little bit more than that. Just saying. And like last night with the Dream, that's why I bought out of my Dream -7 because something told me they was going to do that bullshit. Like, and she had me so mad. I went to the bar and played pool. That's
They
like
really stuck to the script though of like the WNBA had changed the whole entire playoff format because of Indiana not winning a home game last year, and they really stuck to that shit of like Indiana is going to win a first round this year. I'm shocked that they went through with it, but they're about to get smoked by the Aces.
Respectfully, I don't believe in shit like that.
But opening line's 9.5. Indiana Fever are probably one of the most popular teams in the WNBA, regardless if Caitlin Clark is playing or not playing. I mean, their home attendance in their playoff game proved their point that they should be there.
That shit yesterday reminded me of the Falcons and the Patriots. Like, that's what it reminded me of.
Yeah,
Dream just took their foot off the gas. Like the Falcons.
In that game, they didn't call any fucking fouls in favor for the Dream.
I mean, no, I do agree with that. I agree that a lot of calls didn't go our way. But we're the better team. Put your foot on the gas. Like, what the fuck is y'all doing? Calls, there's no way a call should dictate the game. We lost that game. We didn't get cheated. I can't sit here and be like, the refs jerked. We lost. We get that game away.
Did you notice the Ryan Howard thing that I said? When Lexi Hall guards her, she just starts doing every fucking dribbling move and the fucking just shoots the ball. It's one of the weirdest things ever.
At this point, like, all my teams suck. I don't even know why I still get mad about that shit. Like, I'm loyal to it because I'm from there, but like, come on, man. Like, it's like heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. Like, And I never had expectations, but the dream gave me a little bit of expectations.
A little bit of hope.
Like, I was so mad. I text Ron Crawford when the game was over, all these mad emojis. And then I went to the bar.
Best opportunity ever to go deep in the playoffs, and they just kind of blew it.
Any interest in the under in this game? I mean, 92% of the cash on the under and it not moving. Is it because it opened at such a low number? Or
I didn't bet it. But I like the over. But so many people I respect love the under, but I like the over. They look at it like, and I get it. And that's the reason why I haven't bet it, because I don't have the conviction. They're looking at it like playoff, must win, defense. I look at it a little bit different. I look at positive regression, like Liberty shot horrible, Cloud shot horrible. She had 8 points. You got to expect them to do a little better. Even though Phoenix blew them out, I don't think they shot all that good. And this is a low-ass total, and it's just trickling down a little bit. You know, I don't look into the numbers or the bets or percentage like that. But if I didn't have them in my ear and I had a little bit more conviction, I'd be on the over.
This total reminds me of the Boston Celtics Orlando Magic series, where the first couple of games of the series were such low totals that they've driven the total so far down. This is 10 points lower than what they opened the total at in game one. So if the first games go under, the market sees it goes under, they move it down towards the under. Eventually, one of these games will go over, and I believe it would be game 3. I mean, if you think about the Liberty only put up 60 points in game 2. I don't think they put up 60 points again. Neither team has been able – it's kind of reminds me of the Atlanta-Indiana game that we talked about yesterday, where, like, neither team has been able to show up in a game. Yeah, like game 1 went into overtime, and the game still went under. Game 2 went under in regulation because of a blowout. Like, eventually both these two teams are going to go back and forth head to head until, to whoever has the ball last is probably going to win this game, in my opinion.
This is how bad it is. Like, I capped the game, and when I went to go through 2-3 zone, I wanted to give out the under, but the people I respect the most, and I didn't have the conviction. And my whole thing was it goes back to the cloud. I don't want to take away from that money. And my whole thing was this game stayed under, even in overtime. And I was on the under the last game. I bet it. I don't know if I gave it out, but I bet it. And it still stayed under in overtime. Not the last game, it was at the first game, my fault. So my whole thing was, like, so every game going to just stay under? And this low, like, it's getting lower and lower and lower and lower.
We saw that
it went too low.
We saw that with the Atlanta Fever game. First 2 games of the series went under. They've driven the total so far low that it looked disrespectful at 153.5. That shit flew over by halftime.
But my thing is that this number at 155, 156, you're looking at 78s. That gets you there.
Literally, the final score could be 82 to 78, and you would go over this total.
Mercury?
I'm a little bit biased. The Mercury are like my favorite team, so no bet on the side for me. No bets on the side.
When I do parlays, I do half-unit parlays. So I won't be mad to lose the parlay. But I feel like I got everything in the game with Clemson because I love Clemson tomorrow. So anybody listening, love Clemson.
We have everybody here in the chat.
Like Syracuse.
We have everybody here in the chat on the Phoenix Mercury. And
wait, everybody on the Mercury?
Every single person. Not one person is on the New York Liberty.
Yeah, I might buy out that little parlay.
And I expect to be on the Liberty. And I think I'm going to have to take him first half and full game. I might even
double result?
No.
Or separate?
Separate.
Oh, okay.
I might even instead take first quarter in full game. When we talk about
more than first half.
Yeah, I might do that because now I hear all you guys on the Mercury. I hear it. I think that one of the problems with the zigzag in the WNBA is you don't have players and teams. They're not all on a level of competition and of quality. And And that's the problem when you expect a team to answer, but they're just, they're not a good basketball team. They don't care that much and things of that nature, where the Liberty were embarrassed in front of their crowd, and it was a zigzag. The Mercury shot 30% from the field, 23% from three. Then the Liberty shot 30% from the field and 23% from three. I know that you guys believe in this Mercury team, then they're different, but they're brand fucking new. When have they ever shown us that they can win the big game? And look, I get it. I get why you guys are on them, and I need to understand if I have the conviction here to move on.
Now, it's a little bit different because Liberty got embarrassed at home, but the Dream just got embarrassed by the Fever. Not last night, the game before that. They just got embarrassed and quit in the third quarter. So what's the difference between – the only difference is Liberty got embarrassed at home and they're the returning champs, but they're not healthy. But they're not healthy.
The difference is Atlanta's never done it before. This group of Atlanta, this group Phoenix never done it before. That to me is a difference. They, you don't have that proven quality. Like, I don't know.
I'll be checking Twitter all night.
I know exactly what
if you got the conviction to move on to Liberty.
I know kind of exactly what Jim means, though. If you look at Kalia Copper is the only person that has like championship DNA. You know how many times we'd invaded the Connecticut Sun in the playoffs last year when Alyssa Thomas and Dewana Bonner would get late in the series and stuff like that. Like, that's been their MO of the reason why Stephanie White had to go to the Fever, because they could never close the door on a series and get that championship that they've been looking for. So, I mean, could things look a little bit brighter in Phoenix? The only thing that would just the scare of the home crowd. I mean, Phoenix has one of the most miraculously loud home crowds. They get it rocking in there. But I mean, how much conviction do you need to bet the defending champions at plus 120 in a win?
Have you bet the Liberty though, Briz?
No, I ventured into the Laver Cup tonight, and we took Flavio Caboli. We're rocking Flavio Caboli on the stream tonight. And
here's my thing. I bet, like I said, I did a parlay, but I'm not against buying out. I've got Natasha Cloud. That's the only official play I'm giving at 15 plus points at 240. Now, the people I respect told me to hedge and take the Liberty, and I looked them in the face and said I will not. Well, however,
$1,000, I'd bet the Liberty. No fucking second guessing.
I just don't think they're going to win.
But if it was my own $100, I would probably take the Mercury. So.
Well, I am going to bet the Liberty, Justin. The question is, do I hit it twice, like a first quarter and full game or first half and full game?
So how much do you want to spend on it?
You want to bet it twice?
That's the conviction I'm looking for, whether I bet it first quarter and full game or not.
I ain't gonna lie. You betting the Liberty made me feel so much. It made me want to bet Natasha Cloud like the 20 now. Like add another bet to like 20 for like plus 5 something. Because the Liberty win, Natasha gonna have to go crazy.
I can give you the number on the 20 plus if you want it.
Yeah, just curious. What is it?
Let me pull it up. Natasha Cloud for 20 plus points is plus 1,200. It's as low as plus 650 on DraftKings and as high as plus 1,200 on FanDuel. And the only other market that has a line for it is Bet365 at plus 950. So,
here's my thing. As much as conviction as he got in the Liberty, I got probably more than that in the Cloud.
I mean,
my whole thing is Liberty don't win this game without Cloud. Trust me. I promise you that. If Cloud don't get 15, Liberty don't win. So
I'm also going to take the points. I'm going to take the 3, and we'll see where it is at the end of this.
I might just add 20 plus. That would be my way of telling you, because if the Liberty wins, she's going to have to get 20.
What's the juice on your 3?
I haven't looked and shopped yet, but
because I know we have a very similar market.
And this game come on at 9 o'clock. That means I'm about to take a nap.
Caesar, Bet365, and DraftKings have 3s, and everywhere else is 2.5.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where this line goes. I'm in no rush here, but we got to get the Goracle on here because I've got a whole bunch of bets to make here in about 40 minutes. It has to be within like 40 minutes or so. So
by the time you get off, it's going to be nighttime.
No, that's crazy that every Friday he do like 6-hour shows.
It doesn't concern me. I just want to make that money, and I didn't last Friday, but Fridays have been very good here until last Friday. So
I respect it to the fullest because the longer the shows, like the more money I make. So I don't care what's going on. Like other than I had to step out at 3:30, but if it wasn't for that, and I had my phone with me, so I was sitting there like. But my whole thing is like I don't care how long the show is. That's why when whoever dude was in the beginning, while overthinking over cap or whatever weirdo, my whole thing was I want all the knowledge possible, and your conviction in the liberty has me. I'm ready to push the button on Natasha 20 plus. There's no way they win without her getting 20. Unless Sabrina all of a sudden don't suck no more.
I think that if the Liberty lose here, they're going to get destroyed. Because I think if this is a close game, it's going to get pretty hot under the collar for the Mercury, and no pun intended. I think that they need to jump out the first quarter and dominate, because you have to know how to win these types of games. We talk about finishers. You know, when we talk about finishers, are we talking about Kobe Bryant or Charles Barkley? You know, so I'm excited to see how this all bangs out.
Well, I'm gonna be stalking your Twitter, because if you post, whenever you post, if you double down, I'm probably not gonna take the liberty. I don't know, but I am gonna take. My way of telling you is taking Cloud for 20.
Yeah,
and I ain't gonna post it as stacks. As soon as I see yours, I'm gonna post it as just a bet that I made.
I love it. A lot to think about. This isn't about being contrarian. I just like the spot. I like when you're embarrassed at home and then you go on the road. I like when this is all business. When you're at home, there's all this shit going on. When you're on, I mean, you hear in the most important playoff series, when you go home, coaches will put you in a hotel room, make you feel like you're on the road. You know, I like them going into enemy territory after getting embarrassed. I kind of like the whole, but and then Coin Wright saying New York will want to slow the game down versus the younger, healthier.
So what you're telling me is if we was out and about, we started a casino, I hand you $1,000, you wouldn't even think twice.
I'd be concerned. I'd be concerned that, you know, so many of my friends and colleagues are so confident on the Mercury. I'd be concerned. I'd be very nervous. I wouldn't be going. I wouldn't. I'm not making, like, I think conviction is something that I've got to figure out after the show at this point, because I'm concerned. I'm not sitting here going, no, this is
a 5-unit max play. Come tail me. Like,
I'm concerned. You know,
like the Mercury, the last game, I had the conviction. Like when I got laughed at.
Oh, I was with you. I rocked with you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You was with me.
Oh yeah.
And then I left you and got laughed at. But I had the conviction to be like, all right. All right. And I didn't text nobody when the game was over. But now I don't have the conviction in Mercury, like, but I got the conviction in Cloud. Like, I feel like I should go on Facebook and post this shit.
You gotta sit in the dark, in a dark room, no lights, phone on do not disturb, sleep mode when you're watching a game, so people don't text.
Well, here's the thing. I would only watch it until Cloud cashed. And then I'll probably take off my shirt and run outside.
Oh yeah. Yeah, pop a bottle, start eating. I know all about it.
Or go to the bar and start a bar fight.
Well, we got to make moves, fellas, but that was a very fun breakdown from our WNBA experts. I have our guy, did I put it in there? Oh, yes, I did. I put Justin McKelvey's X handle there in the chat. I'll pop it there again. Please support our guy, Justin. Also starring on the 2-3 zone over at Tony's Picks. Justin, thank you for your hard work, man. It's extremely enjoyable capping with you. All the fight and all the care and all You make it. It's just exactly the type of capper that we all want to work with. So thank you for your hard work and your dedication. Any last words for the cappers supporting the show?
Thanks for hearing me. Damn. Thanks for having me today. And I'm going to be checking your Twitter, Jimmy, because if you go twice, I'm posting 20 plus. So go Cloud. Thanks for having me. Let's cash.
Let's
That's
get
a
it.
fire jacket, by the way.
He's money in the bank, man. We have Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, I know that I will be in touch with you throughout the weekend. We got big live shows and big spots to attack, and you get finally a bit of time off of UFC, or I'm sure you're probably studying already for next week. I'm going to put Brizzy's X handle in the chat. Please hit this link and support our guy, Brizzy. Brizzy, any last words?
Yeah, Laver Cup tonight. Alex Mickelson is live as hell against Jakob Mensik, but we're back in Fabio Caboli against Yao Fonseca. Yao Fonseca is one of my favorites, but we are fading the young 18-year-old man tonight. He's going to get taught a grown man lesson by the Italiano. Last time we backed Fabio Caboli on stream, it was a good one, man. Fabio beat Jensen Brooksy. We ended up hitting that one live at some plus money. Now this one's pre-flop plus money. People love themselves Yao Fonseca. He's like the Wonder Boy kid of the ADP tour, but I think Fabio Caboli is about to put some boots on that ass tonight. 10 o'clock p.m., so you got some time to wait. And if you're looking for a little parlay piece, I need Iga Swiatek to close out a parlay. So overnight tennis, man, staying up till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. That's when you know it's degeneracy season.
Go get it, my man. Brizzy, Billy Brisbane in the house. All right, it's time to lock in and get back to business in football. Get back to the gridiron. And we have just the man for the job. Please welcome back the Goracle, Mr. Gorky. How are you, my man?
Man, that was a long breakdown for one game, but let's go. Let's get to CFL.
We're not going to CFL. We're going to college football best bets from the Goracle. We start with a game we've already set up. We have Bobano on Utah, money line minus 145.
Bro,
and
I'm
the
gonna
over.
be quick on this one because it's part of a parlay. It's part of a 3-team parlay. Utah, Miami, and Colorado. If Colorado doesn't win this weekend, mark it, take it to the bank. They're going winless for the rest of the year.
So Utah is the first leg of a moneyline parlay for Gorky. So we've already heard from Bobano on Utah minus 145 in the over 57. Then we heard from Wine Time on Utah minus 3 at minus 120. And Utah is the first leg of the triple of the 3-team parlay. My guy Todd Clinton in the house. What up, Todd? Let's move on to the next spot.
This is also a parlay piece with Purdue. I have this at 13. I have this at plus 13 and Purdue at plus 25.
Purdue at plus 25. Gorky on Tulane at plus 13. What did that work out for? What juice?
1.8 times 2, Jimmy. So I think that's like 260 in American odds, plus 260 or so.
Okay, well, get me the exact number after the show. So just for
I have it. It's been posted already. I have it right here.
Okay, cool. I'll grab it. Don't worry. I'll grab it from your ex.
Yeah.
No problem. That works
been
perfect.
Posted already.
Okay, tell us why you're on the Tulane Green Wave.
Why am I on the Tulane Green Wave? Because I would have moved them on the money line as well, plus 300, if you ask me. I think Jake Retzlaff is the better quarterback out of anything that Lane Kiffin has this year. You know me, I like the guy that can move the ball from the pocket. Jake Retzlaff is a winner. That's why I'm on this.
Tulane plus 13. So, Jose, let's skip to the Purdue Notre Dame instead of going right to Michigan, Nebraska. This is the second leg. You are on the Boilermakers. So is Bobano at plus 26. And he's also on the over 53. So is Wine Time. He got the 27.5 on Sunday. You have the 25 here with the 13 for the Tulane Green Wave. Take it away, Gorky. Why?
Boilermakers are are a better team than everybody thinks because they're actually coached by a real coach this time. Also, Notre Dame, I get it. They're playing at home. They're going to be desperate. I don't need them to lose this game. I just need them to maybe not win by 30, which is crazy to say, but there's no way that you beat Purdue by 25 points. There's just no way.
J-Dub agreeing. JW saying too many points here as well. So there it is. It's Purdue plus 25 and Tulane plus 13.
And
yeah,
if I was a big unit better like most of you guys in here, guys, I wouldn't worry about putting Purdue up against it and just lay it and watch this game. Enjoy yourselves. Because for about 3 quarters, if not 4, you're gonna have your fun. You're gonna be right there. It's not even gonna get close to worry zone. I wouldn't be surprised if Notre Dame wins this game. They might score 24 points to win it. There's no way they score. There's no way that you score over 4 touchdowns on this Purdue team without response. It's too many points.
The Goracle has spoken. Tulane plus 13, Purdue plus 25. We move on to the next spot on the board. That is Lincoln, Nebraska Memorial Stadium for the Big Ten opener between the Wolverines and the Corn Huskers. This one pops off at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. This is a really interesting breakdown that we have on our homepage from Wine Time. This total has gone against them, and this is moving so quickly toward.
Did I give this as a breakdown with Pete on Tuesday or no?
I'm not. I'll check here.
Doesn't matter. I'll have the same rhetoric. That's what I'm talking about. Guys, Nebraska is the spot here because Matt Rule actually lives for moments like this. He's the man when it comes to riling his team up to step up at home in Lincoln, Nebraska, where all they have is goddamn cornfields and football. This team is everything to that community. They've had like 75 straight sellouts or some stupid shit. This community lives for this team. They have no professional sport. And to get a team like Michigan coming in a gettable spot for Nebraska, there's nothing more that you can ask for as a Cornhuskers fan. And I'm not a fan. I'm just a backer with my money.
And did you move on the money line in this one, or did you?
I did plus 105 on Tuesday. You guys could probably get it at like plus 110, plus 115.
The also very interesting spot is that this has gone away from the under. Of all of the bets that Wine Time made on Sunday, he beat the market pretty handily in every single one except for this total. That's now at 48 at some sharp offshores. So this is the Gorky-backed Nebraska Cornhuskers spot at 3:30 p.m. Eastern.
Also, in my humble opinion, Nebraska actually knows what they're gonna do, whereas Michigan is missing their head coach for this one. This is going to be a spot where Nebraska, in my opinion, should be the favored team here. That sounds nuts because Michigan is a brand, but it's not brands that play, guys. It's not the name on the jersey. It's not the names that play. It's the players that you put out there and the recruiting job that you've done. And so here for me, it's Matt Rule or nothing.
And the market's made a huge move. This opened up at 3.5 and now it's a 1. So Nebraska being the book showing concern for the Cornhuskers cash. Let's move on to our next spot on the board, Gorky, a big one. Gators, Hurricanes. Now we have capped this one And
that's fine. I'll be quick.
But don't worry, because no move was made. We capped this with Dabby Cab. We talked about moving on the under.
Oh, I'll talk about it tomorrow morning too.
And then I did double up on the under. I'm on the first half under 25.5 and the full game under 51. It hasn't really moved at this point in the marketplace. It's a 50.5 right now, but it hasn't moved. That was already at 50.5 here. I got the 51 flat. So since I bet it, it hasn't moved. Now the one offshore that is very sharp has moved the under 51 to minus 116, and the over 51 to minus 104, which is a good sign. Obviously, the Hurricanes have been able to put up a lot of points. You know, when I spent a lot of time on this total, and I kept going back to what Florida did to LSU, and then I kept going back to how the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, held the Hurricanes to 27 points. And then whose defense is better here, the Hurricanes defense or Notre Dame's defense? I kept going back to this. So I tried to look past the exploits of the Hurricanes offense. And I also tried to figure out, well, look, there was 5 interceptions thrown, by Lagstaff. And if he doesn't throw those interceptions, obviously that game score, there's a lot more than 30 points there. But the issues of Lagstaff trying to get in the end zone are real.
Lagway, but yeah.
Oh, sorry, Lagway are real. They're real. So I'm not going to sit here and think that yeah, that was an outlier 5 interception game. No, they're having tremendous difficulty getting in the end zone. Why would that change here? And their defense can step up. I'm on the first half under 25.5 and the full game under 51. Gorky, take it away.
Jimmy, I'm concerned that you're on the under, because I think that that's the only thing that Florida can participate in is getting this game over this number of 50. I see this game as being like 30, 35, 30, a 30-20 type game. You're going to sweat out this underdog. And that's why, if I'm you, I put like a quarter unit on Miami's team total so that everything doesn't come crashing down on one game, bro.
I hear that. 84% of the cash is on the over. The markets have tipped their hand. If anybody else wants to bet the over, the books are opening up their arms and saying, bet it here. We'll keep you nice and warm.
Oh, but you go halfway or something so that you feel at the end of the game that you ended up cashing something at least. Because I don't see a way, like, even if Miami's defense is weak, which they're not, but even if Lagway, let's say, like, runs on them and is able to actually pass the ball properly and stuff, which we haven't seen yet, and they haven't really played up to the level of Florida. But what is the level of Florida, Jimmy? Like, since Josh Napier, or whatever his name is, Napier has been their head coach, Billy Napier has been their head coach, Florida has fallen off the face of the earth, Jimmy. Mullins was 10 times the coach Billy Napier is, and all Billy Napier is Coach JB of SEC football. Like, he's a JUCO coach. He's not proven anything.
We have the second leg of the 3-team parlay, Utah, Miami, and Trish is right. It is 7.5, but there's been twice that this has gone up to 9.5, and you could have bet Florida plus 9.5 this morning.
And if I'm a Florida backer, even at 10, Jimmy, I'm not confident. I'm not comfortable, because this is why I'm saying this. Carson Beck is actually a quarterback who can move the ball up and down the field at will. Does he make stupid mistakes? Sure. That's why he's in college, Jimmy. That's why he's a fifth year college player. That's why he sat on the bench at Georgia for 3 years. But is he going to be good at the next level? I think he's going to be better at the next level than he is here in college. But I'm always going to go with the upperclassmen and the better quarterback and the the way better coaching staff, not head coach alone, but coaching staff overall. Miami made mistakes last season, but that's last season. We haven't seen that garbage this year.
We have one more spot in college football before Gorky and I attack the CFL and put a bow on the show's proceedings. Don't forget, we're also racing for merch at the end of this to our silver and gold members of the channel, and we thank you enormously for being that. We have Wyoming, Colorado Buffaloes, game that we haven't capped yet. Wyoming coming off having the Utah Utes. They faced the Utes at home, and they didn't score until very late in the game, just 108 yards passing from Anderson. It was a difficult spot. They were outgained 541 to 229. It was not good. They were 24.5-point dogs. They opened up as 22.5-point dogs, closed as 24.5-point dogs, and lose by 25. That is the Wyoming Cowboys. So coming off playing a very, very tough Utes team, a team that we have Gorky backing, we have Wine Time backing, we have Bobano backing. Colorado coming off a 36-20 loss at Houston. They didn't look very good. They were outgained 431 to 300. Houston were 3.5-point favorites. And, it was a 16-14 game at half, and then push came to shove, and Colorado got shut down. Let's talk about the line history here for this spot. We'll start with the total. Little late night, Saturday night action. We'll start with the spread. We have Colorado right now minus 12.5. This line has moved from 14. It opened up with Colorado minus 14. That lasted for 11 minutes before it went to 13.5. That 13.5 lasted for about 7 hours before it moved to 13. Then we have a 12.5. That happened an hour and 20 minutes ago. So this line moving towards the Cowboys. Let's take a look at the total here for this one from a total perspective. Sorry, give me 1 second. Here we go. From a total look, we have the 45. Obviously, Colorado having a tough time putting up points, and Wyoming dealing with the same issues. But this opened up at 44 and has climbed up to 45. It did get up to 45.5 before it dropped. Wager Detective looking at Wyoming plus 13. Let's take a look at the cash flow for this late spot. We have, come on, show me it. Here we go. We have 52% of the tickets on Wyoming and 85% of the cash. Feels like a sharp look on Wyoming. And then we have 72% of tickets on the under and 94% of cash on the under, and yet this has climbed. Jim Dewiger looking at the under here. I believe in the Wyoming game. I might have done that too quickly. Maybe, I think you were talking about Florida. Okay, then you were with me, Jim. So take it. Oh, and definitely, Londo, we'll get you an early birthday pick. We're going to give out my end of the birthday friends and family parlay. But take it away, Gorky. Cowboys, Buffaloes in Folsom Field, Boulder, Colorado.
Look, Wager Detective is right here because what am I saying? Yes, I have Colorado money line simply because if Colorado doesn't put everything they have into this game, they are going winless. I said that an hour ago on the show, on this show. When I was initially on, I said that, and I mean it. They're going winless for the rest of the year. So it doesn't matter what they do here, but it does for their psyche as a team. If you don't beat Wyoming at home, you're not even a Big 12 team. And Colorado as a football team, ever since Coach Deion Sanders has taken over this program, has been more about the starhood of being a program rather than being a quality team. Wyoming is probably the side, and I would be on Wyoming money line if this wasn't Colorado's last spot to actually get a win. The schedule they have coming up in Big 12 action after this is insanely hard. They play BYU, Utah, and a whole bunch of other juggernauts that they're going to get swept off the field by.
I love it, Gorky. Utah, Miami, Colorado. He meant when he's on Colorado money line, he meant that it's the third leg of his money line parlay.
Yes.
Utah, Miami, Colorado. Then we have Gorky on a Purdue plus 25, Tulane plus 13 parlay. We also have a straight bet on Nebraska money line. That is the college football action from our Goracle. Gorky,
actually, if I'm being honest, that would be my birthday pick of the week if someone asked me, or the day, or whatever. But just take it to the bank.
Which one?
I just think Nebraska is the more hardened team and ready to go, especially because Sharon Moore is serving game 2 of his 2-game suspension or whatever it is, I think, right? He only got a 2-game suspension for that garbage, sign stealing.
Yes,
okay.
That is true.
So this is game 2 of that suspension. Yeah.
We also have DC Cappers action here. Let me grab this right now. And Justin McKelvey has moved. Now there's pressure. Now I feel the pressure. Now they got to deliver. I just copied and pasted DC Cappers action, but the birthday pick from Gorky is in. It is tomorrow, and it is Nebraska here. It is Nebraska. I'm going to pop that into the birthday friends and family here, and there it is. Birthday. There we go. Gorky.
Did I tell you that I'm also on first quarter on tonight's game, Jimmy?
Yes. Sorry. Good point. The Friday action as well from Gorky is Tulsa money line, and then Rutgers first quarter money line and full game money line.
Correct. And then Tulsa is also a money line. Yes.
All right. Yes, absolutely. And and Tricia says, what was Gorky's Florida Miami play?
Miami.
Yeah, Gorky's using Miami's the second leg of his parlay. It is Utah, Miami, Colorado. Utah, Miami, Colorado. All right, let's get into the Canadian Football League, Gorky. And I kind of need to start getting my action in I got to start betting by 6 p.m. here.
We're going to hurry up here, Jimmy.
But I do want to put a full cap into this, so let's roll.
Yeah, no.
We start at 7 p.m. Eastern for the Montreal Alouettes, 6-7, 4-2 on the road at the Toronto Argonauts, 5-8, 3-4 at home. We're at BMO Field in Toronto, Ontario, 63 Fahrenheit. Beautiful night here, clear, 1 mile per hour winds. Bobana moved on the Alouettes double result, and I'm very interested in joining him on that one. Let's get into the line history and touch on some X's and O's, and then hand this over to the Goracle. Let me just quickly move over to CFL. And there are ways to watch CFL. I meant to get this to you guys.
The world feed from TSN, Jimmy.
In America?
Yes. The world feed from TSN. It's international. But it sometimes doesn't work.
Okay.
No. The boys from 3 Down Nation always talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
There's a world feed from TSN. There's a world feed. Like if you go to CFL.ca, you can click on somewhere on the site, it will say world feed or international watchers or something. You may have to pay like $5 for the entire season or whatever it is. Don't quote me on the exact amount, but yes, it's there.
We also have no, you're right but we also the ESPN 3 shows it at times here.
But that's only for big games, and I think it's CBS Sports.
You're right. CBS Sports Network here. Yeah. CBS Sports Network. So it's CFL Plus.
Yeah, that's what it is. CFL Plus.
On CBS Sports Network. It's free. So it's a free CBS Sports Network online live streaming platform. It is free for American
Okay.
and international fans as well. So, but let's roll here. We have the Alouettes right now, -6.5, -115. This opened up at a much lower number. We know cappers who are on the Alouettes at 2 and at 3 because we weren't sure if Arbuckle was going to be out, but he is out and Daigie is in, and we'll go over that here. That's the third stringer for the Argos. From a total standpoint here, we have a 50.5. I really want to try to get under this total. I think Daigie's going to have a tough time putting up points, and I find it hard to believe that McLeod Bethel Thompson is as good as he looked last week. But I may just leave it alone because I'd be trusting an Argos defense that's terrible. So I might just leave it alone. So Arbuckle out. Of course, Chad Kelly still recovering. Jarrett Daigie in. Jarrett Daigie's had one CFL start, and we got to go back to 2023.
And it didn't go well, did it?
19 of 33, 223 yards, 3 interceptions.
19 of 33 in the CFL gets you demoted to the European League that doesn't exist, Jimmy, that folded in 1999.
Toronto is allowing 32.1 points per game. It's last in the CFL. They've been so bad. They can't defend the pass right now. Their secondary is so weak. But I don't believe what McLeod Bethel Thompson did last week. 20-26 for 379 yards. But I think that's the safest way of playing it, just because Daigie's not going to struggle to put up points. And then we have an issue with I think that, you sell McLeod Bethel Thompson high right now. That doesn't mean that it's going to go under, and I think that the double result's probably the best way to play it, and I'm interested in playing that here. But let's hear from Gorky, game one of our CFL card.
I'm very disappointed that you didn't have my disgusting record up, Jimmy. I'm very disappointed, but let's make it better. This week, we're going to make it better. We're going to have a perfect week, guys. I actually really believe in my plays this week. And if they go awry, then they go awry. I cannot control what actually happens on the field. I can only cap the game the way that my mind sees it. My mind sees this game as a game that Montreal controls for as long as they want. Now, you're going to say that McLeod Bethel Thompson played out of his mind. He did. God bless him. But also, Saskatchewan had 2 corners that had never seen a CFL field before. Now, I had this same bet, Montreal to win by margin, the last time that this matchup happened at BMO Field. I actually believe in it way more now with Jared Daigie, the Argos' 3rd or 4th string quarterback. Jared Daigie will throw about 4 interceptions in this game because Montreal is getting ready, especially on defense, for the playoffs. The rest of this regular season for them is just a warm-up for the playoffs. This game might be a 30-point rout.
And what is your action, my friend?
My action is exactly what I just talked about. I have a parlay with Montreal, and Montreal moneyline, Calgary plus 5.5. That's my second play because
Is that Calgary minus 5.5, or you use the alt line?
Calgary. I have BC. Sorry, I misspoke.
No problem.
BC plus 5.5.
Okay.
Because when we get to that game, I'll tell you why. But that's my play, and my actual play that I'm most confident in is Montreal by margin by over 12 points, so 13 plus at whatever I posted on Twitter.
Okay, I will look. I think it's a plus 165 or something like that.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Montreal plus 13 at plus 165 for Gorky. And then he's got the Montreal money line Lions plus 5.5 parlay that we will be discussing here shortly.
Every play I make, especially in CFL, because that's what I'm a handicapper of on this show, Jimmy, is going to have you tagged in it. And most of my other plays also do. Absolutely, because I want to be judged on my stuff, no matter what it is. If
Beautiful.
I put it out, I will tag you in it 10 times out of 10, brother.
Beautiful. Let's roll on to our next spot. The Goracle joining us here, betting with the bag Friday CFL action. I'm coming off my first horrible week of the CFL season, and I'm going to go and bounce back here. We have Lions Stampeders. This is a huge, huge game. The BC Lions picked Nathan Rourke over VA, big play VA, Vernon Adams Jr., and he's a beloved leader in the CFL, and he's earned it. He didn't start out as a starter. He's earned it. And VA's gone to Calgary. It completely changed the trajectory of this football team in his first season. His head coach, Dave Dickinson, a great quarterback in his own time, and him and Vernon Adams are working together beautifully. Stampeders 8-4, 5-2 at home. McMahon Stadium in Calgary, Alberta, 67 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 5 miles per hour. Bobano is on Calgary -5. He's on Calgary team total over 30.5. He's on the over 54, and he's on Lions team total over 23.5. And I see the game a little differently. I understand that this was a choice between two quarterbacks. I not only think that I think the Lions players were a little upset at the decision making last year, and they showed it on the field. And they've come to grips, and I can understand management going with Rourke. I just don't like the way that they did it. Vernon Adams has come to Calgary, and these guys on the Stampeders will break through a wall for him. I think that the defense, and this was the angle that wasn't, really talked about, and I've been working with, that the defense is going to want to beat Nathan Rourke and just shut him down so badly that this defense is going to step up. This is a BC Lions team that's hitting their team total over every game, over and over and over and over again.
And they will get, the line is telling you that.
It's telling you what?
That he's going to hit it again. It's too low. This is CFL, Jimmy. Even if you're a garbage team, Jimmy, you score over 25 points in the CFL. That just happens.
Let me just finish up a couple of things here, Gorky, and then you can let us know how you're getting paid here. I'm not betting here the Lions team total under. I'm betting the full game under, and I'm also probably going to double down on the first half under. I'm going to have conviction that the Stampeders defense is going to step up, and if they step up, will the Lions hit their team total over again? Gorky thinks it's very simple, and so does Bobano, and I'm not going to bet that they won't. But my bet includes that I need them to not. I'm going to bet the Stamps. I'm going to bet the double result for the Stamps, and I'm going to bet the unders here, and I'm going to need to get all this action in here shortly, so we got to keep this brisk. This total opened up at 54. It's gone up to 55.5. Look, I don't. Again, I'm seeing this game a little differently than the way others are seeing it clearly. This line's slightly moving towards the BC Lions, and if they're down 8 points with the ball, or let's say 6 points, they're Nathan Rourke can make something happen, but I think it's going to be tough sledding for him, and that is the plan of attack here. The first half, the full game under, and then backing the Stamps and the double result. The Stampeders are coming off of a bye week. Their problem is not their offense. Their problem is that the defense just got destroyed by Cody Fajardo and the Elks in a surprising situation last week. And I was on the Elks, but the offense didn't, menace. The defense didn't deliver. And we know what BC is doing. They let the opposing quarterback look like, Patrick Mahomes. And so they're allowing opponents to have a 110.6 passer rating. And their top cornerback, Gary Peters, has a knee injury. And I'll figure out here from the latest report if they think that he is playing. Why don't we get that right now? Because it's a huge, huge part of this puzzle. He's questionable right now, limited. He probably tries to play, and he probably can't do it and is pulled. They're a pretty healthy group here. Take it away, Gorky, my man, your plan of attack.
Look, I'm not confident. That's why I made this in a parlay piece. But I think BC does enough offensively to keep this game within 5 points. Now, does Calgary have the better team? They certainly seem like they do. But is BC's defense getting better at the right time? I would like to think that they are. Because, and also, Jimmy, can you tell the people the BC Lions defensive injuries, especially, and not just defensive, but can you read me off the injury report, please?
It looks very, very good. Every single defensive lineman, defensive back, linebacker, they're all available. It looks like the only person that's questionable is Kimoko Ture, who obviously is very important, but he's practiced in full all week. So
Kimoko Ture, I know him from his time with the Colts. Kimoko Ture was the only motherfucker that gave a shit in that year where Carson Wentz had everything to play for in that Jacksonville game down in Florida in Jagtown, and they absolutely shit the bed. But it was what it was. This is a whole new challenge for Kimoko Ture. I think he's one of the best defensive players in the CFL, and I'm gonna take that to the bank and hope. And I feel like I also have the way better front seven, if I'm honest. Defensive line against offensive line, Jimmy. Here, give me Matthew Betts and Kimoko Ture on defense against any one of these, carpenters from Calgary.
And you're using the Stampeders in a money line parlay?
Yes. Okay. Not a money line parlay. I have the Stampeders plus 5.5 as part of that parlay.
Oh, sorry. You mean you have the Lions plus 5.5?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I keep saying Stampeders. Yes.
Okay. No worries. Lions are part of that money line. So Lions plus 5.5 in Montreal money line.
But that's why I said I'm more confident in my 13-point margin play, which sounds insane.
With Montreal. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. We got to be quick with these two games because I've got bets to make here. We have the Bobano giving us the Red Blacks minus 130, and this is Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Ottawa Red Blacks, TD Field, Ottawa, Ontario. Gorgeous weather tomorrow, 62 Fahrenheit, sunny, 1 mile per hour winds. Winnipeg has lost 3 straight. They lost 32-21 at Hamilton last week, and it was very predictable. We cashed with the Ticats. That was one of the things I did right last week. One of the few things. We cashed with the spread. We cashed with the double result. And Chris Streveler just can't win on the road. He just doesn't have that.
Streveler is who we thought he was.
Well, I've made a lot of money backing him at home.
But no. But that was a road spot.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. He's very questionable on the road because, he doesn't have 35,000 fans that adore him, cheering him on. We have the line moving towards the Red Blacks. Drew Brown will be in the lineup. This opened up at 1.5, moved to 2, and then 2.5. And, Winnipeg has Brady Oliveira, last year's most outstanding player, coming off rushing 15 times for 116 yards, catching 4 passes for 35 yards. And there is some concern with the Red Blacks because Crum looked so good, and now they're going back to Drew Brown. It doesn't concern me. Drew Brown is the number one. I do think that we should look for Dustin Crum to get a different, a job where he can get the opportunity to start. I've always been very high on him. This total opened up at 50.5. It's now at 52. If I don't think Winnipeg's going to score, should I then move on and under? And that's something that I've been thinking about. But what I am going to do is back the Red Blacks here to cover and back the Red Blacks double result. I'm going to move on the Red Blacks with Bobano. Take it away. And thank you for the kind words, fellas. It means a ton to me. We also have Rod Zawacki here with 2 trends against Calgary. Bet against Calgary is a favorite. Record since the 2024 season, 1-8 against the spread. Again, if it didn't, for this group of Stampeders, if it didn't happen in 2025 with Vernon Adams as a quarterback, I don't care what it did with Jake Mayer's quarterback, but these are great trends and they're important for the show. He also says bet against Dave Dickinson as a home favorite to 7 points or less. Dickinson's record as a coach of Calgary, 9-25 against the spread. Here, Rod Zawacki on Bombers money line says bet on Michael O'Shea as a road dog. O'Shea's record as coach, 40-18 against the spread. Look, I'm a big Michael O'Shea fan. I just think that Chris Drevler is the most predictable quarterback in professional football. And I know a lot of people that weren't hammering the Ticats last week. This is the Bombers with back-to-back road games. I'd be happy to back Drevler if this was at home, but it's not. And I'll be on the other side, which is not a comfortable thing against the great Rod Zawacki, who's on Bombers money line. Take it away, Gorky, and we got to be tight here, my man.
Look, man, for me, this is easy. This is an Ottawa spot. They get this, and they basically control their own destiny in terms of getting that third place and making the playoffs. Is Zach Collaros in the game?
He is not.
Okay, so that is an absolute hammer Ottawa money line. And just watch the game, enjoy yourself. These last 2 games, this one Ottawa and Hamilton, Hamilton money line plus 105 and go home. Be happy.
Ottawa, Hamilton there. My guy Ralph Portuando in the house.
Sorry,
sweet low bag of the rock with me in Costa Rica. Say what, Gorky?
Plus 100. I got it out.
Plus 100. Ottawa, Hamilton, and plus 100. I'm going to be moving on the Red Blacks minus the points, and I'm going to be also on the Red Blacks a double result. Rod Zawacki on the other side with the Bombers money line. Our final spot on the board here on a long Friday marathon. Elks, Ticats, Hamilton Stadium in Hamilton, Ontario. 58 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 11 miles per hour. We have Bobano giving us the Elks plus 6. Let's go over this line history here for this one. And I am still interested. I still may go up against this market move towards the over in Bombers, Red Blacks. But I may wait on that. I may not put that in right now because I've got a little bit of time to kind of think about it. I am going to put the Red Blacks action in. Here we have a total of 56. It just doesn't make sense. And I said this last time. I said this last week when they played the Argos that the Elks aren't a team for these kind of totals. The first half, 17 points were scored. I cashed the first half under easily, and then they erupted. 61 points were scored, and I was wrong. The Elks can easily play in a game at this number, but I don't feel like they're that kind of a team.
It's not the Elks, it's Cody Fajardo. He's a absolute fearless gunslinger, and he gives this team, he gives his skilled players, whether it be running backs, slapbacks, wide receivers, everything, he gives these guys confidence to go down the field, and they're going to get rewarded by getting dimes. Okay? That's why I told you to play the over last week, and that's the same thing I would do here, but I played the money line because why make your life simple when it can be difficult? And this will be one of 4 games that go off at the same time. So I will not be able to pay as much attention to it as I would like, but I'm definitely on the Tiger Cats here because I believe that they're skilled players like Kenny Lawler, White, Smith, Little Smith, Adrian Smith's son. They're gonna have too much in the end for Hamilton to get this win here. Yeah, they're gonna have too much for the Elks.
Yeah, I like the Ticats in this spot. They dismantled Winnipeg last week. Levi Mitchell playing at an elite level, but I want to just quickly touch on these home games, these home spots for the Ticats. Just want to go over them because they haven't all flown over. So Winnipeg, Hamilton went over by a point. 32-21 or 53. The next time Hamilton was at home was the barn burner on Labor Day, way over 68 points. So there's 2 straight overs at home for Hamilton. Then we go to another, so 3 straight, because the 41-38, 79 points were scored.
Right.
So 3-0 to the overs. And then when we go to the early section of the year, these games were all going under at home. Now, maybe this offense is now ready to go and defenses haven't improved.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
23-20, Hamilton, Ottawa, I cashed that under there. And then in week 4, I cashed the under 35-17, 52 points scored. It was a very high total. And then we have week 2 was another under 28-23, 51 points per scored. So, and I still don't believe that Edmonton is the right team for overs. And yes, you told me to bet the full game over, but I cashed the first half under extremely easily, and then things went crazy because the Argos defense is so putrid. And I don't know if we see that here, but Rodswag says bet over the total road games in September. Overs record since 2023, 6-0, and bet on Edmonton on the money line versus poor defensive teams. Edmonton record since 2023, 9-1. So I'm not gonna move on this Elks spot yet. We have Nuke Worker on the double result. I want to sit with this one for a little longer, and I'm gonna be rushing to get all my action in, the ones that I haven't put in during the show. And I want to, think about this spot a little bit more. Bobano did move on the Elks +6, and then the Tiger Cats are part of the money line parlay for Gorky. Ottawa Hamilton at +100 for Gorky. I'm going to be moving on the Red Blacks in 2 different ways. We have our guy Rodzwacki on the Bombers, and I'm also very interested in the under. It's going up, and I don't care in that one. I'm Winnipeg, Ottawa. I told you I'm going up against all this cash on the over in BC Lions Calgary. This is a playoff football game. This is a playoff type football game with a Calgary defense that can slow things down, and Vernon Adams cares so much about this. And I got to get this action in quickly. We have Gorky on Montreal +13 at +165. He's also on Montreal money line lines +5.5 parlay. Bobano on the Owls double result. I have interest in Argos team total under, which I may do.
Look, just to be clear, if Trey Ford was QB1 here in Edmonton, this game would be an under because I'm playing the over. Like I would be on the over for this game only because both of these offenses have really good quarterbacks, and Cody Fajardo showed that last season. When you give him wide receivers who he can trust, okay, he won the Grey Cup or 2 years ago now, but doesn't matter. He's a Grey Cup champion, and he has the soul of a champion. Not only that they won, but he actually believes in his guys.
Yeah, he's a gamer. I like him very much too. Shout out to Sammy Calmer, 27.99 Dono. Says any college football, Sammy, I'll tell you. And this is the first one that I brought to the show of the year, and there'll be more. But the Miami of Ohio Redhawks, I'm on them on the money line at +110, and I paid for the +3 at -135. That's my favorite college football look on the board. The Miami of Ohio Redhawks of college football. Yes. That is our CFL breakdown. Also, our best bets from Gorky in college football. Gorky, you're the man. Thank you for rocking with us. I'm going to pop Gorky's X handle here in the chat. He puts all his action out on X, asks for nothing in return. Gorky, my man.
Yeah, and guys, I just want to say this, Jimmy. Sorry.
Yeah,
guys, anytime I put a number out, okay, God bless you when you can get better numbers. Like, by all means, I'm here for the breakdowns of these games and tell you why I think the outcome is going to be in my favor. It's not about, in my world at least, it's not about the extra 5 or 10 cents that you get on a dollar. I know that we all want to make money, but the way that you make money is through cashing tickets long term. And that's what we're here to do.
Respect, Gorky, my man. I pop Gorky's X handle in the chat. Please support our friend, the Goracle. It is time to put a bow on our Friday night show, but I need to add my friends and family parlay. And what I guess. My birthday pick for tonight would be the Dodgers team total over. Be the Dodgers team total over tonight, which is about a 4.5. But if I was to add to the friends and family parlay, and TJ's got the Padres, Jose's got the Twins, Wine Time's got Rutgers, first half team total under, Gorky is Nebraska, I would put the Stampeders money line in that. I think that's the best parlay edition here on the show, personally. So let's review all action and then put a bow on the show. Let's get Jose Bouquet back in business here. Jose, it's been a long one. Thank you for your hustle and hard work today, my friend.
And we also have a camel race.
Yes, I'm excited about the camel race as well. So why don't we get the camel race rolling here, man? Let's get the camel race rolling. I've got to start getting this action in. Getting a little nervous here. I think I've got all my early bets in, though. Oh, no, I don't.
Well, you can go ahead and start putting those in while I get the camels going. We appreciate and shout out all of the 72 gold and silver members.
Thank you.
Yes, shout out to the gold members especially, which our guy Gorky is one of them. So shout out to Gorky here as well. He's been in the races these last few weeks too, which is funny, obviously, because Gorky hangs out backstage. So I can see him just reacting, willing his horse to victory here. So it's fun to watch all of the reactions here. But today we are racing camels here. The long necks are out in force here today. So let's get racing here in a beautiful music. There we go. And we turn it down and we're off and racing here. McCormick, McKelvey, NJ Striker, TJ Big O, all in the mix here. TD Trip, Little Domo, and NJ Striker have pushed out to the lead. Nutflush Allen climbing. And look at that at the top of the screen. Jimmy the Bag making a power move here. Terrence Fed, Little Domo here. Johnny Guns all in the mix, Jimmy. Who's coming? Is this your time, Jimmy?
Is this my time? We will find out. Here comes Fat Wally up the inside. Love to see Wally get that cash. Rob Free Bands also making a move. There's a Little Domo. Actually, I want Little Domo. Little Domo, our guy, rocked with it. Here comes Randall Sheffield. I gave Randall Sheffield a loser on his birthday. It's still affecting me. Picks from Dave also making a move. Here comes Crystal Craig. I would love to see Crystal Craig, a gold member, take it. And here comes Salty Pete flying late. Does his camel have enough? And the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, his camel has enough. And look at me, I was second.
Down below and in his neck, that camel has enough. So shout out to you, Salty Pete. Jimmy, while you continue to put in your action here, I'll quickly go over mine here in the MLB for those who are interested. I officially bet the Royals money line here instead of team total over. I'm just going to lean into the fishy movement or fishy line in that game, and hopefully Max Scherzer does indeed get touched up there. So I ended up going because my 3.5 was minus 140, and I was okay. I can't bet that. So I went with that plus 122. Tampa Bay Rays money line plus 118. Minnesota money line even money. Seattle minus 110. Colorado plus 108, St. Louis plus 107, Baltimore first 5 minus 115, and the first 5 over 4.5 minus 125 in Gigantes Dodgers there as well.
I love it. Let's quickly roll through, and then I got to run. We have Stacks Play Day number 1, Natasha Cloud 50 or more points plus 240, and then Mookie Betts over 1.5 bases at plus 100. LJ from H-Town Trilogy Play the Day Seattle Astros over 7.5. Flank Stake Play of. I know how to do this. I'm just going to get the early action out in MLB. Take a break. Get my action out in CFL. I'm not moving on to 2 college football games, so this is all going to be fine.
Yes, it will be. Shout out to the Leche girls, WT. Hope you and them are doing well. The Terramina Leche girls.
Oh, man. God, I need it. I'm stressed
WT,
out.
if you're on Twitter, I'd love to see a picture of you and the Leche girls together. I'd love to get I want a visual image of the bar and maybe the women. Mostly the bar.
Billy Friedrich, Pig Milk play today's Rutgers team total under 20.5. On Saturday, it's Memphis plus 7.5. I'm going to move on the under inside, but I've got to go over everything once more. And this game pops off in 27 minutes. Braves Tigers. I'm going to be on the under on it. Then I left that Reds Cubbies game alone, but Kong's Clips play today. Lodolo 6 or more strikeouts. I'm going to rush through here and then bounce, but let me just say, huge happy birthday to the Chillest and to the Wager Detective. Thank you guys for all that you put into the show and all of the energy and just your cappers that I'm so thankful I work with. And then tomorrow is Londo's birthday. Londo, I hope you have a great, great birthday weekend. Thank you guys so much for all that you bring to us, man. So Lodolo, 6 or more strikeouts at plus 120 for Kong's Clips. I get back to work here with and I didn't, because I have Orioles first 3 and first 5. I'm going to probably move on this first 3 under. I expect to do that. I want to sit with it a little bit longer. Nats first 5 plus a half and the first 5 over 4.5 is another spot I want to sit with a little longer, but I expect to bet them as soon as possible. Then on the Rays, I've already got all my Rays action in, and I hit it pretty hard. Under 7, first 3, under 1.5, and the Rays plus 1. I bet I almost never make. Don't forget our live stream is starting. It was more about just going to roll into the live stream. Starts at hour 15 minutes here. Ron Crawford, NCAA play today. Rutgers plus 2.5, and he's on BC Lions plus 5, and he is on the under. He's on the under. DC Capper, thank you, my man. Much love to all of you guys. Then Padres minus 1. I already bet that one. I don't need to worry about that. The Royals first 5. I want to see how big this line is moved towards the Jays and figure that out. Then, unfortunately, Rod Zawacki's 10-star play today on the Guardians. I'm going up against. I haven't bet it yet, but Twins first 3, first 5, and the first 5 over 4. I just got to get my 640 games out and then take a break. Take a second. Not a break, but just breathe, stay calm. If I get my action in when I'm like, it's anxiety driven. I need to be calm, make smart decisions.
Again, none of this is for us, guys. This is all for Jimmy right now. This is all Jimmy talking to himself.
I'm going to be on the Mariners minus 110 with Jose. Unfortunately, we're going up against Rod Zawacki, 2 10-star plays of the day. Not a comfortable position here. I'm going to be joining TJ on the Rockies with confidence. I'm going to be on the unders in Milwaukee, St. Louis, first 3 in full game. I believe the Zag will come after the Zig. Then the Diamondbacks first 5 minus a half. I will be betting when we Spooner is on Guardians money line, Athletics money line, Orioles first 5, Mariners money line, Rockies money line, Brewers money line, and he's very close to that over 6.5 in Ray Sox. I wonder if he moved on it. Then first 5 over, full game over, Dodgers team total over in Giants. Dodgers. I might even add the Dodgers minus 1 on that one. The birthday picks: Padres minus 1 from TJ, Jose on the Twins, wine time on Rutgers first half team total under 10, and Gorky on Nebraska. Kong's Clips birthday play today for you guys celebrating birthdays. Miami first half minus 4.5. TJ gave us Orioles first 5, Washington first 5 plus half, Tampa Bay first 5 plus half, Boston Tampa Bay under 7, San Diego minus 1, Minnesota first 5 team total over 1.5, Colorado money line, Dodgers team total over 4.5. Then in college football, wine time on Tulsa. Wine time on Tulsa plus 16.5, Iowa plus 3.5, teaser at plus 100, Gorky on Tulsa money line, TJ on Rutgers plus 2.5. Spreadsheet play date in college football is Rutgers plus 2.5. Wine time on Rutgers first half team total under 10. Iowa minus 2.5. Gorky on Rutgers first quarter and full game. I'm on the Red Hawks plus 3 minus 135. Full game money line plus 110. Wine time join me on the first half plus half minus 120 is my favorite spot on college football board. Bobano on Utah money line. Wine time on Utah minus 3. Bobano also on the over 57. UCF minus 6 also for wine time. Then wine time on Kansas, team total over 34.5 in Kansas first half minus 7. Wine time on Arizona State plus 3. I'm very interested in the under in that one. First half under, I got to figure it out. Then Brizzy on INSQ over 27.5 points, rebounds, assists. Thank God I don't have to rush that shit in. Cloud 15 or more, as we talked about with Stacks play day at plus 240. Then we have wine time on Tulane plus 12.5. Gorky on Tulane plus 13, tied with Purdue plus 25. Wine time on the under in Michigan and Nebraska. That one's gone against him market-wise, but he still likes it. And I'm interested here if he doubles down at a higher number. Gorky on Nebraska money line, and that was his birthday pick. One time on Purdue plus 27.5. Bobano on Purdue plus 26, and the over 53, and that was part of Gorky's parlay. Gorky also has Utah, Miami, Colorado. Utah, Miami, Colorado money line parlay. And then we just went over CFL. That is our show for today. I got to run. I got to go upstairs. Keep everybody away from upstairs. Turn the lights off. take some deep breaths and get my action in. Shout out to all of you guys. Jose, thank you. I'm sorry I keep you here for so long. You work so hard. I hope you have a wonderful weekend and get some time off. Nuke Worker, we do. Mally Mal, the chillest. Happy birthday, Swiggy, DC Capper. Thank you. Thank you, guys. The Nuke Worker, TJ, WT. Shout out and have fun in Costa Rica, my man. We are jealous. Very jealous. San Francisco 49er, Jim Dewigger, Will Johnson, Black, Thor, King, Sammy Calmer. Thank you for the dono. It was great to have it at the end just to get us up and rocking. Rod Zawacki, Aubrey. Thank you guys all so much. I got to run. Kent Davies, thank you. I got to go. I got to get this money in. Huge night ahead of us. I'm going to give this to you before, Jose, but fucking watch this motherfucking shit. Watch it.